Chapter 1 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 1. Lady Felicia Disbrowe was supposed to condescend when she married Captain Cunningham of the first life, since although his people lived on their own land and were handsomely recorded in Burke, there was no record of them before the Conquest, nor even on the muster roll of those who fought and died for the Angevin kings. Captain Cunningham was handsome and fashionable, but not rich. And when he had the bad luck to get himself killed in an Egyptian campaign, he left his widow with an only daughter, 7 years old, her pension and a settlement that brought her about $600 a year, half of which came from the Disbrowes, while the other half was the rental of 3 or 4 small farms in Somersetshire. It will be seen, therefore, that for a person who considered herself essentially grande dame, and to whom all degrading economies must be impossible, Lady Felicia's position was not enviable. As the 7-year-old orphan grew in grace and beauty to sweet 17, Lady Felicia began to consider her daughter her chief asset. So lovely a creature must command the admiration of the richest bachelors in the marriage market. She would have her choice of opulent lovers. There would be no cruel necessity for forcing a marriage with vulgar wealth or drivelling age. She would have her adorers among the best, the fortunate, the well-bred, the young and handsome. Nor was Lady Felicia mistaken in her forecast. When Cara came out under the auspices of her aunt, Lady Okehampton, she made a success that realized her mother's fondest dreams. Youth, rank, and wealth were at her feet. There was no question of riches raked out of the gutter. She had but to say the sweet little monosyllable yes, and one of the best born and best looking men in London and town and country houses, yacht and opera box would be hers, and her mother would cease to be poor Lady Felicia. Unhappily, before Lord Walford had time to offer her all these advantages, Cara had fallen in love with somebody else, and that somebody was no other than Lancelot Davis, the poet, just then the petted darling of dowagers and of young married women whose daughters were in the nursery, and who had therefore no fear of his fascinating personality. Unfortunately for Lady Felicia, her head was too high in the air for her to take note of the literary stars who shone at luncheon parties, and even when her daughter praised the young poet and tried to interest her mother in his latest book, Lady Felicia took no alarm. It was only in the beginning of their acquaintance that Cara talked of the poet to her unresponsive mother. By the time she had known him 20 days of that heavenly June, he was far too sacred to be talked about to an unsympathetic listener. It was only to her dearest and only bosom friend, who was also in love with the adorable Lancelot, that Cara liked to talk of him, and to her she discoursed romantic nonsense that would have covered reams of foolscap had it been written. Lancelot, she said in low, thrilling tones, even his name is a poem. Everything about him was a poem for Cara, his boots, his tie, his cane, and especially his hair, which he took a poet's privilege of wearing longer than fashion justified. Though educated at the stationer's school and unacquainted with either varsity, nobody ever said of Mr. Davis that he was not a gentleman. That scathing, irrevocable sentence, with the cruel emphasis upon the negative, had not been pronounced upon the man who wrote the new Ariadne, a work of genius which scared the lowly-minded country vicar, his father, and set his pious mother praying with trembling and tears that the eyes of her beloved son might be opened, and that he might repent of using the talents God had given him in the service of Satan. Lancelot Davis had made up for the lack of varsity training by strenuous self-culture. He was passionate, exalted, transcendental, more Swinburne than Swinburne, steeped in Dante and Victor Hugo, stuffed almost to choking with Musset, Baudelaire, and Verlaine. He was young, handsome, or rather beautiful, too beautiful for a man. Paris, Leander, the sun god, anything you like, and at the time of his wooing his pockets were full of the proceeds of a book that had made a sensation, and he was the rage. Were not these things enough to fire the imagination and win the heart of a girl of 18, half-educated, undisciplined, the daughter of a shallow-brained mother, who had never taken the trouble to understand her, or taken account of the romantic yearnings in the mind of 18? If Lady Felicia had cultivated her daughter's mind half as strenuously as she had cultivated her person, the girl would have not been so ready to fall in love with her poet. But the girl's home life had been an arid waste, and the mother's conversation had been one long repining against the fate that had made her poor Lady Felicia, and had deprived her of all the things that are needed to make life worth living. Lancelot Davis opened the gates of an enchanted land in which money counted for nothing, where there was no animosity against the ultra-rich, no perpetual talk of debts and difficulties, no moaning over the hardship of doing without things that luckier people could enjoy in abundance. He led her into that lovely world where the imagination rules supreme. He introduced her to other poets, the gods of that enchanted land, Browning, Tennyson, Shelley, Byron. She bowed down before these mighty spirits, but thought Lancelot Davis greater than the greatest of them. There was nothing mean or underhand about her poet's conduct. He lost no time in offering himself to Lady Felicia. He was not a pauper, he was not ill-born, and he was thought to have a brilliant future before him. His suit was supported by some of poor Felicia's oldest and best friends, but Lady Felicia received his addresses with coldness and scarcely concealed contempt. And she told her daughter that while she had committed an unpardonable sin when she refused Lord Walford, were she to insist upon marrying Mr. Davis, it would be a heart-broken mother's duty to cast her off for ever. "I never could forgive you, Cara," she said, and she never did. Cara walked out of the Weymouth Street lodgings early one morning, before Lady Felicia had rung for her meagre breakfast of chocolate and toast. She carried her dressing-bag to the corner of the street where Davis was waiting in a hansom. Her trunk, with all that was most needful of her wardrobe, had been dispatched to the station overnight, labelled for the Continental Express. There was plenty of time to be married before the registrar, and to be at Victoria, ready for the train that was to carry them on the first stage of that wonderful journey which begins in the smoke and grime of South London and ends under the Italian sky. They went from the registrar's office straight to the Lake of Como, and lived between Bellagio and Venice for 4 years. Years of ineffable bliss, at the end of which sweet summer-time of love and life, for it seemed never winter, the girl-wife died, leaving her young husband heartbroken, with an only child, a daughter 3 years old, an incarnation of romantic love and romantic beauty. When he carried off Lady Felicia's daughter, the poet was at the top of his vogue, and his vogue lasted for just those 4 years of supreme happiness. Nothing that he wrote after his wife's death had the old passion or the old music. His genius died with his wife. Heartbroken and disappointed, he became a consumptive, and died of an open-air cure, leaving piteous letters to Lady Felicia and his wife's other relations, imploring them to take care of his daughter. She would have the copyright of his 5 volumes of verse and 2 successful tragedies for her portion. So she was not altogether without means. Lady Felicia's heart was not all stone. There was a vulnerable spot upon which the serpent's tooth had fastened. Obstinate, proud, and selfish, she had never faltered in her unforgiving attitude towards the runaway daughter. But when there came the sudden news of Cara's death, a blow for which the Spartan mother was utterly unprepared, an agony of remorse disturbed the self-satisfied calm of a mind which thought itself justified in resenting injury. Perhaps she had pictured to herself a day upon which Cara would have come back to her and sued for pardon, and she would have softened and taken the prodigal daughter to her heart. One of the girl's worst crimes had been that she had not knelt and wept and entreated to be forgiven before she took that desperate, immodest, and even vulgar step of a marriage before the registrar. She had shown herself heartless as a daughter, and how could she expect softness in her mother? But she was dead. She had passed beyond the possibility of pardon or love. That vague dream of reconciliation could never be realized. If there had been anything wrong in Lady Felicia's behaviour as a parent, that wrong could never be righted. Never more would she see the lovely face that was to have brought prosperity and happiness for them both. Never more would she hear the sweet voice which the fashionable Italian master had trained to such perfection. The French ballads and Jensen's setting of Heine came out of the caverns of memory as Lady Felicia sat, poor and lonely, in a lodging-house drawing-room on the borderland of West End London, the last possible street before W became NW. Ninon, que fais-tu de la vie? Memory brought back every tone of the fresh young voice. Lady Felicia could hardly believe that there was no one singing, that the room was empty of human life except her own fatigued existence. That last year of remorseful memories softened her, and she accepted the charge that Lancelot Davis left her. He lived just long enough in his bleak hospital on a Gloucestershire hilltop to read his mother-in-law's letter. Send the little girl to me. I will be kinder to her than I was to her mother. Society, and especially Cara's other relations, said that poor Felicia had been quite admirable in taking the sole charge of the orphan. There was no attempt to foist the little girl upon aunts and cousins, and considering poor Felicia's state of genteel pauperism, always in lodgings, her behaviour was worthy of all praise. The grandchild brought back the memory of the daughter's childhood, and Lady Felicia almost felt as if she was again a young widow, full of care for her only child. So far as her narrow means permitted, she made the little girl happy, and she found her own dreary existence brightened by that young life. That calm and monotonous existence with Granny was not the kind of life that childhood yearns for, and there were long stretches of time in which little Veronica had only her picture books and fancy needlework to amuse her, after the cheap morning governess had departed and the day's tasks were done. At least Granny did not torture the orphan with over-education. A little French, a little easy music, a little English history occupied the morning hours, and then Vera was free to read what books she liked to choose out of Granny's blameless and meagre library. Lady Felicia's nomadic life had not allowed the accumulation of literature, but the few books she carried about with her were of the best. Scott, Thackeray, Dickens, Byron. Her trunks had room only for the immortals, and as soon as Vera could read them, and long before she could understand them, those dear books were familiar to her. The pictures helped her to understand, and she was never tired of looking at them. Sometimes Granny would read Shakespeare to her, the ghostly scenes in Hamlet, which thrilled her, or passages and scenes from The Tempest or Midsummer Night's Dream, which Vera thought divine. She had no playfellows, and hardly knew how to play, but in her lonely life imagination filled the space that the frolics and gambols of exuberant spirits occupy in the life of the normal child. Those few great novels, which she read over and over again, peopled her world, a world of beautiful images that she had all to herself, and of which her fancy never wearied. Amy Robsart and Leicester, the Scottish knight, the generous Saracen, the heroic dog, Paul Dombey and his devoted sister, David Copperfield and his child wife. These were the companions of the long, silent afternoons when Granny was taking her siesta in seclusion upstairs, and when Vera had the drawing-room to herself. No visitors intruded on those long afternoons, for Lady Felicia's card gave the world to know that the 1st and 15th of May, June, and July were the only days on which she was accessible to the friends and acquaintances who had not utterly forgotten poor Felicia's existence. It was a life of monotony against which an older girl would have revolted. But childhood is submissive and accepts its environment as something inevitable, so Vera made no protest against fate. But there was one golden season in her young life, one heavenly summer holiday in the West Country, when her aunt, Lady Okehampton, happening to call upon Lady Felicia, was moved to compassion at sight of the little girl, pale and languid, as she sat in the corner of the unlovely drawing-room with an open book on her lap. "This hot weather makes London odious," said Lady Okehampton. "We are all leaving much earlier than usual. I suppose you and the little girl are soon going into the country?" "No, I shan't move till the end of October, when we go to Brighton as usual. I have had invitations to nice places, the Helstons, the Heron Moors, but I can't take that child, and I can't leave her." "Poor little girl, does she never see gardens and meadows?" "Brighton is only London with a little less smoke, and a strip of grey water that one takes on trust for the sea. Wouldn't you like a country holiday, Veronica?" "What a name!" "She is always called Vera. Her father was a poet." "Lancelot Davis. Yes, I remember him." "And he gave her that absurd name because the Italian hills were purple and white with the flower when she was born." "Rather a nice idea." "Well, Vera, if Granny likes, you shall come to Disbrowe with your cousins, and you shall have a real country holiday, and come back to Granny in September with rosy cheeks and bright eyes." Oh, never to be forgotten golden days, in which the child of 11 found herself among a flock of young cousins, in a rural paradise where she first knew the rapture of loving birds and beasts. She adored them all, from the gold and silver pheasants in the aviary to the great slow wagon horses on the home farm, and the shooting dogs. Among the children of the house, and more masterful in his behaviour than any of them, there was an Eton boy of 16, who was not a Disbrowe, although he claimed cousinship in a minor degree. He was a Disbrowe on the distaff side, he told Vera, a distinction which he had to explain to her. He was Claude Rutherford, and he belonged to the Yorkshire Rutherfords, who had been Roman Catholic from the beginning of history, with which they claimed to be coeval. He was in the upper sixth at Eton, and was going to Oxford in a year or two, and from Oxford into the army. He was a clever boy, old for his years, quoted Omar Khayyam in season and out of season, and was already tired of many things that boys are fond of. But superior as this young person might be, he behaved with something more than cousinly kindness to the little girl from London, whose pitiful story Lady Okehampton had expounded to him. He was familiar with the poetry of Lancelot Davis, whose lyrics had a flavour of Omar, and he was pleased to patronize the departed poet's daughter. He took Vera about the home farm and the stables, and introduced her to the assemblage of living creatures that made Disbrowe Park so enchanting. He taught her to ride the barb that had been his favourite mount 4 years earlier. He seemed ages older than Vera, and he condescended to her and protected her, and would not allow his cousins to tease her, although their vastly superior education tempted them to make fun of the little girl who had only 2 hours a day from a Miss Walker, and to whom the whole world of science was dark. What a change was that large life at Disbrowe, the picnics and excursions, the little dances after dinner, the run with the otter hounds on dewy mornings, the rustic races and sports, the thrilling jaunts with cousin Claude in his dinghy over those blue-green west country waves, a life so full of variety and delight that the pleasures of the day ran over into the dreams of night, and sleep was a round of adventure and excitement. What a change from the slow walk in Regent's Park, or along the sea front at Brighton beside Grannie's bath chair, or the afternoon drive between Hove and Kemptown in a hired landau. She thought of poor Grannie, who was not invited to Disbrowe, and was sorry to think of her lingering in the dull London lodging when all her friends had gone off to their cures in Germany and Austria, and while it was still too early to migrate to the brighter rooms on the Marine Parade. These happy days at Disbrowe were the first and last of their kind, for though Lady Okehampton promised to invite her the following year, there were hindrances to the keeping of that promise, and she saw Disbrowe Park no more. Life in London and Brighton continued with what the average girl would have called a ghastly monotony till Vera was 16, when Lady Felicia, after a bronchial attack of unusual severity, was told that Brighton was no longer good enough for her winters, and if she wished to see any more December, she must migrate to sunnier regions in the autumn. Cannes or Mentone were suggested. Grannie smiled a bitter smile at the mention of Cannes. She had stayed there with her husband at the beginning of their wedded life, when she was young and beautiful, and when Captain Cunningham was handsome and reckless. They had been among the gayest and the best received, and had tasted all that Cannes could give of pleasure, but they had spent a year's income in 5 weeks, and had felt themselves paupers among the millionaire shipbuilders and exotic Hebrews. Lady Felicia decided on San Marco, a picturesque little spot on the Italian Riviera, which had been only a fishing village till within the last 10 years, when an English doctor had discovered it, and 2 or 3 hotels had been built to accommodate the patients he sent there. The sea front was sheltered from every pernicious wind, and the sea was unpolluted by the drainage of a town. Peasant proprietors grew their carnations all along the shore, close to the sandy beach, and the olive woods that clothed the sheltering hill were carpeted with violets and narcissus. Lady Felicia described San Marco as a paradise, but her friends told her that there was absolutely no society, and that she would be bored to death. "You will meet nobody but invalids, dreadful people in Bath chairs," one of her rich friends told her, a purse-proud matron who owned a villa at Cannes, and considered no other place possible from Spezia to Marseilles. "I shall be in a Bath chair myself," replied Lady Felicia. "I want quiet and economy, and not society. At Vera's age it is best that there should be no talk of dances and high jinks." Mrs. Montague Watson smiled and shrugged her shoulders. "Girls have their own opinions about life nowadays," she said. "I don't think Theodora or Margaret would put up with San Marco, although they are still in the schoolroom. They want fine clothes and smart carriages to look at when they trudge with their governess. Vera is more unsophisticated than your girls. She will be quite happy reading Scott or Dickens in a garden by the sea. I mean to keep her as fresh as I can till I hand her over to one of her aunts to be brought out." "She is a sweet, dreamy child," said Mrs. Watson, who became deferential at the mere mention of countesses, "and I daresay she is going to be pretty." "I have no doubt about that," said Lady Felicia. They went to San Marco early in November, and found the hotel and the sea front the abode of desolation, so far as people went. The habitual invalids had not yet arrived, and the weather was at its worst. The four cosmopolitan shops that spread their trivial wares to tempt the English visitor, and which gave a touch of colour and gaiety to the poor little street, were not to open till December. There were only the shabby little butcher, baker, and grocer, who supplied the wants of the natives. Vera delighted in the scenery, but she found a sense of dulness creeping over her in the midst of all that loveliness of mountain and shore. Everything seemed deadly still, a calm that weighed upon the spirits. Her grandmother had caught cold on the journey, and the English doctor had to be summoned in the morning after their arrival. He was their first acquaintance in San Marco, and was the most popular inhabitant in that quiet settlement. Old ladies talked of him as chatty and so obliging, but objected to him on the ground of too frequent visits, which made it perilous to call him in for any small ailment, whereby he was sometimes called in too late for an illness which was graver than the patient suspected. Dr. Wilmot was essentially a snob, but the amiable kind of snob, fussy, obliging, benevolent, and with a childlike worship of rank for its own sake. He was delighted to find a Lady Felicia at the Hôtel des Anglais, where even a courtesy title was rare, and where for the most part a city knight's widow took the pas of all the other inmates. Dr. Wilmot told Lady Felicia that she had chosen the very best spot on the Riviera for her bronchial trouble, and that the longer she stayed at San Marco the better she would like the place. The bronchial trouble was mitigated, but not conquered, and from this time Lady Felicia claimed all the indulgences of a confirmed invalid, while Vera's position became that of an assistant nurse, subordinate always to Granny's devoted maid, a sturdy north country woman of 48, who had been in Lady Felicia's service from her 18th year, and who could talk to Vera of her mother as she remembered her in those long ago days before the runaway marriage which was supposed to have broken Granny's heart. Vera had no idea of shirking the duties imposed upon her. She walked to the market to buy flowers for Lady Felicia's sitting room, and she cut and snipped them and petted them to keep them alive for a week. She dusted the books and photographs and the priceless morsels of Chelsea and Dresden china which Granny carried about with her, and which gave a cachet to the shabby second-floor salon. She went on all Granny's errands. She walked beside her bath-chair, and read her to sleep in the drowsy, windless afternoons, when the casements were wide open and the sea looked like a stagnant pond. It was a dismal life for a girl on the edge of womanhood, a girl who had little to look back upon and nothing to look forward to. It seemed to Vera sometimes as if she had never lived, and as if she were never going to live. Granny talked of the same things day after day. Indeed, her conversation suggested a talking machine, for one always knew what was coming. The talk was, for the most part, a long lament over all the things that had gone amiss in Granny's life. The follies and mistakes of other people, father, uncles, and aunts, husband, daughter, the wrong-headedness and self-will of others that had meant shipwreck for Granny. Vera listened meekly, and could not say much in excuse for the sins of these dead people, of whose lives and characters she knew only what Granny had told her. For her mother she did plead, at the risk of offending Granny. She knew the history of the girl's love for her poet-lover, for she had it all in her father's exquisite verse, a story poem in which every phase of that romantic love lived in colour and light. Vera could feel the young hearts beating as she hung over pages that were to her as sacred as Holy Writ. Granny's bronchitis and Granny's memories of past wrongs did not make for a cheerfulness, and even the loveliness of that Italian shore in the celestial light of an Italian spring was not enough for the joy of life. There is a profound melancholy that comes down upon the soul in the monotony of a beautiful scene where there is nothing besides that scenic beauty, a monotony that weighs heavier than ugliness. A dull street in Bloomsbury would have been hardly more oppressive than the afternoon stillness of San Marco, when Granny had fallen asleep in her nest of silken cushions, and Vera had her one little walk alone, up and down, the poor scrap of promenade with its scanty row of palms, tall and straggling, crowned with a spare tuft of leaves and a bunch of dates that never came to maturity. Companionless and hopeless, Vera paced the promenade and looked over the tideless sea. The only changes in the days were the alternations of Granny's health, the days when she was better and the days when she was worse, and when Dr. Wilmot came twice, dreary days on which Vera had to go down to the table d'hôte alone, and to run the gauntlet of all the other visitors who surrounded her in the hall, obtrusively sympathetic and wanting to know the fullest particulars of Lady Felicia's bronchial trouble, and what Dr. Wilmot thought of it. They told her it must be very dull for her to be always with an invalid, and they tried to lure her into the public drawing-room, where she might join in a round game, or even make a fourth at bridge, or if there were a conjurer that evening, the elderly widows and spinsters almost insisted upon her stopping to see the performance. "No, thank you, I mustn't stay. Granny wants me," she would answer quietly, and after she had run upstairs there would be a chorus of disapproval of Lady Felicia's want of consideration in depriving the sweet child of every little pleasure within her reach. Vera had no yearning for the gaieties of the hotel drawing-room, or the conjurer's entertainment, but she had a feeling of hopeless loneliness, which even her favourite books could not overcome. If she had been free to roam about the olive woods, to climb the hills, and get nearer the blue sky, she might have been almost happy, but Granny was exacting, and Vera had never more than an hour's freedom at a time. The hills and the rustic shrines that shone dazzling white against the soft blue heaven were impossible for her. Exploration or adventure was out of the question. She might sit in the garden, where the pepper trees and palms were dust-laden and shabby, or she might pace the promenade, where Granny and Martha Lidcott, Granny's maid, could see her from the salon windows on the second floor. On the promenade she was safe, and needed no chaperon. The hardiest and most audacious of prowling cads would not have dared to follow or address her under the glare of all those hotel windows, and within sound of shrill female voices and flying tennis balls. On the promenade she had all the hotel for her chaperon. Grannie asked her the same questions every evening when she came in to dress for the 7 o'clock dinner. Had she enjoyed her walk, and was it not a delicious evening? And then Grannie would tell her what a privilege it was to be young and able to walk instead of being a helpless invalid in a Bath chair. Vera wondered sometimes whether the privilege of youth, with the long blank vista of years lying in front of it, were an unmixed blessing. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2, Part 1 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2, Part 1. It was the middle of February, and all the little gardens that lay like a fringe along the edge of the olive woods had become one vivid pink with peach blossoms, while the dull grey earth under the peach trees was spread with the purple and red of anemones. San Marco was looking its loveliest, blue sea and blue sky, cypresses rising up like dark green obelisks among the grey olives, and even the hotel garden was made beautiful by roses that hung in garlands from tree to tree, and daffodils that made a golden belt round the dusty grass. Vera went to the dining-room alone at the luncheon hour on this heavenly morning, a loneliness to which she was now accustomed, as Grannie's delicate and scanty meal was now served to her habitually in her salon. Fortified by Dr. Wilmot, who was an authority at the Anglais, Lady Felicia had interviewed the landlord, and had insisted upon this amenity without extra charge. The hotel seemed in a strange commotion as Vera went downstairs. Chambermaids with brooms and dusters were running up and down the corridor on the first floor. Doors that were usually shut were all wide open to the soft spring breezes. Furniture was being carried from one room to another, and other furniture that looked new was being brought upstairs from the hall. Carpets and curtains were being shaken in the garden at the back of the hotel, and dust was being blown in through the open window on the landing. Vera wondered, but had not to wonder long, for at the luncheon table everybody was talking about the upheaval and its cause, and a torrent of rambling chatter, in which widows and spinsters were almost shrill with excitement, gradually resolved itself into these plain facts. An Italian financier, Signor Mario Provana, the richest man in Rome, and one of the richest men in London, which of course meant a great deal more, was bringing his daughter to the hotel, a daughter in delicate health, sent by her doctors to the most eligible spot along the western Ligura. The poor dear girl was in a very bad way, the old ladies told each other, threatened with consumption. She had 2 nurses besides her governess and maid, and the whole of the first floor had been taken by Signor Provana, to the annoyance of Lady Sutherland Jones, quite the most important inmate of the hotel, who had been made to exchange her first-floor bedroom for an apartment on the second floor, which Signor Canincio, the landlord, declared to be superior in every particular, as well as 1 lira less per diem. "I should have thought your husband would have hesitated before putting one of his best customers to inconvenience for a party who drops from the skies and may never come here again," Lady Jones complained to the landlord's English wife, who was, if anything, more plausible than her Italian husband. The Holloway builder's widow was uncertain in her aspirates, more especially when discomposed by a sense of injury. Madame Canincio pleaded that they could not afford to turn away good fortune in the person of a Roman millionaire, who took a whole floor and would have all his meals served in his private salle à manger, the extra charge for which indulgence would come to almost as much as her ladyship's arrangement. For Lady Sutherland Jones, albeit supposed to be wealthy, was not liberal. Her late husband had been knighted after the opening by a royal princess of a vast pile of workmen's dwellings, paid for by an American philanthropist, and neither husband nor wife had achieved that shibboleth of gentility, the letter H. Vera heard all about Signor Provana and his daughter next morning from Dr. Wilmot, who was more elated at the letting of the first floor to that great man than she had ever seen him by any other circumstance in the quiet life of San Marco. "I consider the place made from this hour," said the doctor, rubbing his well-shaped white hands in a prophetic rapture. "There will be paragraphs in all the Roman papers, and it will be my business to see that they get into the New York Herald. We must boom our pretty little San Marco, my dear Lady Felicia. Your coming here was good luck, for we want our English aristocracy to take us up, but all over the world Mario Provana is a name to conjure with, and if his daughter can recover her health here, we shall make San Marco as big as San Remo before we are many years older. It was my wife's delicate chest that brought me here, and I have been rewarded by the beauty of the place, and I think I may venture to say the influential position that I have obtained here." He might have added that his villa and garden cost him about half the rent he would have had to pay in San Remo or Mentone, while a clever manager like Mrs. Wilmot could make a superior figure in San Marco on economical terms. "How old is the girl?" Lady Felicia asked languidly. "Between 15 and 16, I believe. She will be a nice companion for Miss Davis." "I do so hope we may be friends," Vera said eagerly. In a hotel where almost everybody was elderly, the idea of a girl friend was delightful. Lady Felicia, who had been very severe in her warnings against hotel acquaintance, answered blandly, though with a touch of condescension. "If the girl is really nice, and has been well brought up, I should see no objections to Vera's knowing her." "Thank you, Grannie," cried Vera. "She is sure to be nice." "Signor Provana's daughter cannot fail to be nice," protested the doctor. Lady Felicia was dubious. "An Italian," she said. "She may be precocious, artful, of doubtful morality." "Signor Provana's daughter? Impossible." Nothing happened to stir the stagnant pool of life at San Marco during the next day and the day after that. Vera asked Madame Canincio when Signor Provana and his daughter were expected, but could obtain no precise information. The rooms were ready. Madame Canincio showed Vera the salon, which she had seen in its spacious emptiness, with the shabby hotel furniture, but to which Signor Provana's additions had given an air of splendour. Sofas and easy chairs had been sent from Genoa, velvet curtains and portières, bronze lamps and silver candlesticks, Persian carpets, everything that makes for comfort and luxury, and the bedroom for the young lady had been even more carefully prepared, but beside her own graceful pillared bedstead, with its lace mosquito curtains, was the narrow bed for the night nurse, which gave its sad indication of illness. The flowers were ready in the vases, filling the salon with perfume. "I believe they will be here before sunset," Madame Canincio told Vera. "We are waiting for a telegram to order dinner. The chef is in an agony of anxiety. First impressions go for so much, and no doubt Signor Provana is a gourmet." Vera heard no more that day, but the maid who brought the early breakfast told her that the great man and his daughter had arrived at 5 o'clock on the previous afternoon. Vera went through the flower market in a fever of expectation, bought her cheap supply of red and purple anemones, her poor little bunch of Parma violets and branches of mimosa, thinking of the luxury of tuberoses and camellias in the Provana salon, but she thought much more of the sick girl and the father's love, exemplified in all that forethought and preparation. For youth and vigorous health there is always a melancholy interest in youth that is doomed to die, and Vera's heart ached with sympathy for the consumptive girl, for whom a father's wealth might do everything except spin out the weak thread of life. She heard voices in the hotel garden as she went up the sloping carriage drive with her flower basket on her arm, and at a bend in the avenue of pepper trees and palms she stopped with a start, surprised at the gaiety of the scene, which made the shabby hotel garden seem a new place. The dusty expanse of scanty grass, which passed for a lawn where nothing gayer than aloes and orange trees had flourished, was now alive with colour. A girl in a smart white cloth frock and a large white hat was sitting in a blue and gold wicker chair, a girl all brightness and vitality, as it seemed to Vera, where she had expected to see a languid invalid reclining among a heap of pillows, a wasted hand drooping inertly, too feeble to hold a book. This girl's aspect was of life, not of sickness and coming death. Her eyes were darkest brown, large and brilliant, with long black lashes that intensified their darkness, intensified also by the marked contrast of hair that was almost flaxen, parted on her forehead and hanging in a single thick plait that fell below her waist and was tied with a blue ribbon. 3 spaniels, 1 King Charles, and 2 Blenheims jumped and barked about her chair and increased the colour and gaiety of her surroundings by their frivolous decorations of silver bells and blue ribbons, and, as if this were not enough of colour, gaudy draperies of Italian printed cotton were flung upon the unoccupied chairs and covered a wicker table, while, as the highest note in this scale of colour, a superb crimson and green cockatoo, with a tail of majestic length, screamed and fluttered on his perch, and responded not too amiably to the attentions of Dr. Wilmot, who was trying to scratch himself into the bird's favour. The doctor desisted from his pretty pollyings on perceiving Vera. "Ah, Miss Davis, that's lucky. Do stop a minute with Granny's flowers. I want to introduce you to Mademoiselle di Provana." The D was the embellishment of Dr. Wilmot, who could not imagine wealth and importance without nobility, but the financier called himself Provana tout court. Vera murmured something about being charmed, put down her basket on the nearest chair, and went eagerly towards the fair girl with the dark, lustrous eyes, who held out a dazzling white hand, smiling delightedly. "I am so glad to find you here, Dr. Wilmot." She stumbled a little over the name, otherwise her English was almost perfect. "Dr. Wilmot told me you were English, and about my own age, and that we ought to be good friends. I am so glad you are English. I have talked much English with my governess, but I want a companion of my own age. I have had no girl friend since I left the convent 3 year ago. Dr. Wilmot tell me your father was a poet. That is lovely, lovely. My father is a great man, but he is not a poet, though he loves Dante. My little girl is an enthusiast and something of a dreamer," said a deep, grave voice, and a large, tall figure came into view suddenly from behind a 4-leaved Japanese screen that had been placed at the back of the invalid's chair to guard her from an occasional breath of cold wind that testified to the fact that, although all things had the glory of June, the month was February. Vera was startled by a voice which seemed different from any other voice she had ever heard, so grave, so deep, with such a tone of solemn music. And yet voice and enunciation were quite natural. There was nothing to suggest pose or affectation. The speaker stood by his daughter's chair, an almost alarming figure in that garden of ragged pepper trees, shabby palms, and sunshine, the sun dominating the picture. He was considerably over 6 feet, with broad shoulders, long arms, and large hands, very plainly clothed in his iron grey tweed suit, which almost matched his iron grey hair. He was not handsome, though he had a commanding brow, and his head was splendidly poised on those splendid shoulders. Vera told herself that he was not aristocratic. Indeed, she feared that there was something almost plebeian in his appearance that might offend Grannie, who, having had to do without money, was a fierce stickler for race. While Vera was thinking about him, Signor Provana was talking to his daughter, and the voice that had so impressed her at the first hearing became infinitely beautiful as it softened with infinite love. What must it be to a girl to be loved so fondly by that great, strong man? Vera had known no such love since her poet father's death. She took up her basket of flowers and then lingered shyly, not knowing whether she ought to go at once or stay and make conversation. But Giulia settled the question. "Oh, please don't run away," she said. "Don't go without making friends with my family. Let me introduce Miss Thompson," indicating a comfortable, light-haired person sitting near her, absorbed in Sudermann's last novel. "And look at my 3 spaniels, Jane Seymour, Anne Boleyn, and Catherine Parr. I call them after your wicked King Henry's wives. I hope you revel in history. It is my favourite study." She stooped to pat the spaniels, who all wanted to clamber on her knees at once. Even under the full cloth skirt and silk petticoat Vera could not help seeing that the knees were sharp and bony. By this time she had discovered the too slender form under the pretty white frock, and the hectic bloom on the oval cheek. She knew the meaning of that settled melancholy in Signor Provana's dark grey eyes, eyes that seemed made rather for command than for softness. She caressed the sparkling black and tan Anne Boleyn, and stroked the long silken ears of the Blenheims, Jane and Catherine, and allowed them to jump on her lap and explore her face with their affectionate tongues. Jane Seymour was the favourite, Giulia told her, the dearest dear, a most sensible person and sensitive to a fault. Vera admired the cockatoo, and answered all Giulia's questions about San Marco and the drives to old mountain towns and villages, old watch towers and old churches, drives which Vera knew only from the talk of the widows and spinsters who had urged her to persuade Grannie to hire a carriage and take her to see all the interesting things to be seen in an afternoon's drive. "Grannie is not strong enough for long drives," Vera had told them. They smiled significantly at each other when she had gone. "Poor child, I'm afraid it's Grannie's purse that isn't strong enough," said the leading light in the little community. "I believe they're reg'lar church mice for poverty, in spite of the airs my lady gives herself," said Lady Jones. "If it was me, and money was an objec', I wouldn't pretend to be exclusive, and waste 10 lire a day on a salon. I don't mind poverty, and I don't mind pride, but pride and poverty together is more than I can stand." The other ladies agreed. Pride was a vice that could only be allowed where there was wealth to sustain it. Only one timid spinster objected. "Lady Felicia was a Disbrowe," she said meekly, "and the Disbrowes are one of the oldest families in England." Vera had to promise to take tea with the Signorina at 5 o'clock that afternoon before Giulia would let her go. "I'm not allowed to put my nose out of doors after tea," Giulia said, not in a complaining tone, but with light laughter. "People are so absurd about me, especially this person," putting her hand in her father's and smiling up at him, "just because of my winter cough, as if almost everybody has not a winter cough. Promise. Arrivederci, cara Signorina." Vera promised, and this time she was allowed to go. Mario Provana went with her and carried her basket. He did not say a word till they had passed beyond the belt of pepper trees that screened the lawn, and then he began to walk very slowly, and looked earnestly at Vera. "I know you are going to be kind to my girl," he said, and his low, grave voice sounded mournful as a funeral bell. "Dr. Wilmot has told me of your devotion to your grandmother, and how sweet and sympathetic you are. You can see how the case stands. You can see by how frail a thread I hold the creature who is dearer to me than all this world besides." "Oh, but I hope the Signorina will gain health and strength at San Marco," Vera answered earnestly. "She does not look like an invalid, and she is so bright and gay." She has never known sorrow. She is never to know sorrow. She is to be happy till her last breath. That is my business in life. Sorrow is never to touch her. But I do not deceive myself. I have never cheated myself with a moment of hope since I saw death's seal upon her forehead. In my dreams, sometimes I have seen her saved, but in my waking hours, never. As I have watched her passing stage by stage through the phases of a mortal illness, I watched her mother 10 years ago through the same stages of the same disease. Doctors said, take her to this place or to that, to Sicily, to Tyrol, to the Engadine, to India, to the Transvaal. For 4 years I was a wanderer upon this earth, a wanderer without hope then, as I am a wanderer without hope now. I have business interests that I dare not utterly neglect, because they involve the fortunes of other people. I brought my daughter here, because I am within easy reach of Rome. I ought to be in London." He had walked with Vera beyond the door of the hotel. He stopped suddenly and apologized. "I would not have saddened you by talking of my grief if I did not know that you are full of sympathy for my sweet girl. I want you to understand her, and to be kind to her, and above all to give no indication of fear or regret. You expected to find a self-conscious invalid, hopeless and helpless, with the shadow of death brooding over her, and you find a light-hearted girl, able to enjoy all that is lovely in a world where she looks forward to a long and happy life. That gaiety of heart, that high courage and unshaken hope, are symptomatic of the fatal malady which killed my wife, and which is killing her daughter." "But is there really, really no hope of saving her?" cried Vera, with her eyes full of tears. "There is none. All that science can do, all that the beauty of the world can do, has been done. I can do nothing but love her and keep her happy. Help me to do that, Miss Davis, and you will have the heartfelt gratitude of a man to whom fate has been cruel." "My heart went out to your daughter the moment I saw her," Vera said, with a sob. "I was interested in her beforehand, from what Dr. Wilmot told us, but she is so amiable, so beautiful. One look made me love her. I will do all I can, all, but it is so little." "No, it is a great deal. Your youth, your sweetness make you the companion she longs for. She has friends of her own age in Rome, but they are girls just entering society, self-absorbed, frivolous, caring for nothing but gaiety. I doubt if they have ever added to her happiness. She wanted an English friend, and if you will be that friend, she will give you love for love. Forgive me for detaining you so long. I will call upon Lady Felicia this afternoon, if she will allow me. Or perhaps I had better wait until she has been so good as to call upon my daughter. I know that English ladies are particular about details." Vera dared not say that Grannie was not particular, since she had heard her discuss some trivial lapse of etiquette involving depreciation of her own dignity for the space of an afternoon. Clever girls who live with grandmothers have to bear these things. Signor Provana carried her basket upstairs for her, and only left her on the second-floor landing with a thoroughly British shake hands. He was the most English foreigner Vera had ever met. She had to give Grannie a minute account of all that had happened, and Grannie was particularly amiable and warmly interested in Miss Provana's charm, and Mr. Provana's pathetic affection for his consumptive daughter. "They are evidently nobodies from a social point of view," Lady Felicia remarked, with the pride of a long line of Disbrowes in the turn of her head towards the open window, as if dismissing a subject too unimportant for her consideration. "But I daresay the man's wealth gives him a kind of position in Rome, and even in London." Vera told her that Signor Provana wished to call upon her, but would not venture to do so till she had been so kind as to call upon his daughter. This was soothing. "I see he has not lived in London for nothing," she said. "I will call on Miss Provana this afternoon. You must help to dress me. Lidcott has no taste." On this Vera was bold enough to say she had accepted an invitation to take tea with the invalid, without waiting to consult Grannie. "You did quite right. great indulgence must be given to a sick child. In that case I will defer my visit till tea time, and we will go together. I want to be friendly rather than ceremonious." Vera was delighted to find Grannie unusually accommodating, and that none of those unreasonable objections and unforeseen scruples to which Grannie was subject were to interfere with her pleasure in Giulia's society. Pleasure? Must it not be pleasure too closely allied with pain, now that she knew the girl she was so ready to love had the fatal sign of early death upon her beauty? But at Vera's age it is natural to hope, even in the face of doom. She may improve in this place. Her health may take a sudden turn for the better. God may spare her, after all, for the poor father's sake. At least I know what I have to do, to try with all my might to make her happy. A footman in a sober but handsome livery was hovering in the corridor when Lady Felicia arrived, supported by Vera's arm, and by a cane with a long tortoise-shell crook like the Baroness Bernstein's, an amount of support which was rather a matter of state than of necessity. Lady Felicia had put on her favourite velvet gown and point-lace collar for the occasion. She had always 2 or 3 velvet gowns in her wardrobe, and declared that Genoa velvet was the only wear for high-bred Chapter 2, Part 2 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 2, Part 2. The footman flung open the tall door of Signor Canincio's best salon, and announced the ladies. The Provana salon was startling in its afternoon glory. The 3 long windows were open to the sunshine, which in most people's rooms would have been excluded at this hour. The balcony was full of choice flowers in turquoise and celadon vases from Vallauris, the luxury of satin pillows, overflowing sofas and armchairs, the Dresden cups and saucers, and silver urn and tea tray, the 3 dogs running about with their ribbons and bells, the gaudy cockatoo screaming on his perch, Giulia's blue silk tea gown, and Miss Thompson's mauve cashmere, all lighted to splendour by the glory of the western sky, made a confusion of colour that almost blinded Lady Felicia. Provana received her with grave courtesy, and led her to his daughter's sofa. She bent over Giulia with an affectionate greeting, and then, sinking into the arm-chair to which Provana led her, begged somewhat piteously that the sunshine might be moderated a little, a request that Provana hastened to obey, closing the heavy Venetian shutters with his own hands. "Giulia and I are too fond of our sun bath," he said, "and we are apt to forget that everybody does not like being dazzled. I came to San Marco for the sun, and it is seldom that I get enough, but your salon is just a little dazzling." "And your dogs are more than a little intrusive," Lady Felicia would have liked to add, the spaniels having taken a fancy to her tortoise-shell cane and velvet skirt. One had jumped upon her lap, and the other 2 were disputing possession of her cane. Serviceable Miss Thompson was quick to the rescue, carried off the dogs, and restored the cane to its place by the visitor's chair, while Provana brought an olive wood table to Lady Felicia's elbow, and stood ready to bring her teacup. "I hope you are pleased with San Marco," said Grannie, not soaring above the normal conversation in the hotel. "We think it quite delightful so far," Provana replied, and Vera noticed that he never expressed an opinion without including his daughter. It was always "we," or "Giulia and I," and there was generally a glance in Giulia's direction which emphasised the reference to her. "I love, love, love the place already," cried Giulia, who had beckoned Vera to her sofa and was holding her hand, "most of all because I have found this sweet friend here. You will let us be friends, won't you, cara Granny?" "Carissima mia," murmured her father reprovingly. "Please don't let us be ceremonious in this desert island of a place," said Lady Felicia, with a graciousness that was new to Vera. "I like to be called Granny, and I can be Granny to the Signorina as well as to this girl of my own flesh and blood. You can hardly doubt, Signor Provana, that it is pleasant for me to find that my poor Vera has now a sweet girl friend in this hotel, where we have lived 3 months and hardly made an acquaintance, much less a friend." "But it has been your own fault, Granny," interposed Vera, who was essentially truthful. "People really tried to be kind to us when we were strangers." "If you mean that some of the people were odiously pushing and officious, I cannot contradict you," replied the descendant of the Disbrowes, with ineffable scorn. But Granny was not scornful in her demeanour towards the Roman financier. To him and to Giulia she was Granny in her most urbane and sympathetic mood. She was charmed to find him so much of an Englishman. "My mother was English to the core of her heart. She was the daughter of a colonial merchant, whose offices were in Mincing Lane and his home in Lavender Sweep. I am told there is no such thing as Lavender Sweep now," Provana went on regretfully, "but when I was a boy my grandfather's garden was in the country, and there were gardens all about it." "And fields of lavender," said Giulia. "Oh, do say that there were fields of lavender." No, the lavender fields had gone far away into Kent. Only the name was left, and now there are streets of shabby houses and shops, and not a vestige of garden. Encouraged by Lady Felicia's urbanity, Signor Provana went on to tell her that he was plebeian on both sides, and that all there was of nobility about him belonged to Giulia. "My wife came of one of the noblest families in Italy," he said, "and when we want to tease Giulia we call her Contessina, a title to which she has a right, but which always makes her angry." "I don't want to be better than my father," Giulia cried eagerly. "If he is not a noble, he comes of a line of good and gifted men. My grandfather's name is revered in Rome, and his charitable works remain behind him, to show that if he was one of the cleverest Roman citizens, he had a heart as fine as his brain. That is the noblest kind of nobility. Non è vero, Granny?" Granny smiled assent, and entertained a poor opinion of Giulia's intellect. A shallow creature, spoilt by overmuch indulgence, and inclined to presume. The two girls were sitting in the sun by an open window a long way off. They had their own table, and Miss Thompson waited upon them with assiduity. Granny had been warned that there was to be no doleful talk, no thinly disguised pity for the consumptive girl. All was to be as bright as the room full of flowers and the untempered sunshine. Provana told Lady Felicia that he had ordered a landau from Genoa, which had arrived that afternoon. "The horses are strong and used to hill work, and there is an extra pair for difficult roads," he said. "Giulia and I mean to see everything interesting that can be seen between breakfast and sundown. Of course we must be indoors before sunset. Everybody must in this treacherous climate. I hope Miss Davis may be allowed to go with us sometimes, indeed often." "Always, padre mio, always," cried Giulia from her distant sofa. She had begun to listen when her father talked of the carriage. "Vera is to come with us always. You will let her come, won't you, cara Granny?" "Please don't ask her," Vera said dutifully. "That would be deserting Grannie. She likes me to read to her in the afternoon." "She shall enjoy your hospitality now and then, Signorina, and I will do without my afternoon novel." "But you would soon tire of her if she were with you often." "Tire of her? Impossible. Why, I don't even tire of Miss Thompson," Giulia said naively. "Please let Miss Davis come with us whenever you can spare her," Provana said, when he took leave of Lady Felicia at the foot of the stairs leading to her upper floor. "You see how charmed my daughter is at having found an English friend, and I think you must understand how anxious I am to make her happy." Lady Felicia was all sympathy, and placed her granddaughter at the Signorina's disposal. If this man was of plebeian origin, he had a certain personal dignity that impressed her, nor was she unaffected by his importance in that mysterious world of which she knew so little, the world of boundless wealth. When she arrived, somewhat breathless, in the shabby second floor salon, she sank into her chair with an impatient movement, and breathed a fretful sigh. "Think of this great coarse man, with his balcony of flowers and 4 horses to his landau," she exclaimed disdainfully. "These Provanas absolutely exude gold." "Oh, Grannie, he is not the least bit purse proud or vulgar," Vera protested. "You must see that he has only one desire in life, to make his daughter happy, and to prolong her life. I hope God will be good to that poor father, and spare that sweet girl." "The girl is nice enough, and they will make this place pleasant for you. Extra horses for the hills, and I have not been able to afford a 1-horse fly." "It is hard for you, Grannie dear, but we have been quite comfortable, and you have been better than you were at Brighton last year." "Yes, I have been better, but it is the same story everywhere, the same pinching and watching lest the end of the quarter should find me penniless." Lady Felicia resented narrow means as a personal affront from Providence. Signor Provana lost no time in returning Grannie's visit. He appeared at 3 o'clock on the following day, bringing his daughter and a basket of flowers that had arrived that morning from Genoa, the resources of San Marco not going beyond carnations, roses, and anemones. "I fear you must have found the stairs rather tiring," Lady Felicia said, when she had welcomed Giulia. "Not a bit. I rather like stairs. You see, I came in my carriage," and it was explained that Giulia had an invalid chair, in which her father and the footman carried her up and down stairs. "Of course I could walk up and down just like other people," Giulia said lightly, "but this foolish father of mine won't let me. I feel as if I were the Princess Badroulbadour coming from the bath in her palanquin, only there is no Aladdin to fall in love with me." "Aladdin will come in good time," said Lady Felicia. "I don't want him. I want no one but papa. When I was 3 years old I used to think I should marry papa as soon as I grew up, and now I know I can't. It makes no difference. I don't want anybody else." An engagement was made for the next day. They were to start at 11 o'clock for the Roman amphitheatre near Ventimiglia, looking at the old churches and palm groves of Bordighera on their way. It would be a long drive, but there were no alarming hills. Lady Felicia was invited, but was far too much an invalid to accept. There was no making a secret of Grannie's bad health. Her bronchial trouble was the staple of her conversation. And now a new life began for Vera, a life that would have been all joy but for the shadow that went with them everywhere, like a cloud that follows the traveller through a smiling sky, that shadow of doom which the victim saw not, but which those who loved her could not forget. The shadow made a bond of sympathy between Mario Provana and Vera. The consciousness of that sad secret never left them, and many confidential words and looks drew them closer together in the course of those long days in lovely places. where Giulia was always the gayest of the little party, and eager in her enjoyment of everything that was beautiful or interesting, from a group of peasant children with whom she stopped to talk, to the remains of a Roman citadel that took her fancy back to the Caesars. The chief care of father, governess, and friend was to prevent her doing too much. Nothing in her own consciousness warned her how soon languor and fatigue followed on exertion and excitement. Miss Thompson was always ready with a supporting arm, always tactful in cutting short any little bit of exploration that might tire her charge. She was one of those admirable women who seem born to teach and cherish fragile girlhood. People almost thought she must have been born middle-aged. It was unthinkable that she herself had been young, and had required to be taught and cared for. She was highly accomplished, and the things she knew were known so thoroughly that one might suppose all those dates and dry historical details had been born with her, ready pigeon-holed in her brain. Signor Provana treated her with unvarying respect, and always referred any doubtful question in history or science to Miss Thompson. But her most valuable gift was a disposition of unvarying placidity. Nobody had ever seen Lucy Thompson out of temper. The most irritating of pupils had never been able to put her in a passion. She stood on one side, as it were, while a minx misbehaved herself. Her aloofness was her only reproof, and one that was almost always efficacious. While Giulia Provana, that placid temper had never been put to the proof. Giulia had a sweet nature, was quick to learn, and had a yearning for knowledge that was pathetic when one thought how brief must be her use for earthly wisdom. And what was better, she loved her governess. Miss Thompson had a pleasant time in Signor Provana's household, moving from one lovely scene to another, or in Rome, sharing all the pleasures that the most enchanting of cities could afford. Plays, operas, concerts, races, afternoon parties in noble houses. From the day his daughter's health began to fail, and the appearance of lung trouble made the future full of fear, Signor Provana made up his mind that her life should never be the common lot of invalids. However few the years she had to live, however inevitable that she was to die in early youth, the years that were hers should not be treated as a long illness. The horrible monotony of sick rooms should never be hers. It should be the business of everybody about her to keep the dark secret of decay. Her trained nurses were not to be called nurses, but maids, and were to wear no hospital uniform. Everything about her was to be gay and fair to look upon, a luxury of colour and light, and she was to enjoy every amusement that was possible for her without actual risk. Into that brief life all the best things that earth can give were to be crowded. She was to know the cleverest and most agreeable people. She was to read the best books, to hear the most exquisite music, to see the finest pictures, the most gifted actors. Nothing famous or beautiful was to be kept from her. From the first note of warning this had been Giulia's education, and Miss Thompson's chief duty had been to read the best books of the best writers to an intelligent and sympathetic pupil. There had been no dull lessons, no long exercises in the grammar of various tongues. Giulia's education after her 15th birthday had been literature, in the best sense of that sometimes ill-used word. Signor Provana's system had been so far successful that his daughter had lived much longer than the specialists had expected, and her girlhood had been utterly happy. But the shadow was always in the background of their lives, and wherever he went with his idolized child there was always the fear that he might leave her among the flowers and the palm groves that filled her with joyous surprise on their arrival, and go back to his workaday life lonely and desolate. Vera was astonished at the things Giulia knew, and was sorely ashamed of her own ignorance. For the first time in her life she had come into close association with cultivated minds, with people whose conversation, though without pedantry, was full of allusions to books that she had never read, and knowledge that she had never heard of. To know Giulia and her governess was a liberal education, and Vera showed a quickness in absorbing knowledge that interested her new friends, and made them eager to help her. The world of poetry lay open and untrodden before this daughter of a poet. The idea of her friend's parentage fascinated Giulia. "Does she not look like a poet's daughter?" she asked her father, and Provana assented with smiling interest. "All Giulia's geese are swans," he said, "but I believe she has found a real swan this time." Vera's shyness wore off after 2 or 3 excursions in that ideal springtime. The weather had been exceptionally mild this season, and there had been no unkind skies or cruel mistral to gainsay Dr. Wilmot's praise of San Marco. It might almost seem as if Provana had been able to buy sunshine as well as other luxuries. Day after day the friendly little company of 4 set out upon some new excursion to spots whose very name seemed a poem, to Santa Croce, to Dolce Aqua, to Filamarina, to Cola, the little white town among the mountains, where there were a church and a picture gallery, or by the Roman road to the Tower of Mostaccini, on a high plateau crowned with fir trees, with its view over sea and shore, valley and wood, and far off horizon, a place for a picnic luncheon and an afternoon of delicious idleness. To Vera such days were unspeakably sweet. Could it be strange that she loved the girl who had begun by loving her, and who was her first girl friend? If she was not so impulsive as Giulia, she was as sensitive and as sympathetic, and Giulia's sad history had interested her before they met. As friendship ripened in the familiarity of daily companionship, her interest in Giulia's father grew stronger day by day. His devotion to his daughter was the most beautiful thing she had ever known. He was the first man with whom she had ever lived in easy intimacy, for the uncles by blood or by marriage in whose houses she had been a visitor had always held her at arm's length, and her shyness had been increased by their coldness. The only creature of that superior sex with whom she had ever been at her ease was her young cousin, Claude Rutherford. He had been kind to her, and with him she had been happy, but that friendship was of a long time ago. Ages and ages, it seemed to her, when she conjured up a vision of delicious days in the park, hair-breadth escapes in Claude's dinghy, and thrilling rides on his Arabian pony. Vera noticed that Signor Provana did not often join in the animated conversation which Giulia and her governess kept up untiringly during their morning drives. He was silent for the most part, and always meditative. His dark grey eyes seemed to be seeing things that were far away. "You see papa sitting opposite us, cara," said Giulia, "but you must not think he is really with us. He is in London or in Paris, negotiating a loan that may mean war. He has to provide the sinews of war sometimes, and I tell him he is responsible for the lives of men. His thoughts are 1,000 miles away, and he doesn't hear a word of our foolish talk. Non è vero, padre?" He looked at her with his fond parental smile. "I hear something like the songs of birds," he said, "and it helps me to think. Go on talking, anima mia. I like the sound, if I miss the sense." "I have been telling Vera about Browning. She knows nothing of Browning, though she is a poet's daughter. Is not that dreadful? I have had only Grannie's books, and she does not think there has been an English poet since Byron. We are birds of passage, and Grannie has only her poor little travelling library, but it has always seemed to me that Byron and my father were enough. I have never wearied of their poetry." "Oh, but we shall widen your horizon," said Giulia. "You shall read all my books, and you must lend me your father's poems." "I shall be very glad if you will read some of my favourites." "All, all. When I admire, I am insatiable." Giulia was generally silent on their homeward journeys, wearied by the day's pleasure, in spite of the watchful care that had spared her every exertion. When the carriage had to stop at the foot of some grassy hill, at the top of which they were to take their picnic luncheon, or from which some vaunted view was to be seen, Provana would take his daughter in his arms and carry her up the slope, and once when Vera watched him coming slowly down such a hill, with a tender form held by one strong arm, and the fair head nestling on his shoulder, she was reminded of that divine figure of the shepherd carrying a lamb, the pathetic symbol of superhuman love. Her eyes filled with tears as she looked at him, holding the frail girl with such tender solicitude, walking with such care, and in the homeward drive, when Giulia was reclining among her pillows with closed eyes, Vera saw the profound melancholy in the father's face, and realised the effort and agony of every day in which he had to maintain an appearance of cheerfulness. These pilgrimages to exquisite scenes under a smiling sky were to him a kind of martyrdom, knowing all that lay before him, counting the hours that remained before the inevitable parting. Vera knew what was coming. Dr. Wilmot had told her that the end could not be far off. The most famous physician in Rome had come to San Marco one afternoon, passing through on his way to a patient at Nice. Provana had told his daughter, and coming casually to take his luncheon at the hotel, and the great man had confirmed Wilmot's worst augury. The end was near. But even after this Giulia rallied, and the picnics in romantic places were gayer than ever, though Dr. Wilmot went with them, armed with restoratives for his patient, and pretending to be frivolous. It was on the morning after a jaunt that had seemed especially delightful to Giulia that Lidcott came into Vera's room with a dismal countenance, yet a sort of lugubrious satisfaction in being the first to impart melancholy news. "I'm afraid it's all over with your poor young friend, miss. She was taken suddenly bad at 10 o'clock last night with an haemorrhage. Dr. Wilmot was here all night. I saw the day nurse for a minute just now as she was taking up her own breakfast tray. They're always short-handed in this house, Signor Canincio being that mean, and the nurse says her young lady's a little better this morning, but she'll never leave her bed again. She's quite sensible, and she doesn't think she's dangerously ill even now, and all her thought is to prevent her father worrying about her. Worrying! Nurse says he sits near her bedroom door, with his face hidden in his hands, listening and waiting, as still as if he were made of stone." "Would they let me see her?" Vera asked. "I think not, miss. She's to be kept very quiet, and not to be allowed to speak." Vera went down to the corridor directly she was dressed, and sat there near the salon doors, waiting patiently, on the chance of seeing one of the nurses or Miss Thompson. She would not thrust herself upon Signor Provana's sorrow, even by so much as an inquiry or a message, but she liked to wait at his door, to be near if Giulia wanted her. They had been like sisters in these few weeks that seemed so long a space in her life, and she felt as if she were losing a sister. She had been sitting there nearly an hour when Signor Provana came out with a packet of letters for the post. He had been obliged to answer the business letters of the morning. The machinery of his life could not be stopped for an hour for any reason, not even if his only child were dying. There was a look in his face that froze Vera's heart. What the nurse had said of him was true. He was like a man turned to stone. He took no notice of Vera. He did not see her, though he passed close to her as he went downstairs to post his letters, a matter too important to be trusted to a servant. Vera was standing at the end of the corridor when he came back, and this time he saw her and stopped to speak. "Ah, Miss Davis, the hour I have foreseen for a long time has come. I have thought of it every day of my life, and I have dreamt of it 100 times, but the reality is worse than my worst dream." He was passing her and turned back. "We dare not let her speak. Every breath is precious. To day she must see no one but her nurse, not even me. But if she should be a shade better to morrow, will you come to her? I know she will want to see you." "I will come at any hour, night or day. I hope you know how dearly I love her," Vera answered, and then broke down completely and sobbed aloud. When she recovered her face, Provana was gone, and she went slowly back to the upper floor, where Grannie was waiting for her to sympathise with her indignation at certain offensive, or supposed to be offensive, remarks in the letters of a sister-in-law, a niece, and a dear friend. "But indeed, dear Grannie, that could not be meant unkindly," urged Vera, for this offender was her favourite aunt, Lady Okehampton, who had been kind to her. "Not meant? What could it mean but a sneer at my poverty?" "I know Aunt Mildred wouldn't knowingly wound you." "Don't contradict, Vera. I know my nephew's wife, a snob to the tip of her nails. She feels sure San Marco must be just the place for us, so pretty and so quiet and so inexpensive. She dared not say cheap. And she does not wonder that I have stayed longer than I talked about staying when I left London." Lady Felicia had remained in the dull Hôtel des Anglais 6 weeks beyond her original idea, 6 weeks longer than the London doctor had insisted upon. She had stayed into the celestial light of an Italian April, to the delight of Vera, who had thus enjoyed a new life with her new friend. She was not frivolous in her attachments, or ready to fall in love with new faces, but in sober truth she had never before had the chance of such a friendship. A girl of her own age, highly cultivated, attractive, and sympathetically eager to give her the affection of a sister. It would have been too cruel if Grannie's predetermination to leave Italy in the first week of March had cut short that lovely friendship. Happily, Grannie had found out that March in London might be more perilous for her bronchial tubes than December, and had made a good bargain with the rapacious Canincio, since several of his spinsters and widows were leaving him. It was the third day after Giulia's fatal attack that Miss Thompson came to the upper floor to summon Vera to the sick room. "The dear child has been pining to see you ever since yesterday morning, when she rallied a little. She has written your name on her slate again and again, but the doctor was afraid she would excite herself, and perhaps try to talk. She has promised to be quite calm and not to speak, and you must be very, very quiet, dear, and make no fuss. You can just sit by her bedside for a little while and hold her hand, but above all you must not cry. Any agitation might be fatal." "Is there no hope?" "No hope?" Vera asked piteously. "No, my dear. It is a question of hours." Giulia's room was so full of flowers that it looked already like a chapelle ardente. Sinking slowly, surely down into the darkness of the grave, she was still surrounded with brightness and beauty. Windows and shutters were open to the sky and the sun, and the blue plain of the sea showed far away, melting into the purple horizon. Her 3 dogs were on the bed, Jane Seymour nestling against her arm, the other 2 lying at her feet. They were transformed creatures. No impetuous barking or restless jumping about. The wistful eyes gazed at the face they loved. The silken ears drooped over the silken coverlet. The fringed paws lay still. The dogs knew. Giulia gazed at her friend with those 2 brilliant eyes, and touched her lips with a pale and wasted hand, as a sign that she must not speak, and then she wrote on her slate eagerly. "I have wanted to see you so long, so long, and now this may be the last time. I did not know I was so ill, but I know now. Oh, who will take of my father when he is old? Who will love him as I have done? I thought I should always be there, always his dearest friend. You must be his friend, Vera. He will be fond of you for my sake. You will find my place by and by." "Never, darling. No one can fill your place," Vera said in a quiet voice full of calm tenderness. A strange, suppressed sound, half sigh, half sob, startled her, and looking at the window she saw Signor Provana sitting on the balcony, motionless and watchful. Again Giulia's tremulous hand wrote: "Don't go till they send you away. Sit by me and let me look at you. Oh, what happy days we have had among the lovely hills. You will think of me in years to come, when you are in Italy." "Always, always I shall think of you and remember you, wherever I am. And now I won't talk any more, but I will stay till Miss Thompson takes me away." Miss Thompson came very soon, and Vera bent over the dying girl and kissed the cold brow. "Arrivederci, carissima. I shall come again when Miss Thompson fetches me." She left the bedside with that word of hope, the luminous eyes following her to the door. The dogs did not stir, nor the figure in the balcony. Miss Thompson and the nurse sat silent and motionless. A stillness so intense seemed strange in a sunlit room, gay with flowers. It was late next morning when Vera fell into a troubled sleep, filled with cruel dreams, dreams that mocked her with visions of Giulia well and joyous, in one of those romantic scenes where they had been happy together, in hours that were so bright that Vera had forgotten the shadow that followed them. Lidcott came with the morning tea, and there was a letter on the tray. "From the foreign gentleman," said Lidcott, who had never attempted Signor Provana's name. Vera tore open the envelope and looked wonderingly at the page, where nothing in the strong, stern penmanship indicated sorrow and agitation. "My girl is at rest," he wrote. She knew very little acute suffering, only 3 days and nights of weariness. She gave me her good-bye kiss after 3 o'clock this morning, and the light faded out of the eyes that have been my guiding stars. To make her happy is what I have lived for, since I knew that I was to lose her on this side of my grave. If prayer could reverse the Omnipotent's decree, mine would have been the mortal disease, and I should have gone down to death, leaving her in this beautiful world, lovely and full of life. You have been very kind, and have helped me to make these last weeks happy for her. I shall never forget you, and never cease to feel grateful for your sweetness and sympathy. When she knew that she was dying, she begged me to lay her at rest in this place where she had been so happy. Those were the words she wrote upon her slate when she was dying, her last words, the last effort of her ebbing life, and I shall obey her. You will go with us to the cemetery to Chapter 3, Part 1 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3, Part 1. The sky over a funeral should be low and gray, with a soft fine rain falling, and no ray of sunshine to mock the mourner's gloom. But over Giulia Provana's funeral train the sky was a vault of unclouded blue, reflected on the blue of the tideless sea, and olive woods and lemon groves were steeped in sunlight. It was one of those mornings such as Giulia had enjoyed with her utmost power of enjoyment, the kind of morning on which the pretty soprano voice had burst into song from irrepressible gladness, brief song that ended in breathlessness. The cemetery of San Marco was a white-walled garden between the sea and the hillside, where the lemon trees and old grey olives were broken here and there by a cypress that rose, a tall shaft of darkness, out of the silvery grey. Never till today had those dark obelisks suggested anything to Vera but the beauty of contrast, a note that gave dignity to monotonous olive woods, but today the cypresses were symbols of parting and death. Their shadow would fall across Giulia's grave in the sunlight and in the moonlight. Vera would remember them and visualize them when she was far away from the place where she had known and loved Signor Provana's daughter. She was thinking this as she stood beside Granny's chair by the gate of the cemetery, watching the funeral procession. There were no carriages. The priest and acolytes walked in front of the bier. The white velvet pall was covered with white flowers, and behind the coffin, with slow and steady step, followed Provana, an imposing figure, tall and massive, with head erect, calm, but deadly pale. Miss Thompson, the two nurses, and Giulia's Italian maid followed, carrying baskets of violets, and Lady Felicia, who had left her chair as the priest and white-robed acolytes came in view, walked feebly behind them, with Vera by her side. They, too, had brought their tribute of flowers, roses, white and red, roses which were now plentiful at San Marco. It had been a surprise to Vera that Lady Felicia should insist upon getting up before 9 o'clock to attend the funeral, she who had contrived to absent herself from all such ceremonies, even when an old friend was to be laid at rest on the ground that her dear Jane or her dear Lucy could sleep no better at Highgate or Kensal Green because her friend risked rheumatism or bronchitis on her account. The poor dear herself would not have wished it, Lady Felicia always remarked on such occasions, as she wrote her apology to the nearest relation of the deceased. Yet for Signor Provana's daughter, almost a stranger, Granny had put herself, or at least Lidcott, to infinite trouble in arranging a mourning toilette. The Roman rites were simple and pathetic, and throughout the ceremony Signor Provana bore himself with the same pale dignity. He stood at the head of the open grave and watched the rain of violets and roses, nor did his hand tremble when he dropped one perfect white rose upon the white coffin, the last of all the flowers, the symbol of the pure life that was ended in that cruel grave. It was only when the earth began to fall, thud after thud, upon the flowers, that his fortitude failed. He turned from the grave suddenly and walked towards the gate before the priest had finished his office, and Vera did not see him again till she was walking beside Granny's chair on their way back to the hotel when he overtook them. "I want to say good-bye to you and your granddaughter, Lady Felicia," he said in his grave, calm voice, the voice that was so much more attractive than his person. "I shall leave San Marco by the afternoon train, and I shall go straight through to London." "So soon!" exclaimed Granny, with a look of disappointment. "Would it not be better to rest for a few days in this quiet place?" "I could not rest at San Marco. It is the end of a journey that has lasted 3 years. I shall never lie down to rest in San Marco till I lie down yonder beside my girl." He looked towards the cemetery gate with a strange longing in his eyes, as if his heart were yearning for that last sleep in the shadow of the cypresses. "Good-bye," he said, clasping Granny's hand, and then Vera's. "I shall never forget," he said earnestly. "Never, never." He walked away quickly towards the hotel, and Lidcott went on with her mistress's chair. "A queer kind of man," said Lady Felicia. "I don't understand him. He ought to have shown a little more gratitude for your kindness to his daughter." "There is no reason for gratitude. I have never had such happy days as those I spent with Giulia, while I could forget that she was to be taken from me." "Oh, indeed," said Lady Felicia, in an aggrieved voice. "You are vastly polite to me." "Dear Granny, of course I have been happy with you, and you have been very kind to me." Granny kept her offended air till they were in their sitting-room, when a sudden interest was awakened by the appearance of a sealed packet on her table. At the first glance it looked like a jeweller's parcel, but a nearer view showed that it was somewhat carelessly packed in writing paper, and that the large red seal bore the monogram M.P. Granny's taper fingers, bent a little with the suppressed gout that seems natural to the 8th decade, trembled with excitement as she tore off the thin paper and discovered a red morocco jewel case, heart-shaped. While Lady Felicia was opening the case, a rather difficult matter, as the metal spring was strong and her fingers were weak, Vera picked up an open letter that had fallen out of the parcel. "From Signor Provana," she said, and she read the brief note aloud without waiting for Granny's permission. "Dear Lady Felicia, I hope you will let your granddaughter wear this trinket in memory of my daughter. It was Giulia's own choice of a souvenir for a friend she loved. A friendship of 2 months may seem short to you and me, but it was long in that brief life. Yours faithfully, Provana." The lid was open, and the red light of diamonds flashed in the shaft of sunshine from the narrow slit in the Venetian shutters. "You are a lucky girl, Vera," said Granny approvingly, as she turned the heart-shaped locket about in the slanting sun rays, unconsciously producing Newton's prism. "I know something about diamonds. That centre stone is splendid. Hunt and Roskell would not sell a diamond heart as good as this under £300. Vera's only comment was to burst out crying. "For a commercial magnate, Signor Provana is a superior person," said Lady Felicia. "I hope we may see more of him. If he had given me time, I should have asked him to call upon me in London." "Oh, Granny, you could not. It would have been dreadful to talk about visiting to a man in such deep grief." "I am not likely to do anything unseemly," Granny replied with her accustomed dignity. "I ought to have asked the man to call." Everybody was leaving the South, and San Marco had the dejected air that the loveliest place will assume when people are going away. For Vera, San Marco seemed dead after the death of her friend, and while she grieved incessantly for Giulia, she was surprised to find how much she missed Giulia's father. It seemed to her that some powerful, sustaining presence had been taken out of her life. His strength had made her feel strong. He had been with them always in those long spring days that were warm and vivid as an English July. He had talked very little, but he had been interested in his daughter's talk, and even in Vera's. He had come to their assistance sometimes in their discussions with grave philosophy or hard facts. He seemed to possess universal knowledge, but he was not romantic or poetical. He smiled at Giulia's flights of fancy, those voyages in cloudland that charmed Vera. He was always interested, always sympathetic, and the grave, beautiful voice and the calm, slow smile were not to be forgotten by Vera now that he had gone out of her life. "It is all like a long dream, beautiful, but oh, so sad," Vera said to Grannie, who was more sympathetic than usual upon this subject. "It has been an interesting experience for you, which one could never have hoped for in such an hotel as this," she said. "Dr. Wilmot tells me that Signor Provana has a house in Portland Place, the largest in the street, where he used to entertain the best people in his wife's time. Her rank and beauty gave distinction to his money, so I can believe Wilmot that he was by way of being a personage in London." Lidcott was packing the trunks and the bath chair while Grannie talked. The luggage, except the trunk with Grannie's best velvet gown and a frock or two for Vera and the absolute needs of daily life, was to go by petite vitesse, which meant being so long without it that old familiar things would seem new and strange when the trunks came to be unpacked. The long journey was dull. Grannie and Lidcott having a curious capacity for creating dullness, it was their atmosphere and went with them everywhere. The change from summer sunshine to the grey sky and drizzling rain of an English April was a sad surprise, and the lodging-house in the street off Portland Place seemed the abode of gloom. It was the London season, and carriages and motor cars were rolling up and down the handsome street in which Signor Provana's house had been described as the largest. Vera looked at all the houses as the cab drove past them, trying to find the superlative in size, but there was no time for counting windows or calculating space. The lodging-house drawing-room, albeit better furnished than Canincio's second-floor salon, looked unutterably dreary, for the miniatures and books and old china that were wont to redeem the commonness of things were creeping along the shores of the Rhone or mewed up in an obscure station, and though flowers were cheap in the street sellers' baskets, not a blossom brightened the dingy drawing-room. "How odious this house looks," said Lady Felicia, while she scanned the cards in a cheap china dish and read the pencilled messages upon some of them. "I see your Aunt Mildred and your Aunt Olivia have called. Surprised not to find us, but not a word from Lady Helstone, though I know she is in town. She was always heartless and selfish, but as she is the one I rely on for taking you about, we shall have to be civil to her." "Poor old Grannie, I really don't want to be taken out. I don't care a scrap about society, and above all, I don't want to cost you money for clothes, and I couldn't go to parties without all sorts of expensive things." "Don't talk nonsense, Vera. I am used to scraping and pinching. It will only mean pinching a little harder. But there's time enough to settle all that before you are 18. Of course you will have to be launched if you are ever to marry, unless you want to sneak off to a registry office with the first scribbler you meet." "Oh, Grannie!" cried Vera, and walked out of the room in a sad silence, which made Grannie rather sorry for herself as a poor old woman who was being trampled upon by everybody. The long, hot journey had tired her limbs and her nerves, and this damp, grey London, this shabby lodging-house, had been too irritating for placid endurance. Somebody must suffer, and Lidcott, that sturdy child of the West Riding, was apt to retaliate. Vera was perfectly sincere in her indifference to that grand event of coming out, which had always been held before her by Granny as the crown of girlhood, the crisis upon which all a young person's future depended, the opening of a gate into the paradise of youth, the paradise of dances and dinners, treats of every kind, where beauty was to be surrounded with a circle of admirers, among whom there would be at least one, the eligible, the rich, the inexpressive he, who could lift her at once to the summum bonum, whether in Carlton House Terrace or Park Lane, whether titled or untitled, but rich, ricconaccio. No, Vera had no eager desire for crowds of well-dressed people, for music and lights and dancing, and those things that she had heard the young cousins still in the schoolroom talk about with rapture and longing. The joys she longed for, while the slow spring and the fierce hot summer went by in the dull side street and the lodging-house drawing-room, were woods and streams and rural joys of all kinds, such as she had known in that one happy summer of her childhood, for slow rides in leafy glades, in and out of sunshine and shadow, for the sound of a waterfall on moonlit nights, for young companions like the cousin who was once so kind, for many more books and spacious rooms and portraits of historic people, beautiful women, valiant soldiers looking at her from a panelled wall. These were the things she wanted, and the want of which made life dreary. In that long summer and autumn she often thought of the girl who was lying between the olive woods and the tideless sea, and meditating on that short life, she could but compare it with her own and wonder at the difference. Was not the difference that wealth made, but the difference that love made, that filled her with wonder as she recalled all that Giulia had told her of her childhood and girlhood. She looked back at her own fatherless years, remembering but as a dream the father whom she had last seen on her birthday when she was 3 years old, and when a woman in whose rustic cottage she had been living for what seemed a long time took her to the nursing home where the fading poet was lying on a sofa in a garden. It was to be her birthday treat to visit poor papa, who would be sure to have something pretty for her. But the poet had no birthday gift for his only child. He had been too ill to think much about anything but his own weakness and pain. He had not remembered his little girl's 3rd anniversary. He could only give her kisses and sighs and tears, and she clung to him fondly and said again and again, "Poor papa, poor papa." Kind Mrs. Humphreys of the pretty rose-covered cottage had told her that papa was ill, and had taught her to pray for him. "Please, God, bless poor papa and make him well again." The prayer was not answered, and that spectral face, beautiful even on the brink of the grave, was all she could remember of a father. And then had come the long, slow years with Granny, who had been kind after her lights, but who required the subjugation of almost all childish impulses and inclinations, long years in which Vera had to amuse herself in silence, and played no games that involved running about a room or disturbing things. She had been surrounded by things that she must not touch, and her rare toys, the occasional gifts of aunts and cousins, were objects of reprobation if they were ever left on a chair or a table where they could offend Granny's eye. The winter season, when there was only one habitable room, was terrible, for then Granny was always there, and to play was impossible. She could only sit on a hassock in her favourite corner and look at old story-books, too painfully familiar, and if she began to sing or to talk to herself, there came a reproachful murmur from Granny's sofa, "My dear child, do you think I have no nerves?" The summer was better, for she could play in the second-floor bedroom, which she shared with Lidcott, a room with 3 windows, upon which the sun beat fiercely, but where she could talk to her dolls and sing them to sleep, and do anything except run about, as she had always to remember that every step would beat like a hammer upon poor Granny's head. And in these years Giulia, who was within a few months of her own age, was being indulged with everything that could make the bliss of childhood in the loveliest country in the world. And then, as she grew into a thinking, reasonable being, she had been her father's dearest companion, his distraction after the dull round of business, his choicest recreation, his unfailing delight. It was worth while to die young after such a childhood, Vera thought. Granny's winter in Italy had been a success, and she had a summer unspoiled by bronchial trouble. She wore her velvet gowns and her diamond earrings very often, and had her hair dressed in the latest fashion, with diamond combs gleaming amidst the silvery white, and was quite a splendid Lady Felicia at the friendly dinners and small and early parties to which she accepted invitations from her nieces and very old friends. She had been reproached with burying herself alive, but this year her health was better, and she was going out a little more, chiefly on Vera's account, who was now 17, and must really make her début next season. Her nieces told her that Vera was pretty enough to make a sensation, or at any rate to have offers. "If she does, I suppose she will refuse the best of them, as her mother did," Lady Felicia said bitterly. "But whatever happens, I shall not interfere. If she chooses to fall in love with the first detrimental who proposes to her, I won't forbid the banns." Perhaps there was more of the serpent than the dove in this protest from Lady Felicia. In long hours of brooding over an irrevocable past, it may have been borne in upon her that if she had not harped so much and so severely upon the necessity of marrying for money, her daughter might not have been so determined to marry for love. The aunts who praised Vera did not forget to add that she would never be as handsome as her mother. "She may furnish, as the grooms call it," said Lady Helstone, who rode to hounds and bred her hunters, "but she will never be a striking beauty. She won't take away the men's breath when she comes into a ball-room. I'm afraid it may be the detrimentals, the poets and aesthetes, the impressionist painters who will rave about her. She is ethereal, she is poetical. And in spite of the man Davis, she looks thoroughbred to the points of her shoes. After all, she may make a really good match, and make things much more comfortable for you by and by, poor dear auntie." "I shall never be a dependent upon my granddaughter's husband," Grannie retorted, with an offended blush. "The pittance which has sufficed for me since my own husband's death, and which has enabled me to keep out of debt, will last me to the end. I require nobody's assistance, and as I have never found blood relations eager to help me, I should certainly expect nothing from a grandson-in-law, if there is such a thing." Vera felt a sudden thrill when Lady Felicia told her that they were to winter at San Marco. She hardly knew whether the thrill was of pleasure or of pain. The place would be full of melancholy thoughts. Giulia's grave would be the one significant point in the landscape, but the long parade, with its shabby date palms and ragged pepper trees, could never again be as dull and grey and heart-breakingly monotonous as it had been a year ago, for now San Marco was peopled with the shadows of things that had once been lovely and dear. Now all that beauty which had once been far away and unknown had been made familiar in the long drives in the big luxurious carriage drawn by gay and eager horses, whose work seemed joy, and the al fresco luncheons on the summit of romantic hills, with all the glory of the western Ligura laid out below them like an enchanter's carpet, and the semi-Moorish cities and Roman ruins of circus and citadel, the white cathedrals, remote among the mountains, yet alive with priests and nuns and picturesque villagers, and the sound of bells and swinging of censers. San Marco no longer meant only that level walk above the sluggish sea. It meant historical Italy. Her feelings about the place had altered utterly after the coming of the Provanas, and her mind was full of her lost friend when she alighted at the door of the Hôtel des Anglais, where Madame Canincio was waiting to receive honoured guests. Inmates who stopped till the very end of the season, and who came again next year, were worthy of highest honour, albeit they paid the minimum second-floor pension, and though Canincio had audaciously declared that he lost money by the arrangement, Lady Felicia was a distinct asset, were it only for keeping the Citt's wife, Lady Jones, in her place. Vera looked sadly along the spacious corridor that had been so bright with flowers during the Provana occupation. "Have you nice people on your first floor, Madame Canincio?" she asked. "Alas, no, mademoiselle. Our noble floor is empty. If we had 6 third floors and 10 fourth floors, we could let every room, but for the first floor there is no one. Rich people do not come to San Marco. They want gambling tables and pigeon shooting, or the vulgarity of Nice." "I suppose you have heard nothing of Signor Provana since he left?" "Nothing, mademoiselle, except that he is in Rome, and one of the greatest men there. And he was so simple and plain in his ways, and always so kind and courteous. He wanted so little for himself, and never once found fault with our chef, who, good as he is, must have been inferior to his own." "I hope your chef did not give him risotto, or chopped up liver, or macaroni 3 times a week for luncheon," Lady Felicia said sourly. It was not till Granny had been read to sleep that Vera was free to go where she liked. She had done her morning's work in the flower market and at the so-called circulating library, where the Tauchnitz novels of the year before last were to be found by the explorer stagnating on dusty shelves. This morning duty had to be done hurriedly, as Granny liked to see the flower vases filled and a novel on her sofa table when she emerged from her bedroom, ready to begin her monotonous day. Vera was secretary as well as reader, and had to write long letters to her aunts at Granny's dictation, letters which were not pleasant to her to write on account of the sense of injury and general discontent which was the leitmotif running through them. In the beginning of her secretaryship she had sometimes ventured a mild remonstrance, such as, "Oh, Granny, I don't think you ought to say that. I know Aunt Olivia is very fond of you," or "Aunt Mildred is very affectionate and would be the last to neglect you," whereupon Lady Felicia had told her that if she presumed to express an opinion, the letter should be written by Lidcott. "Her spelling is as eccentric as the Paston letters, but I would rather put up with that than with your impertinence." It was rather late in the afternoon before the drowsy Tauchnitz novel produced its soporific effect upon Granny, though Vera had been reading in a semi-slumber. But at last the withered eyelids fell, and the grey head lay back upon the down pillow, and Vera might beckon to Lidcott, who crept in from the bedroom with her work-basket and seated herself by the open window most remote from Granny, leaving Vera free to go out for her afternoon walk, only till 5 o'clock, when she must be at home to pour out Granny's tea. A church clock struck as she left the hotel garden, the garden where she had often sat with Giulia, who used to breakfast on the lawn, and only leave the garden to go to the carriage, spending as much of her life as possible under the blue sky. All show of brightness had vanished from the stretch of thin grass and the ragged pepper trees. No pretty chairs or bright Italian draperies, no gaudy plumaged cockatoo or beribboned Blenheims. All was desolate, and tears clouded Vera's eyes as she paused to look at the place where she had been happy. "How could I ever forget that she was going to die?" she wondered. "It was she herself who made me forget. She was so full of joy, so much alive, that I never really believed she was dying. I could not believe, I never did believe, till she was lying speechless with death in her face." She was going to the cemetery, to her friend's grave. It was almost as if she were going to Giulia. She could not believe the bright spirit was quenched, although the lovely form had passed into everlasting darkness. Somewhere between earth and heaven that happy soul was conscious of the beauty of the world she had loved, and of the love that had been given to her. Somewhere, not utterly beyond the reach of those who loved her, that sweet spirit was floating, not dead but emancipated. Miss Thompson had told her of the heroic fortitude behind that light-hearted gaiety which had been Giulia's special charm. Although she was sustained by the unconsciousness of her doom, which goes so often with pulmonary disease, she had not been exempt from suffering. The sleepless night, the wearying cough, breathlessness, pain, exhaustion, fever, had all been borne with a sublime patience. And her only thought, when the tardy morning stole at last upon the seeming endless night, had been of her father. He was never to be told she had slept badly, or had not slept at all, and it was her own cheerful voice that answered his inquiry as he stood at the half-open door. "Pretty well, padre mio. Si, not a bad night. A pretty good night. Very good upon the whole." No hint of the weariness, the suffering of those long hours, and the nurse, though unwilling, had to indulge her, and allow the anxious father to be deceived. After all, as Miss Thompson said, a detail like that could not matter. He knew. Remembering this, it seemed to Vera that Giulia's death meant emancipation, a blessed escape from the mortal frame that was fraught with suffering to the freedom of the immortal spirit, winged for its flight to higher horizons, a being with new capacities, new joys, yet not unremembering those beloved on earth, nay, with a higher power to love the clay-bound creatures it had loved when it was clay. In Vera's reverence for her father's genius there had been much of the child's unquestioning faith in something it has been told to admire, for a considerable part of Lancelot Davis's poetry, and that which his review book showed to have been most appreciated by his critics, soared far beyond the limits of Vera's understanding. There were verses which she recited to herself again and again with a delight in their music, verses where the words followed each other with an entrancing melodiousness, but for whose meaning she sought in vain. A runic rhyme would have been as clear. She had repeated them dumbly in the dead hours of the night, mellifluous lines that had a soothing charm, lines that rose and fell like the waves of the sea, and lines drawn out in a slow monotony like a long level stretch of wind-swept marshes, visions of white temples and strange goddesses, but they were shapeless as dreams to Vera, a confusion of lovely images without one distinct idea. There were others of his poems that she understood and loved, the poems that the critics had mourned over as a disappointment, a falling away from the promise of a splendid career. There was his story of his courtship and wedded life, which Vera thought better than Maud, written during his 3 happy years. And there was a poem called Afterwards, written after her mother's death, which she thought better than In Memoriam, a poem in which, after descending to the darkness of the grave, the poet soared to the gate of heaven and told how where there is great love there is no such thing as death. The bond of love is also the bond of the dead and the living. Those who love with intensity cannot be parted. The spirit returns from behind the veil, and soul meets soul. Not in the crowded city, not within the sound of foolish voices, not amidst people or things that are of the earthy, but in the quiet graveyard, in the shadowy gloom of the forest, in lonely places by the starlit sea, or in the silence of sleepless nights. That other half of the soul is near, and though there is neither voice nor touch, the beloved presence is felt, and the message of consolation is heard. It was with her father's poem in her hand that Vera went to the white-walled enclosure under the hill, where the silver grey of the olive wood shivered in the faint wind that could not stir a fibre of the cypress. She had no trouble in finding Giulia's resting place, for the picture of the spring morning when she had stood beside the open grave was in her mind, as if the funeral had been yesterday. It was at the farther end of the cemetery, in a little solitude, guarded by a triangle of cypresses that marked the end of the enclosure, a spot where the ground rose considerably above the level of the larger space. Upon this higher level the massive marble tomb, so severely simple, so dazzling in its whiteness, dominated the lower plane, where memorial devices of every shape and form, Gothic cross and broken column, winged angel, inverted torch, and Grecian urn, seemed poor and trivial by comparison. It was a massive oblong tomb without device or symbol, and only an artist would have been conscious of the delicate workmanship with which every member of the unobtrusive mouldings had been executed. There was no elaborate ornament, only a Doric simplicity and the perfection of finely finished work. The same simplicity marked the brief inscription on the level slab: Giulia, the only child of Mario Provana. This, with the date of birth and death, was all. No record of parental love, nothing for the world to know, except that a father's one ewe lamb had lived and died. A yew hedge, breast high, made a quadrangular enclosure which isolated Giulia's resting place, a cemetery within a cemetery. And at the end facing Genoa and the morning sun there was a broad marble bench, and here Vera sat for nearly an hour reading her father's poem, the work of his last year, written after the hand of death had touched him. It was an hour of pensive thought, and as she pondered over pages where every line was familiar, it seemed to her that Giulia's spirit could not be remote from the friend whose sudden tears fell on the page, where some deeper melancholy in the verse brought Chapter 3, Part 2 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 3, Part 2. The sun was low when she left the cemetery, and the shiver that comes with sundown chilled her as she hurried back to the hotel, more than 5 minutes late for Granny's tea. But the following afternoon, and the day after that, she went back to the Roman bench and sat there till sunset with the green cloth volume that had grown shabby with much use, and her memory of Giulia for her only companions. After this she went there every afternoon, sometimes afterwards, sometimes with a volume of Byron or Shelley. The sense of dullness and monotony that had depressed her in her walk up and down the parade under the palm trees seldom came upon her in this silent enclosure, where the yew hedge, that only wealth could have attained in so brief a time, screened her from observation. She sometimes heard the voices of tourists admiring the monuments or reading the epitaphs in the cemetery, but it was rarely that anyone looked in at the opening in the green quadrangle where she sat. It was more than a fortnight after her first visit to this mournful solitude when, for the first time, Vera was startled by the sound of approaching footsteps, and looking up, she saw the tall form of Mario Provana standing in the golden sunset. She rose as he came towards her and gave him her hand, a hand so slender that it seemed to disappear in the broad palm and strong fingers that clasped it. "I was told that you were in San Marco," he said, "but I never thought I should find you here. Then you have not forgotten?" "I shall never forget. I come here every afternoon with my father's book, the poem he wrote when he knew that he was dying." "May I sit by your side for a few minutes? I should like to see your father's book. I have not forgotten that he was a poet. Since you told me that, it has seemed as if I ought to have known beforehand. You look like a poet's child. I suppose everybody who saw Miranda for the first time, without having seen Prospero, ought to have known that her father was a magician." His tone was grave and thoughtful, and his speech hardly sounded like a compliment. There was no air of gallantry to alarm her. He took the shabby little volume from her hand and turned the pages slowly, pausing to read a few lines here and there. "Part the first, Thanatos, part the second, Eros." "From darkness to light," he said, in the deep, grave voice which was her most distinctive impression of Mario Provana. He believed in the victory of spirit over flesh. He was a poet, and faith is easy where the imagination is strong. Tennyson knew that all religion, all peace of mind, hung upon that one vital question, the afterwards, the other world, that is to give us back lost love, lost youth, lost genius, lost joy. "I am not a religious man, Vera. Indeed, to the Church of Rome I count as an infidel, because I cannot subject my mind to the outward forms and conventions, which seem to me no more than the dry husks of spiritual things. But I am more of a pantheist than an infidel. My gospel is the gospel of Christ. My faith is the faith of Spinoza. And then after a silence he said, I called you Vera just now. Do you mind? My daughter loved you as if you had been her sister. May I call you by your pretty Christian name? Pray do. I'm sure Granny won't mind, Vera answered naively. We will ask Granny's permission, he said with a grave smile. If you will allow me to walk back to the Anglais with you, I will call on Lady Felicia this afternoon, and we can get that small matter settled. He talked to her as if she had been a child, and the difference between his 40 years and her 17 made the fatherly tone seem natural. He walked slowly round the tomb, lingering beside it now and then, and leaning his hand on the marble slab, while he stood with bent head looking at the inscription in a pause that seemed long. And then he rejoined Vera, and they left the cemetery together. You are not out yet, I think, he said, when they had walked a little way. I read a paragraph in a London paper to the effect that Lady Felicia Cunningham's granddaughter, Miss Veronica Davis, the daughter of the poet whose early death had been a loss to literature, was to be presented next season. It is so foolish of them to write like that, as if I were a person of importance, when Granny is so poor that it will be cruel to let her spend a quarter's income upon a court dress and party frocks, and I don't care a scrap about parties or the court. What a singular young lady you must be! I doubt if I could find your parallel in London or Rome. If you don't care for society, what are the things that make your idea of happiness? Beautiful places, and the sea, books and music, and Shakespeare's plays, she answered quite simply. I saw Henry Irving in Hamlet when I was 12 years old. It was my birthday, and my kindest aunt took me to her box at the Lyceum. I have never forgotten that night. You admired the actor? I admired Hamlet. I never remembered that he was an actor, she answered, while her eyes brightened and her cheek flushed with enthusiasm. But when someone told me suddenly that Sir Henry Irving was dead, I felt as if one great joy had gone out of the world. I saw Browning once at an afternoon party at my aunt's, and she took me to him as he stood among a group of young people talking and laughing, and told him who my father was. And he was too kind for words, and patted my head and stooped and asked me to kiss him. I knew nothing about poetry then, not even about my father's, but now when I read Browning I always recall the noble face and the silvery hair, and I am heartbroken when I think that he is dead and that I shall never see him again. She stopped, blushing at her own audacity and surprised at finding herself talking as she had never talked to Granny, but as she had often talked to Provana's daughter. Lady Felicia received the unexpected visitor with exceeding graciousness and showed a friendly interest in Signor Provana's doings. She hoped he was going to spend some time at San Marco. I have a selfish interest in the question, she said with her urbane smile, for at present Dr. Wilmot is the only person in the place who has intelligence enough to make conversation possible. This poor child and I come back to the Anglais to find the same obese widow, the same pinched spinsters with wisps of faded hair scraped over their poor heads, too conscientious to put their trust in Liechtenstein. There is one poor creature who would be almost pretty if she knew how to put on her clothes and would treat herself to a wig. Lady Felicia prattled gaily, not considering it her duty to put on a mournful air and remind Provana of his bereavement. It was half a year ago, and it was better taste to ignore the melancholy past. Vera busied herself at the tea-table, providing for all Granny's wants before she gave the guest his tea. He looked colossal as he stood beside the small wicker tea-table, and the fragile figure of the girl sitting there, in her dark blue serge frock, a frock 2 years old, from a cheap tailor. Lady Felicia had a convenient theory that the intrinsic value of clothes hardly mattered. It was the putting on that was the consequence, and this philosophy, severely instilled into Vera's growing mind, had certainly resulted in an exquisite neatness that went some way to prove the truth of the theory. In answer to friendly inquiries, Signor Provana told Lady Felicia that he was staying at the Metropole and might possibly take another week of quiet rest before he went back to Rome, where he was to spend the winter. "Rome and London are my two counting-houses," he said, "and I have to divide my life between the two cities, with an occasional fortnight in New York, where I have offices and an American partner." "How you must hate London after Rome," said Vera. "You know Rome?" "Only in books. Byron and Corinne." "Corinne sounds very old-fashioned," Granny apologized, "but Vera has been brought up by an old woman and has had to put up with an old woman's books. Vera and I can just afford to live, but we can't afford to buy things we don't want." Vera blushed hotly at this remark. She thought Granny talked too much about her poverty. It seemed quite as bad form as if Signor Provana had expatiated upon his wealth. Nothing could exceed Granny's graciousness. Yes, of course, Provana was to call the child Vera. Miss Davis would be absurdly formal. "Even if Davis were not such a horribly commonplace name," added Granny, at which Vera protested that she had never been ashamed of her father's name. "An utterly ridiculous name for a poet." And then Granny went on to lament that Signor Provana should think of going back to Rome in a week. "But in that case I hope you will be charitable and take tea with me every afternoon." She said with me, not with us, ignoring the child. Her hours were so long and so dull, she complained, and she loved conversation, to hear about and talk about everything that was going on in the world, the political and the social, the scientific and the literary world. Art, letters, everything interested her, and she had only such driblets of news as Dr. Wilmot could bring her. "The man is fairly intelligent, but oh, so narrow," she complained. "It will be an act of real benevolence if you will drop in at tea-time," urged Granny, when Provana was taking leave. He promised to be benevolent, to take tea with Granny every afternoon, if so dull a person's company could give her any pleasure. He knew no one at San Marco, wanted to know no one. He had come there only to be near his daughter for a little while, just a short spell of thought and rest. "If I had been a good Catholic, I should have gone into retreat at the nearest monastery," he said, "but my religion is too vague and shadowy for such discipline, so I just wander about among the woods and hills and think and remember." The profound melancholy with which those words were spoken convinced Granny that, although his sorrow was half a year old, it was still an absorbing grief, and that she must be prepared to take him seriously. Vera felt a certain shyness about going to the spot where so many of her afternoons had been spent. Signor Provana might be there before her, and she would seem to intrude upon his sorrow. He had told them why he had come to San Marco. He must want to be alone with sad thoughts and cherished memories. She took last year's dull walk on the parade and met several of her hotel acquaintances, one of whom, no less a personage than Lady Jones, stopped to talk. "I hear you had a visitor yesterday afternoon," she said, "the Italian millionaire. Miss Mason saw him leave the hotel after dark. He must have stopped with her ladyship quite a long time." Lady Jones always talked of Granny as her ladyship. "I hope he has got over the loss of his daughter." "In 6 months?" cried Vera. "How could you suppose such a thing?" "Men's grief never lasts very long, not even a widower's," said Lady Jones, "and I've always noticed that the more a widower wants to throw himself into his wife's grave at the funeral, the sooner he begins to think about marrying again. And from the fuss Signor Provana made over his daughter, I should have expected 6 months would have been long enough to make him forget her." "I don't think he is that kind of man," Vera said gravely, trying to move away, but Lady Jones detained her. "What's your hurry?" she asked. "You must find it awfully dull, walking alone every afternoon." "I rather like being alone, if I can have a book," Vera answered, glancing at the little volume under her arm and thinking how far the charm of solitude surpassed Lady Jones's conversation. "Well, I'll walk a little way with you," said that lady, with exasperating patronage. "I don't like to see a young girl leading such a dull life. Why don't you never come down to the drawing-room of an evening?" "I don't want to leave Granny." "You'd find us quite gay after your solitary salon. 2 bridge tables and bezique, and sometimes even games, how, when, and where, and consequences." "I hate cards, and I like books better than society," Vera answered frankly. "Well, you are an oddity. But you seem to have a high opinion of this Italian gentleman." "No one could help liking Signor Provana after seeing him with his daughter, and I was a good deal with them." "Yes, driving out with them on all the most expensive excursions. They quite took you up, didn't they? And it must have been very nice for you to go about in such a luxurious way after being cooped up with Grandma." "They were very kind." "He's a fine-looking gentleman," said Lady Jones thoughtfully. "Not what anyone could call handsome, but a fine figure, and carries himself well. I suppose he has been in the army. Most of these foreigners have to do a bit of soldiering in their young days." They were at the end of the parade, and Vera stopped and held out her hand to her insistent companion. "Aren't you coming back?" asked Lady Jones. "Not yet. I shall sit here and read for a little while." "Don't you go and get a chill and make her ladyship angry with you. She won't like Dr. Wilmot's coming every day or twice a day if he can find an excuse for it, as he did when I had my influenza. But of course he knew I could afford to pay him. Well, au revoir, dear," and the portly form that had been blocking out the western glow over the promontory of Bordighera slowly removed itself. Vera was not destined to be alone that afternoon. She had not read 3 pages when a tall figure came between her and the light, and she rose hastily to acknowledge Signor Provana's greeting. "It is too near sunset for you to be sitting here," he said. "Will you walk a little way with me until 5 o'clock?" Vera shut her book, and they walked on slowly and in silence to the gate of the cemetery, and still in silence till they stood by the white tomb. There were flowers lying upon the slab, choice flowers in their first freshness, and Vera thought that Provana had laid them there that afternoon. They stood beside the tomb for some minutes, till the chapel clock struck the 5:15, and no word was spoken till they were going back to the gate. Then Provana began to talk of his daughter, opening his heart to the girl she had loved. He talked of her childhood, of her education, the bright, eager mind that made learning a delight, the keen interest in all that was most worthy to be admired, the innate appreciation of all that was best in literature and art, her love of music and of the beautiful in all things. He was sure of Vera's sympathy, and that certainty made it easy to talk of his girl, whose name had rarely passed his lips in the long half-year of mourning. "I have never talked of her since Miss Thompson left me," he said. "There was no one who would understand or care. There were friends who were kind and would have pitied me, but I could not endure their pity. It was easier to stand alone and keep an iron wall between my heart and the world. But you were her companion in those last weeks. You are of her own age. You seem a part of herself, as if you were really her sister, left behind to mourn her almost as I do." After this confidence he made no more apologies for the sad note in all his conversation. As he and Vera loitered in the place of graves, or walked in the lemon orchards and olive woods on the hillside above the cemetery, it became a settled thing for them to walk together every afternoon in the half hour before Lady Felicia's tea time, and as the week that Provana had talked of drew near its close, their rambles took a wider range. French, always with Granny's approval, and they visited the white towns on the hills, where they had been with Giulia and her governess in the golden springtime. It was rapture to Vera to tread the narrow mule paths, winding through wood and orchard, to walk with light, quick feet through scenes where everything was beautiful and romantic, to visit wayside shrines and humble chapels hidden in the silver grey of the century-old trees, or to talk to the country women tramping homeward, carrying their baskets of the ripe black fruit. Provana helped her in her talk with the women, and contrived that they should understand her shy little discourse, the broken words and stumbling sentences. Lady Felicia, usually so severe a stickler for etiquette, was curiously lax at San Marco, and could see nothing strange or unseemly in these unchaperoned rambles with the Roman financier, who, as she observed to Dr. Wilmot, was so obviously correct in all his ideas, to say nothing of his being almost old enough to be Vera's grandfather. "Say father," said the doctor, smiling, "but you are perfectly right in your appreciation of Provana. He is a man of the highest character, and you may very well waive all conventionality where he is concerned." Signor Provana did not leave San Marco at the end of the week. He stayed from day to day, but he was always going to-morrow. As time went by, he and Vera found a world of ideas and experiences to talk about. In the confidence that grew with every hillside ramble, with every half-hour spent among ruined convents or Roman remains, they became licensed egotists, and talked of themselves and their own feelings with unconscious self-absorption. Led on from trifles to speak of vital things, Provana told Vera the story of his unloved youth, motherless before his 6th birthday, and soon under the subjection of a stepmother who disliked him. "I was an ugly boy," he said, "and her only child was as beautiful as the Belvedere Apollo, a creature to be worshipped, as I was made to feel the contrast. I had inherited my English mother's plain features and plain ways. I had none of the graces that make children adorable. My father was not unkind, but he was indifferent, and left me to servants, or later to my tutor, a German, middle-aged, learned and severely practical, a man to whom affection and emotion were unknown quantities. It was always kept before me that I was to succeed to a great business, to the certainty of wealth, and the paramount purpose of my education was to make me a money-spinning machine. My brother's death in the flower of boyhood hardened my father's heart against me, and the indifference to which I had resigned myself became undisguised dislike. I lived in a frozen atmosphere, and of sheer necessity had to devote all my energies to the barren ambition of the man whose task in life is to sustain and augment the fortune that others have created. That is where the emptiness of my career comes in, Vera. A fortune inherited from those who have gone before him can give no dignity to a man's life. He is no better than a clerk succeeding to a stool in a counting-house. For a man who has laboured and invented, who has lived through long, slow years of hardship and self-denial, who has endured the world's contempt and persevered in the teeth of disappointment, over such a man's career success may shed a golden glory. He is a conqueror who has fought and won, and may be proud even of a triumph that brings him nothing but money. But I could have no pride in a career that was mapped out for me before I was born. All I can ever be proud of is that, personally caring nothing for riches, I have been a conscientious worker and have done what I was expected to do. He told Vera how his own unloved childhood had been in his mind when his wife died, and he took his motherless girl to his heart, and while she sobbed against his breast, swore dumbly that she should never know the need of a mother's love, and that which had begun as a duty became afterwards the dominating purpose of his life, the thing for which he lived. There had been a time after her mother's death when my heart was frozen, and that sweet child's presence was something that called for fortitude rather than affection, but that lovely nature soon prevailed even over grief, and my daughter crept into my desolate heart, my consolation and my joy. In those quiet walks, these two mortals, so far apart in age, in experiences, and in mental tendencies, became curiously intimate, telling each other almost everything that could be told about two dissimilar existences, each interested in vivid pictures of an unknown world, the child's monotonous life with an old woman, her glimpses of more joyous houses, the young cousin, the Arab pony and family of dogs, the old English garden steeped in the August sunshine, and again of the dull upstairs room in London, and the solitary hours of silent play in which childish fancies had to serve instead of playfellows, the doll that was almost alive, the toy train that travelled to fairyland, the old stories in the ragged books, Cinderella and the 40 Thieves. Provana listened to these naive revelations as if they had been the childish experiences of a Newton or a Shakespeare, while Vera hung enthralled upon his memories of the liberation of Italy, the tempestuous years of revolt and battle, Victor Emmanuel, Garibaldi, Cavour, the giant of thought and will-power, whose bold policy had made a great kingdom. Afternoon tea in Lady Felicia's salon had become an institution in that week which spun itself out to 15 days, and tea-time generally lasted for an hour and a half, since Granny wanted to hear everything that Signor Provana had heard or read of the world of action since yesterday. As a dweller in London for nearly half his life, he was as keenly interested and as instructed in English politics, literature, science, and art as any Englishman Granny had ever known, and she seemed to feel an inexhaustible interest in his conversation. She was intelligent and often said good things, so this appreciation must need be flattering, and Provana was naturally gratified. Flowers and Tauchnitz novels were almost daily tributes to Granny, but no tribute was offered to Vera, no tribute except the tender watchfulness of dark grey eyes that followed the fragile figure as she moved about the room, or went in and out through the window in the desultory half-hour when her duties at the tea-table were finished. She left him to devote himself to Granny in this half-hour, and showed how much milder was her interest in the talk of the political world and people of importance in London than in Provana's personal reminiscences. It was his life that had interested her, not the lives of other people. They had come to the evening before his last day at San Marco. He must be on his way to Rome the day after tomorrow. That was inevitable. "I should like to take Vera a little farther afield to-morrow, Lady Felicia," Provana said, as he took up his hat to go. "She has never seen the chocolate mills, though the way to them is one of the most picturesque within range. One must ride or walk. There is no carriage road. But if you will let Vera come with me to-morrow afternoon, I will bring the surest-footed donkey in San Marco, and his owner for our guide. I shall go on foot. The walk will be nothing for me, but it would be too tiring for your granddaughter." Lady Felicia hesitated, but only enough to make her consent seem the more gracious. "The poor child has been pining to see the chocolate mills, but for me it was impossible," she concluded. "We must start soon after your luncheon, and if you can give me time for a little conversation before we go, I shall be greatly obliged," Signor Provana said, with a curious gravity. Vera wondered what he could have to say to Granny that needed to be arranged for beforehand. She felt a thrill of horror at the idea that Lady Felicia's frequent reference to her small means might have given him a wrong impression, and that he was going to offer to lend her money. "You must allow that I have not let les convenances stand in the way of your enjoyment of Signor Provana's society," Lady Felicia said with her kindest smile, when the visitor had gone. "There are very few men, even of his age, whom I could permit you to walk about with, even in such a half-civilized place as San Marco, but Provana is an exceptional man, a person whom scandal could never touch." "And I think you like being with him," Granny said, after a long pause, in which she had reclined in her most reposeful attitude, smiling at the afterglow above Bordighera. It was not that fine promontory only, but all life and the world that Lady Felicia saw before her, bathed in golden light. Certainly Granny had been curiously indulgent, curiously heedless of conventionalities, and curiously forgetful of the ways of the world in which she had lived from youth upward, when she thought that because San Marco was a quiet little place that had never basked in the sunlight of fashion, there would be no ill-natured talk about her granddaughter's tete-a-tete rambles with the Roman millionaire. To say that people had talked, the seasoned visitors at the Anglais, the spinsters and widows, the invalid parsons and their wives, who were mostly languishing for something to talk about, to say that these had talked about Vera and her millionaire would not have described the situation. They had talked of nothing else. And the talk had grown more and more animated and exciting with every day that witnessed another audacious sauntering to the cemetery, or ascent of a mule path through the wood. Spinsters whose thin legs had seldom carried them beyond the parade, adipose widows whose scantness of breath made the gentlest ascent labour and trouble, took a sudden interest in the little white chapels and shrines among the olives, and happened to meet Provana and Vera returning from the hill, which made something to whisper about with one's next neighbour at dinner, and was at least an agreeable change from the daily grumbling about the bill of fare. "Veal again, and as stringy as ever. Yes, I came face to face with him. He stalked past me in his gloomy way, and she did not even blush, but just said good afternoon, as bold as brass." "How Lady Felicia can be so utterly regardless of etiquette!" "Oh, it's just like the rest of the smart set. They think they can defy the universe, and it's a surprise to them when they find themselves in the divorce court. I don't believe Lady Felicia was ever in the smart set. You have to be rich for that. I put her down as poor and proud, and those sort are generally ultra particular." "I believe she's playing a deep game," said the spinster. And then the two friends looked down the long, narrow table to the corner where Vera sat, silent and thoughtful, pale in her black evening frock. "Do you think her so remarkably pretty?" asked the spinster, following on a discussion in the drawing-room after luncheon, when the parsons had expressed their admiration of Vera's delicate beauty. "Far from it," answered the plethoric widow. "You may call her ethereal," which one of the parsons had done. "I call her half-starved. She has no complexion and no figure, and looks as if she had never had enough to eat." It mattered little to Lady Felicia next day, after a quarter of an hour's grave conversation with Signor Provana, or to Vera, putting on her hat in the sunny little front room and hearing the donkey's bells jingling in the garden below. It mattered really nothing to either grandmother or granddaughter what the world, as represented by the table d'hôte of the Anglais, might think of them. Lady Felicia lay back among her pillows, smiling at the sea and the far-off hills as she had never smiled before. For indeed that lovely coast had taken a new colour under a new light, not the light that never was on sea or land, but the more mundane light of prosperity, a smiling future in which there should be no more the year-in, year-out effort to keep up appearances upon inadequate means. And yet that smiling future depended upon a girl's whim, and at a word from Vera that cloud-built castle might vanish into thin air. She could never be such an idiot as to refuse him, mused Granny, disposed to be sanguine. And, what is better, I believe she is really in love with him. After all, he is her first admirer, and that goes for a good deal. I was in love with an archbishop of 70 when I was 15, and I remember him now as quite the most delightful man I ever met. Provana was walking about the garden, while the surest-footed donkey in San Marco shook his bells and pawed up the loose gravel with the forefoot of impatience, lazily watched by his owner, a sun-baked lad of 19. There were several pairs of eyes on the watch at various windows when Vera came tripping out in her neat blue riding-skirt and sailor hat. It was her kit for the riding school near Bryanston Square, where Granny had given her a season's lessons, lest she should grow up without the young lady's indispensable accomplishment of sitting straight on a horse and going over a fence without swinging out of her saddle. She had brought a handful of sugar for the donkey, and he had to be fed and patted and talked about before Signor Provana was allowed to take the slender foot in his broad hand while she sprang lightly to the saddle. And then the little company moved away, Vera on her great grey donkey, bells jingling, red and blue tassels flying, Provana walking beside her, and the sunburnt youth at the donkey's head, ready to hold the bridle when they came to the narrow hill tracks. "Do they take that lad with them to play propriety?" asked the sourest of all the spinsters, with a malevolent giggle, a question which nobody answered, while the two parsons agreed that little Miss Davis looked prettier than ever in her riding clothes. Provana walked for a long time in absolute silence, while Vera prattled with the donkey-driver, exchanging scraps of Italian and insisting upon the donkey's biography. How did he call himself? Sancho? Was he called after Don Quixote's Sancho? Perdona, signorina, non so. How old was he? Was he always good? Was he always kindly treated? His driver assured her that the beast lived in a land of milk and honey, and seldom felt the sting of a whip, to emphasize which assurance his driver gave a sounding whack on Sancho's broad back. The only comfort was that the back was broad, and the animal seemed well fed. "I would not have let you ride a starveling," Provana said, "but these people to whom God has given the loveliest land on earth have waited for the sons of the north to teach them common humanity." After this he walked on in silence till they were far away from the Anglais, slowly climbing a stony ascent that called upon all Sancho's sure-footedness and the guide's care. Suddenly, in the silence of the wood, where the light fell like golden rain between the silvery grey leaves, Provana laid his hand on Vera's and said in a low voice, "I feel as if you and I were going to the end of the world together. But in half an hour we shall be at the mill, and after that there will be the short downhill journey home, and Granny's tea-table, and the glory of my last day will be over." Vera looked at him wonderingly in a shy silence. The words seemed to mean more than anything he had ever said before. His tone had an underlying seriousness that was melancholy and almost intense. They did not give much time to the mill and the processes of chocolate making. The picturesque gorge, the waterfall leaping from crag to crag, the blue plain of sunlit sea, and the pale grey glimmer on the purple horizon that was said to be Corsica, these were the things they had come to look at, and they looked in silence as if spellbound. "Let us sit here and talk of ourselves, while Tomaso gives Sancho a rest and a mouthful of oats," Provana said, and he and Vera seated themselves on a stony bank above the waterfall, while Tomaso and Sancho retired to a distance of 20 yards, where a bend in the path hid donkey and driver. It was not usual for Provana to be silent when they two were alone together. They always seemed too much that he wanted to say. in the short space of time, but now the minutes went by, seeming long to Vera in the unusual silence, which she broke at last by asking him, "Were you ever in Corsica?" "Often, but we won't talk of that, Vera," taking her hand suddenly. "I have a question to ask you, and the longer I think about it, the more difficult it would seem. A question that means my future existence. I can't wait for eloquent speech. I have no words to-day. Vera, will you be my wife?" She looked at him as if she thought he was joking. "Yes, it has come to that. My happiness depends upon a girl of 18 who thinks that such an offer must be a jest, something to laugh at when she tells Granny how foolish Signor Provana was this afternoon. For me it is life or death. In all those days that we were together last year, never a thought of love came into my mind. I watched the two faces side by side and wondered which was the lovelier, but my mind was too full of sorrow for any other feeling than gratitude to the girl who helped to make those last days happy for my dearest. She was my dearest, the only creature I had cared for since her mother's death. There was no room in my heart for anything but the father's despairing affection for the child he was soon to lose. It was when I met you by my darling's grave that your face came back to me with a strange flash of joy, unexpected, incomprehensible. I had thought of you seldom in the half year that had parted us, yet in that moment it seemed to me that I had been longing for you all the time. And the next day and the next, with every hour that we were together, with every time I looked into your sweet face, the more I realized that the happiness of all my days to come depended upon you. My love did not expand like a flower creeping slowly through dull earth into beauty and light. It rose like a flame, instantaneous, unquenchable. Will you make me happy, Vera? Will you trust your life to me? Answer, love, can you trust me?" Her murmured yes was the nearest thing to silence, but he heard it. And she was folded in his arms and felt with a sudden thrill what it was. Chapter 4 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 4. Shadows of a November twilight are gathering in the two great drawing-rooms of the largest house in Portland Place. Rooms that have the grandeur of space and a certain gloomy splendor that has nothing in common with the caprices and elegances of a modern London drawing-room. The furniture is large and massive. There are tables in Florentine mosaic, cabinets of ebony inlaid with ivory, dower chests painted by Paul Veronese or his pupils, the richness of arts that are dead, walls hung with Italian tapestry, the work of cloistered nuns whose fingers have been lying in the dust for 3 centuries, silver lamps suggestive of mortuary chapels. I love the Provana drawing-rooms because they are romantic, and I hate them because they give me the horrors, little Lady Susan Amphlett told people. Romantic was one of her pet words. Her vocabulary was made up of pet words, a jargon of divers tongues, and she used them without mercy. She was very small, very whimsical and pretty, as neat and dainty as a Dresden shepherdess, but she got upon some people's nerves and was occasionally accused of posing, though she was actually as spontaneous as a tropical parasite in a South American forest, a little egotist who thought, spoke, and acted only on the impulse of the moment, and whose mind had no room for the idea of an external world, except as its people and scenery were of consequence to herself. The people she did not know or care about were non-existent. Romantic was her word for Madame Provana. She adored Madame Provana, with whom she had some thin thread of affinity, the kind of distant connection that pervades the peerage and makes it perilous for an outsider to talk of any recent scandal in high life, lest he should fall upon a cousin of the delinquents. Vera and I are connections. Her grandmother was a Disbrowe, Lady Susan told people. But it is not on that account I adore her. I love her because she is romantic, and so few of the people one knows are romantic. If asked where the romance came in, Susan was ready with her reasons. Can there be anything more romantic than the idea of a lovely, ethereal creature who looks as if a zephyr might blow her off her feet, married to an ugly giant whose sole thought and business in this life is to heap up riches, a man who cares for nothing but money, whose brain is a ledger, and whose heart is a cheque-book? Can anything be more romantic when one considers the woman she is and the man he is, and that they absolutely dote upon each other? Provana may dote, someone would say, but I question the lady's feelings. That an impassioned Italian should be fond of a pretty woman, young enough to be his daughter, and whom he married without a penny for the sake of her sweet looks, all the world can understand. But that Madame Provana worships her money merchant is another story. Did not Desdemona dote upon Othello? Cried Susan. At least Provana is not black, and adoration such as his would melt a statue. To be worshipped by a case-hardened money-dealer, a man who trades in millions and holds the sinews of war when nations are spoiling for a fight, a man who is a greater master of finance than half the chancellors of the exchequer who have helped to make history, to see how he worships that child-wife of his, it is absolutely pathetic. Pathetic was the pretty Susie's word for Mario Provana. She used the adjective at the slightest provocation. "You are absolute pathetic," she said, when he brought his wife a necklet of priceless cat's eyes set with brilliants, and handed her the velvet case across the tea-table as carelessly as if it had been a box of bonbons. He was pathetic, impitoyable, stupendo, all the big adjectives in little Lady Susie's vocabulary. Susan Amphlett was Susie, or Lady Susie, for everybody who knew her socially, and for a good many people who had never seen her little minois chiffonné nearer than in a photograph. People who spelled over the society papers in their snug suburban drawing-rooms and loved to follow the flight of those migratory birds, the Mr. and Mrs. Willies and Jimmies and Lady Bettys and Lord Tommies, who were always flitting from branch to branch in the only world that seemed worth living in when one read the society papers, those shiny surfaced, richly illustrated sixpennies, which brought the flavour of that other world across the muffin dishes and savoury sandwiches of suburban tea-tables. Mr. Amphlett was something in the city, or that was his description when people wanted to describe him. He was briefly described as rolling, and yet a pauper, if you weighed him against that mountain of gold, Mario Provana, the international money-dealer. If ever Provana goes under, half Europe will have to go under with him, Susie's cousin, Claude Rutherford, ex-guardsman, ex-traveller, ex-artist, ex-lion-shooter, said, when he discussed the great financier with inquisitive outsiders. Claude was in the Portland Place drawing-room this afternoon, lounging against the mantelpiece, near the lamp-lit tea-tables, at one of which Madame Provana presided, his tall, slender figure half lost in a deepening gloom above that island of bright light made by the lamps on the tea-table. It was easy for Claude to be lost in shadow, since there was so little of him to lose. Euclid's definition of a line, length without breadth, was his description, but his slender figure was a line that showed race in every inch. His scientific acquaintance called him a crystallization. Everything that was ever in the Disbrowes and the Rutherfords, good or bad, he has in its quintessence. The poet Eustace Lyons said of him, "Whatever the worst of the Rutherfords or the Disbrowes, from King Stephen downwards, ever did, Claude is capable of doing. Whatever the best of them ever accomplished, he could do if he had a mind to." Unhappily, Claude had a mind to do nothing more with his life than lounge through it in placid idleness. He had done so much with life that it seemed to him that the inconsiderable remnant at his disposal was not enough for action, and so nothing mattered. He had been a soldier, and had seen active service, not without a certain distinction. He had hunted lions and shot harmless elephants with still more distinction. Indeed, in the exploring, lion-annihilating line he had made himself almost a celebrity. He had painted and exhibited pictures that had pleased the public and the critics, and had been told that he might excel in the world of art. But though he loved art, he had not tried to excel. The success of a season satisfied him. Nothing pleased or interested him long. He had no staying power. He painted occasionally to distract himself, but in an amateurish way, and he no longer exhibited. His pictures had not work enough in them to be shown, and indeed rarely went beyond the impression of an hour, but the impression was vivid and vigorous, and always suggested how much the painter might have done if he had cared. He had not long passed the third milestone on the road of life, but he had left off caring for things before his 30th birthday. Languor, light sarcasm, and unfailing good temper were among the qualities that had made him everybody's favourite young man. The very first a smart hostess thought of when she was counting heads for a dinner party. One incentive that has helped some indolent young men to success was wanting in this case. He was not obliged to earn his daily bread. The Rutherfords had coal mines on the Scottish border, and were rich enough to provide for indolent scions of the family tree. 6 or 7 years ago, before he left the army, Claude Rutherford had been an arbiter of fashion among the men of his age. In those days he had taken the business of his outer clothing more seriously than the cultivation of a mind in which fancy had ever predominated over thought. And in those days that element of fancy had entered even into his transactions with tailor and bootmaker, and he had allowed himself some flights of imagination in form and colour. Of all the names given to golden youth, the old-fashioned name of exquisite was the one that fitted Captain Rutherford. It seemed to have been invented for him. He was exquisite in everything, in his habiliments and his surroundings, in speech and manner, in every detail of his butterfly life. But when he left the Grenadiers, to the infinite regret of his brother officers, who were all his fast friends, he flung foppery from him as it were a cast-off garment, and from the time he worked seriously at his easel and began to exhibit his pictures, he had become remarkable for the careless grace of clothes that were scrupulously unoriginal, and in the rear rather than in the van of fashion, the sleeves and coat-tails and checks and stripes of the year before last. But he was still exquisite. The grace and the charm were in his own slender form, and not in the stuff that clothed him. He was not handsome. He was not like David, ruddy and fair to see. He had very little colour, and his pale grey eyes were only brilliant in moments of mirth or strong feeling. He had a long, thin nose and thin, flexible lips, and his mouth, which was supposed to be the Disbrowe mouth, and a speciality of that ancient race, was strong in character and expressiveness. His hair was light brown, with a natural wave in that small portion which modern barbers allow to remain on the masculine head. A rippling line above his brow indicated that Claude Rutherford might have been as curly as Absalom if he had let his hair grow. In the afternoon shadows that small head and slim form contrasted curiously with the spacious brow of the tall and commanding figure at the other end of the mantelpiece, the imposing presence of Father Cyprian Hammond, at that time a famous personage in London society, the morals and manners whereof he had of late made it his chief business to satirize and denounce. But the people of pleasure and leisure, the butterflies and humming-birds of the world, the creatures of light and colour, have a keen relish for reproof and denunciation, though they may wince under the lash of irony. For them anything is better than not being talked about. It had been asked of Father Cyprian why he who was so scathing a critic of the follies and general worthlessness of the idle rich was yet not infrequently to be met in their houses. "If I did not go among my flock, I could not put my finger upon the festering spot," he said. "I am a student of humanity. If Lord Avebury could devote his days to watching bees and wasps, do you wonder that I am interested in watching my fellow creatures? A professional beauty affords a noble scope for observation than a queen bee. A gambler on the Stock Exchange offers more points of interest than the industrious ant. If insects are wonderful, is not the man or the woman who hazards eternal bliss for the trivial pleasures of a London season a creature infinitely more incomprehensible? And if, while I watch and listen, I can discover where these creatures are assailable, if I can find some penetrable spot in their armour of pride, I may be able to preach to them with better chance of being heard." Father Cyprian was a conspicuous figure in that crowd of pretty women and nice boys. Tall, even among guardsmen, he held himself like a soldier. He had a fair complexion, light brown hair, and blue eyes, a Saxon of the finest Saxon type, and coming of a family whose genealogical tree had put forth its earliest branches before the Heptarchy. It was the consciousness of superior race, perhaps, that made his fashionable flock tolerant of his stinging denunciation and unmeasured scorn of vice and folly in high places. Everything relating to him was superior. His vestments were superb. His chapel was a thing of beauty. The genius of a Bossuet would hardly have persuaded that world of the successful rich to listen to a withering analysis of its vices and pettinesses from the lips of some little Irish priest, reared in a hovel and nourished on potatoes and potheen, but it bowed the neck before Father Cyprian's good birth and grand manner. Anglicans who met him in society, mostly in the houses of the powerful or the rich, talked of him as a worldling, but his own flock knew better. They knew that wherever the brilliant Jesuit might be seen, however light his manner or trivial his conversation, one deeply seated purpose was at the back of his mind, the making of proselytes, the aggrandizement of his church, that invincible, indestructible, incomparable, supreme, and unquestionable power to which he had given the service and the devotion of his whole being. If he went much among statesmen and rulers, it was because his church wanted influence. If he cultivated the friendship of millionaires, it was because his church wanted money. For himself he wanted nothing, for he had been born to independence, and though he had given much of his fortune to the necessities of his order, his income was still ample for the only scheme of life that was possible for him. He was not a man who could have lived in sordid surroundings, though he could go down into the nethermost depths of East End poverty and give his days and nights to carrying the lamp of faith into dark places. He had a refinement of sense that would have made squalor, or even shabby genteel ugliness, unbearable, and he had an ardent and artistic imagination which made some touch of beauty in his surroundings as needful to him as fresh air and cold water. The attention of both these men, the priest and the man about town, was concentrated upon the lady of the house, who just at this moment was taking very little notice of either of them. She was surrounded by the smartest and prettiest women in the room, chief amongst them Lady Susan Amphlett, who was always to be found near Vera at these friendly tea-parties. Vera let Lady Susan and the other women do almost all the talking. She sat looking straight before her, dreamily silent, amidst the animated chatter about trivialities that had ceased to interest her. She was still as delicately slender as she had been 6 years ago at San Marco, when the parsons had called her ethereal, and the spinsters had called her half-starved. But those 6 years had made a transformation, and she was not the same Vera. She had tasted of the tree of knowledge. She had enjoyed all the amusements and excitements that great cities can give to rich and beautiful women. She had been flattered and followed in Rome and Paris and London, had been written about in the New York Herald, had been the fashion everywhere, a person whom not to know was to confess oneself as knowing nobody and going nowhere. Indeed, it was a kind of confession of outsiderism not to be able to talk of Madame Provana as Vera. She had accepted the position with a kind of languid acquiescence, taking all things for granted after the first year, when everything amused her. In this 6th year of marriage, and wealth without limit, she was tired of everything except the society of authors and painters and actors and musicians, the people who appealed to her imagination. She had inherited from her father the yearning for things that earth cannot give, the au-delà, the light that never was on sea or land, the glory and the dream. She admired and respected Father Cyprian Hammond, and she liked him to talk to her, though she could divine that steadfast purpose at the back of his head, the determination to bring her into the papal fold. She argued with him from her Anglican standpoint, and pleaded for that via media that might reconcile old things with new, and she felt the weakness of her struggle against that skilled dialectician, but she refused to be converted. Half the pleasure of her intimacy with this eagle of Monk Street would be lost if she surrendered, and had to exchange the struggle for the attitude of passive submission. His arguments sometimes went near to convincing her, but the faith he offered did not satisfy those vague longings for the something beyond. It was too simple, too matter-of-fact, to arrest her imagination. It offered little more than she had already in the ritual of her own church. The change did not seem worth while. She looked up suddenly in the midst of the silvery treble talk about theatres and frocks. "Claude, do you ever keep a promise?" she asked. "Always, I hope." "You promised to bring Mr. Symeon to see me." "Did I?" "Indeed you did, ages ago." "Ages?" "Well, nearly 3 weeks. It was at the Hellstones' dinner." 3 weeks. Mr. Symeon is not at the call of the first comer." There was a little cry from the women, who had left off talking in order to listen. "He calls Madame Provana the first comer," exclaimed the youngest and pertest of the circle. "I call myself the first comer where Symeon is concerned. I am not one of his initiated. I belong to the outer herd of wretches who eat butcher's meat and attach importance to dinner. Mr. Symeon condescends when he gives me half an hour of a life that is spent mostly in the clouds." "I would give worlds to know him," said Lady Susan. "I have taken his quarterly, The Unseen, from the beginning. His articles upon the spiritual life are adorable, but I am not conceited enough to pretend to understand him." "If people understood him, he would be less admired," said Rutherford. "What does he do?" asked the youngest and flippantest. "I am always hearing of Mr. Symeon and his spook magazine, but what does he do? Is it thought reading, slate writing, materialization? Does he float up to the ceiling as Home did? My granny swears she saw him, yes, positively floating in that large house by the Marble Arch." "Mr. Symeon does nothing," replied Claude. "He is the high priest of the transcendental. He talks." "How disappointing!" "Most people find that enough." "They are bored?" No, they are fascinated. Mr. Symeon is more magnetic than Gladstone was. He must have stolen those green eyes of his from a mermaid. His disciples get nothing but his eyes and his talk, and they believe in him as Orientals believe in Buddha. I've heard people say he is Buddha, Gautama's latest incarnation." "That's rather lovely," exclaimed Miss Flippant. "I would give worlds to see him." "We'll excuse you the worlds, even if you own them," said Claude in his lazy voice. "You may see him within the next 10 minutes, unless he is a promise breaker. I had not forgotten your commands, Vera. I spent half a day in hunting Symeon, and did not leave him till he promised to come to tea with you. I believe tea is the most material refreshment he takes." "You are ever so much better than I thought you," said Vera, with one look up at Rutherford, before she turned to gaze at the distant door, heedless of the talk that went on round her, until after some minutes a servant announced Mr. Symeon. Claude Rutherford left his station by the mantelpiece and went to meet the visitor. The spacious rooms were mostly in shadow by this time, all the lamps being so tempered by artistic shades in sea-green silk that they gave faint patches of colour rather than light, and some people started at the sound of Mr. Symeon's name, almost as if they had seen a ghost. It was a name that all cultured people knew, even when they did not know the man. Francis Symeon was a leader in the spiritual world, and there were no depths in the mysteries of occultism, from ancient Egypt to modern India, that he had not sounded. He was the editor and proprietor of The Unseen, a quarterly magazine to which only the most advanced thinkers were allowed to contribute, a magazine which the subscriber opened with a thrill of anticipation, wondering what new revelation of the life beyond was to find in those shining hot-pressed pages, where the matter was often more dazzling than the gloss on the paper. Vera watched with eager interest and a faint flush of pleasure as Rutherford and Symeon came through the shadows towards her. "You see, I have kept my promise, and here is Mr. Symeon to answer some of those far-reaching questions with which you often bewilder my poor brain." Vera left her table, where there had come a sudden lull in the soprano voices as Mr. Symeon drew near, a pause in the discussion of frocks and hats in the new comedy at the St. James's. She stood up to talk to Mr. Symeon, telling him how she had been reading the last number of The Unseen, and more especially his own contribution, an essay on the other life, as understood by Tennyson and Browning. In that half-light which makes all beautiful things more beautiful, she had a spirit look, and might have seemed the materialization of Mr. Symeon's thought, as she stood before him, fragile and slender, with glimmering lamplight on her cloud of brown hair, and on the simple white gown of some transparent fabric loosely draped over satin that flashed through its fleecy whiteness. Her only ornament was a necklace of aqua marina in a Tiffany setting. "She wears that thing when she wants to look like a mermaid," Miss Pert whispered to her pal. "No, she wears it to remind us that she has some of the finest jewels in London, and that she despises them," said the pal, who had reached that critical age which is described as getting on, and was inclined to take a sour view of a young woman who had married millions. Symeon and Vera talked for some time, she with a suppressed eagerness, earnest, almost impassioned; Symeon grave and reserved, yet obviously interested. "We cannot talk of these things in a crowd," he said. "If I had known you had a party—" "It is not a party. People come every afternoon in the winter, when there is not much for them to do. But if you will be so kind as to come early some day, at 3 o'clock, for instance, I will not be at home to anybody, unless it were Claude, who loves to hear you talk." "I will come to-morrow," said Symeon, and then, with briefest adieu, He walked slowly through the crowd, acknowledging the greetings of a few intimates with a distant bend of his iron-grey head, and walking amongst the pretty faces and smart frocks as he might have done through so many sparrows pecking on a lawn. Lady Susan came to Vera, excited and eager. "Why didn't you keep him? I wanted you to introduce him to me. I have been pining to know him. I read every line of his review. He is wonderful. I believe he has secrets that ward off age. You must ask me to meet him at luncheon, a party of 4, with Claude. Claude has been horrid about him." "I value his friendship too much to introduce him to Tom, Dick, and Harry," said Claude. "Vera and he are elective affinities." Father Cyprian and Claude Rutherford left the house together. "May I walk with you as far as your lodgings?" Claude asked. "By all means, and come in with me if you can. It is early yet, and I have long wanted a talk with you." "Serious?" "Yes, even serious. When one cares as much for a young man as I do for you, there is always room for seriousness. You look alarmed, but there's no occasion. I don't preach long sermons, especially not to young men." They walked to the end of the street in silence. They were old friends, and though Claude was the most lax among papists, Cyprian Hammond had never lost hope of bringing him back to the fold. He was emotional and imaginative, and he had a heart. Sooner or later there would come a day when he would want the utmost the Church could do for him. "You can't wonder if I am a little afraid," Claude said presently. "There has been some hard hitting from your pulpit within the last year." "You have heard my moralities? I won't call them sermons." "Yes, I have heard, but I doubt if I have enjoyed your diatribes as much as the other sinners, especially the women of your flock. They love to be told they are a shade worse than Semiramis, if you will only imply that they are as fascinating as Cleopatra." "Poor worms," said the priest with a long-drawn sigh. "They are such very poor creatures. Even their sins are petty." "Would you prefer them if they were poisoners like the Borgia?" "No, but I might despise them less, and I should have more hope of their repentance. These creatures don't know they are sinners. They gamble, they squander their husbands' fortunes, shipwreck their sons' inheritance, and when the domestic ship goes down, they are injured innocents, surprised to find that things are so expensive. I have talked with them, not in the confessional, and I have sounded the shallows of their silly minds. There are no depths, unless it were a depth of self-love. They come to Mass and sit fanning themselves and sniffing eau de cologne, while I expostulate with them and try to turn their thoughts into new channels. And then they get tired of the creed in which they were brought up, tired of hearing hard things and of tasting wormwood instead of honey." "Is modern London so like Babylon?" "I doubt if the city with 100 gates was much worse. And your substitutes for the Church you have deserted, your Christian Science, pragmatism, humanism, your letters from the dead, your philanthropy expressed in oranges and buns for workhouse children and in fashionable bazaars, charities that overlap each other and pauperize more than they relieve, and all for want of that one tremendous central power that could harmonize every effort, bring every man and woman's work into line and rule. In the history of God's chosen people, the one unpardonable sin was the worship of strange gods. Their Creator knew that religion was the only basis of conduct, and that the worshippers of evil gods must themselves become infamous. But this is the age of strange gods. You all have your groves and high places, your Baal and Ashtart, your Kali or your Shiva, your shrines upon mountain tops and under green trees, your Buddha, your Nietzsche, your Spinoza, your Comte. You run after the teachers of fantastic things, the high priests of materialism. You worship anywhere but in your church. You believe anything but the faith of your forefathers. They were at Father Cyprian's door by this time, in one of those wide streets west of Portland Place and north of the world of fashion, streets that may still be described as quiet, save for the ceaseless roar of traffic in the Marylebone Road, a sound diminished by distance, the ebb and flow of life in an artery of the great city. It was in a street parallel with this that the great cardinal who defied the law of England had lived and died half a century before. They had been walking slowly through the thickening mist of a fine November evening, a grey vapour across which street lamps and lighted windows glimmered in faint flashes of gold, an atmosphere that Claude Rutherford loved, all the more perhaps because he had never been able to satisfy himself in painting it. "What is the good of trying when one must always fall short of Turner?" he had said to himself in those younger and more eager days when he still tried to do things. Father Cyprian had talked with a kind of suppressed passion as they walked through solitary streets, and now he laughed lightly as he turned the key in his door. "You have had the sermon after all," he said. "It didn't touch me. I am not an extravagant bridge-playing woman, and I worship no strange god." "I shall touch you presently. Your withers are not unwrung." "Suppose I say good night and give you the slip?" "You won't do that. I was your father's friend." That was enough. Claude bent his head a little, as if at a sacred name, and followed the priest up the uncarpeted stone staircase to a large room on the first floor, the conventional London drawing-room with its 3 long windows and chilling white linen blinds. But, except the shape of the room and the white blinds, there was nothing to offend the eye that looked for beauty. The floor was cheaply covered with sea-blue felt, which echoed the colouring of the sea-blue walls, and the central space was occupied by a massive knee-hole desk of ebony inlaid with ivory, evidently of Italian workmanship, and picturesque enough to please without being a chef d'oeuvre. There were only 2 objects of art in the spacious room, but each was supreme after its kind. A carved ivory crucifix of considerable size, mounted on black velvet, was centred on the wall facing the windows, and over the marble mantelpiece there hung a Holy Family by Fra Angelico. These, which were exquisite, were the only ornaments that Father Cyprian had given himself in his 10 years' residence in this house, where this spacious sitting-room, with a large bedroom for himself and a small room for his servant, comprised all his accommodation. 6 high-backed armchairs covered with old stamped leather, and a massive gate-legged table, black with age, on which he dined, completed his furniture. To some visitors the sparsely furnished room might have seemed cold and cheerless, but there was an air of repose in its simplicity that satisfied the artistic mind. It looked like a room designed for prayer and meditation, not a room for study, for the one bookcase with its neat range of theological works would not have sufficed for the poorest student. It looked like a room meant for solitude and thought, and for only the most serious, the most confidential conversation. "I have always a sense of rest when I come into this room," Rutherford said, while Father Cyprian was lighting the candles in a bronze candelabrum on his desk. "You should come here oftener, Claude. You might make a retreat here once or twice a week. Sit on the bank for a few hours, and let that tumultuous river of modern life go by you, while you think of the land where there is no tumult, only a divine repose or an agony of regret. When did you make your last confession, Claude?" "I have a bad memory, Father. Don't tax it too severely." The priest was not to be satisfied by a flippant answer. He pressed the question with authority. "What have I to confess? An empty, dissatisfied soul, a useless life, no positive wickedness, only negative worthlessness." "I am not an infidel," Claude added eagerly. "If I were an unbeliever I would not presume to claim your friendship. I should think it an insolence to cross your threshold. I have been slack. I have fallen into a languid acceptance of my own shortcomings." "You have fallen in love with another man's wife," said the priest gravely. "That is the name of your sin." The thin face paled ever so slightly, but there was no indignant protest. Indeed, the head drooped a little, as if the sinner had whispered mea culpa. "I have never made love to her," he said in a low voice, "but I am human and can't help loving her." "You can help going to her house. You can help hanging over her as she sits among her friends. When it comes to making love, the Rubicon is passed, and the chances of retreat are as 1 in 50. You are on the downward slope, Claude. Every time you enter that house, you go there at the hazard of your soul." "She has so few real friends. She is alone among a crowd. She and I were friends as children, or at least when she was a child. I should be a cur if I kept away from her when she needs my friendship, just because of the risk to myself. I am too fond of her ever to hazard a situation that would mean danger for her. I know how much a woman in her position has to lose. She is not the kind of woman who could pass through the furnace of the divorce court and hold up her head and be happy afterwards. She is a creature of spirit, not of flesh. Passion would never make amends to her for shame. Yet, knowing this, you make yourself her intimate companion." "I shall never betray myself. She will never know what you know. For her I am a feather-brained amateur of life, interested in many things, caring for nothing, a saunterer through the world, without much heart and without any serious purpose. She often scolds me for my frivolity. I admit that she has a certain childlike innocence which might keep her unconscious of your feelings till the fatal moment in which you will fling principle, prudence, honour to the winds and declare yourself her lover. That moment will never come. The day I feel myself in danger, I shall leave her for ever. In the meantime, if I am essential to her happiness, I shall stop." "How can you be essential? She has crowds of friends, and a husband who adores her." "A husband of 50 years of age, grave, silent, with his mind concentrated upon international finance, a man who is thinking of another Turkish loan while he sits opposite her with his stony eyes fixed upon space, a man whose brain is a calculating machine and his heart a handful of ashes." "Has she complained of him?" "Never. But things have leaked out. She was not 18, little more than a child, when she married him. She gave herself to him in a romantic impulse, admiring his force of character, her heart touched by his affection for a dying daughter. To be so loved by that strong nature seemed to her enough for happiness. But that was 6 years ago, and she has lived 6 years in the world. The romance has gone out of her love. What can she have in common with such a man?" "The bond of marriage, his love, and her sense of duty," answered the priest. "She has a keen sense of a wife's duty. She preaches sermons upon her husband's goodness of heart, his fine character, and she ends with a sigh, and regrets that for some mysterious reason she has not been able to make him happy. She is too rich and too much indulged, and she is without a saving creed. Poor child, I would give much to save her from herself and from you. Don't be afraid of me, father. Men of my stamp may be trusted. We are too feather-brained to be intense, even in sin. Good night. I hear the jingle of glass and silver, and I think it must be near your dinner time. Good night."
Chapter 5 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Perard. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 5 When a woman's imagination, still young and ardent, begins to find the things of earth as Hamlet found them, weary, flat, stale, and unprofitable, it is only natural that she should turn with a longing mind to the life that earth cannot give, the something unseen and mysterious that certain gifted individuals have attributed to themselves the power of seeing. Vera, after 6 years of marriage, 6 years of unlimited wealth and unconscious self-indulgence, had begun to discover that most things were stale, and some things weary, and all things unprofitable. And then, to a mind steeped in modern poetry and modern romance, and the modern music that always means something more than mere combinations of harmonious sounds, there had come a yearning for the higher life, the transcendental life that only the elect can realize, and only the earth-weary can ardently desire. Francis Simeon was the philosopher to whom she turned with unquestioning faith, for even those who had spoken lightly of his creed and of his reasoning faculty had admitted that the man was essentially sincere, and that the faith he offered his followers was for him as impregnable as the rock of Holy Scripture. He was announced on the following day as the clock in Vera's morning room struck 3, a punctuality so exceptional as to seem almost uncanny when compared with the vague sense of time in the rest of her acquaintance. She received him in a room where there was no fear of interruption, her sanctuary, more library than boudoir, where the books she loved, her poets and novelists and philosophers, in the bindings she had herself invented, filled her bookcases, alternating with black and white portraits of the gods of her idolatry: Browning, Tennyson, Byron, Scott, de Musset, Heine, Henry Irving, Gounod. Only the dead had place there, the dead musician, the dead poet, the dead actor. It was death that made them beloved and longed for. They had gone from her reach forever, and it was this sense of something forever lost that made them adorable. Mr. Simeon looked round the walls with evident admiration. "I see you prefer the faces of the noble dead to watercolor sketches and majolica plates," he said. "Divine books, divine faces, those are the best companions a woman can have." "I spent a good deal of my life in this room," Vera answered. "I have no children. I suppose if I had, I should spend most of my time with them. I should not have to choose my companions among the dead." "You have chosen them among the living," Mr. Simeon answered in a voice that thrilled her. "Do you think that Tennyson is dead? He who knew that the whole question of religion hinges upon the afterlife, immortality, or a godless universe. Or Browning, who has gone to the very core of religion, whose magnificent mind grasped the highest and deepest in divine love and divine power? Such spirits are unquenchable. This rag of mortality upon which they hang must lie in the dust, but for the elect death is only the release of the immaterial from the material, the escape of the butterfly from the worm. You have the assurance from the lips of Christ. God is the God of the living, and for those whose existence on earth is only the apprenticeship to immortality, there is no such thing as death. This was the chief article in Mr. Simeon's creed, hinted at, but not formally stated, in his contributions to the magazine which he edited. He claimed immortality only for the elect, for those in whom the spirit predominated over the flesh. To Vera, there was no new idea in his exposition of faith. She had a feeling that she had always known this, from the time she stood beside Shelley's grave in the shadow of the Roman cenotaph, and that other grave under the hill, the resting place of Shelley's Adonais. The thought of corruption had been far from her mind, albeit she knew that the heart of one poet and the wasted form of the other were lying in the darkness below those spring flowers on which her tears were falling, and it was no surprise to her to hear a serious man of 60 years of age declare his faith in the unbroken chain of life. "I saw that you were not one of those who scoff at transcendental truths," Mr. Symeon said, after a few minutes' silence. "I read in your eyes last night that you are one of us in spirit. Though you may know nothing of our creed, you must join our society." "Your society?" "Yes, Madame Provana. We are a company of friends in the world of sense and in the world of spirit. The majority of us have crossed the river. As corporal substance they have ceased to be. Their dwelling is in the starlight spaces beyond Acheron. For the common herd they are dead, but for us they are as vividly alive as they were when they walked among the vulgar living and wore life's vesture of clay. They are nearer to us since they have passed the gulf, and we understand them as we never could while they wore the livery of earth. They are our close companions. The veil that parted us is rent, and we see them face to face." Vera listened in silence, and the grave, slow speech went on without a break. "We have our meetings, we discuss the great problems, the everlasting mysteries, we press forward to the higher life. We are not afraid of being foolish, romantic, illogical. We are prepared for contempt and incredulity from the outside world. But for us, whose minds have received the light from those other minds, who have been consoled in our sorrows, strengthened in our faith by those influencing souls, there is nothing more difficult in our creed than in that of Newman, who saw behind each form of material beauty the light, the flower, the living presence of an angel. The spirits of the illustrious dead are our angels, and our communion with them is the joy of our lives. We called ourselves simply us. Our chosen poets, philosophers, painters, musicians, even the great actors of the past, those ardent spirits in whom genius was unquenchable by death. Men and women whose minds were fire, and their corporal existence of no account in the forces of their being. Those who have lived by the spirit and not by the flesh, all these are of our company. These are the influencing souls who are our companions in the silence and seclusion of our lives. Not by the trumpery expedient of an alphabet rapped upon a table, or by the writing of an unguided pencil, but by the communion of spirit with spirit. We feel those other minds in converse with our own. They teach, they exhort, they uplift us to their spirit world, sometimes in hours of meditation, and sometimes in the closer communion of dreams. "Are their voices heard? Do they speak to you?" Vera asked, deeply moved, her own voice trembling a little. "Only in dreams. Speech is material and belongs to the earthly machine. It is not from lip to ear, but from mind to mind that the message comes." "And do they appear to you? Do you see them as they were on earth?" Vera asked. The November twilight had filled the room with shadow, and the face of the spiritualist, the sharply cut features and hollow cheeks and luminous gray-green eyes, looked like the face of a ghost. "Only in dreams is it given to us to look upon the disembodied great. We feel and we know. That is enough. But in some rare cases, where the earthly vesture has worn to its thinnest tissue, where death has set its seat upon the living, to one so divested of mortal attributes, so marked for the spirit world, the vision may be granted. Such an one may see." "You have known?" faltered Vera. "Yes, I knew such a case. In the final hour of an ebbing life, the chain of wedded love that death had broken was reunited, and the wife died with her last long gaze turned in the vision of her husband. Her last word was reunited. Vera was strangely impressed. It was not easy for the unbelieving to make a mock of Mr. Symeon's creed. The force of his convictions, the ideas that he had cultivated and brooded upon for the larger part of his life, had so possessed the man, that even scoffers were sometimes moved by his absolute sincerity, and found themselves, as it were, unawares, treating his theories almost seriously. For Vera, in whom imagination was the greater part of mind, there was no inclination to scoff, but rather a most earnest desire that the spiritualist's creed might be justified by her own experience, that it might be granted to her to sit in the melancholy solitude of that room with a volume of Browning on her lap, and to feel that the poet was near her, that an invisible spirit was breathing enlightenment into her mind, as she read the dying words of the beloved apostle in A Death in the Desert, which had been to her as a new gospel, and to know that when she raised her eyes to the portrait on the wall, it was not dead, but the living upon whom she looked. This was involved in the creed of her church, the communion of saints. Were not the gifted, who had lived free from all the grossness of clay, from the taint of earthly sin, worthy to be numbered among the saints, and like them gifted with perpetual life, perpetual fellowship with the faithful who adored them? When he left the great silent house, Mr. Symeon knew that he had made a proselyte. Though Vera had said little, it was impossible to mistake the fervor with which she had welcomed his revelation of the spirit world. Here was a mind in want of new interests, a heart yearning for something that the world could not give. She sat by the dying fire, in the gathering darkness, long after her visitor had left her. Yes, this had been her need of late, something to think of, something to wish for. Her life, so overfull of the things that women desire, pomp and luxury, troops of friends, jewels and fine clothes, the too much that money always brings with it, had vacant spaces. Chapter 6 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Ferrard. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 6. Mario Provana's wife was the fashion, the prestige for which some women strive and labor for years, spending themselves and their husbands' fortunes in the strenuous endeavor, and having to confess themselves failures at last, had been won by Vera without an effort. Her husband's wealth had done much. Her youth, and the something rare and exceptional in her beauty, had done more. But the Disbrowes had done the most of all. With such material, a triple millionaire's wife, in the first bloom of her loveliness, the work had been easy. But no one could deny that the Disbrowes had worked, and might fairly congratulate themselves, as well as their fair young cousin, first, second, or third, as the case might be, upon the result of their tactful efforts. All Disbrowes were supposed to have tact, just as they had arched insteps and long, lean hands. It was as much a mark of their race. From the day of Vera's return from her long Italian honeymoon, she found herself walled round and protected by her mother's kindred. They came from all the points of the compass. Lord Okehampton from his park in North Devon, Lady Balgowrie from her castle in Aberdeenshire, Lady Helstone from the Land's End. They came unbidden, and overflowing with affection, but much too tactful to be vulgarly demonstrative. Poor Lady Felicia's foolish pride kept us all at a distance, they told Vera. But now that you are emancipated and your own mistress, I hope you will let us be useful. From countesses down to hard-up spinsters, they all said the same thing, and no one could accuse them of gush. They all announced themselves as worldlings, pure and simple, and they made no professions. "You have made a great match, my dear," said Lady Helstone, "and you have a great career before you, if you are careful in the choice of your friends. That is the essential point. One black sheep among your flock might spoil all your chances. There are men about town that my husband calls oilers. They were called tigers when my mother was young, and one of those in a new woman's visiting list can wreck her. The creatures are intolerably pushing, and don't resist till they can pose as cavaliere servante, or at least as l'ami de la maison." Vera welcomed this army of blood relations with amiability, but without enthusiasm. She was ready to love that one kind lady who had given her the only happy holiday of her childhood, under whose hospitable roof she had known Claude Rutherford. But the countesses who had been unaware of her existence while she was a dependent upon poor Lady Felicia could have no claim upon her affection. Yet they and their belongings were all pleasant people, and in that large and splendid house, which was to be her home in London, she found that people were wanted. The emptiness of those spacious rooms during the long hours when her husband was at his offices in the city, soon became appalling, and she was glad of the lively aunts and cousins, and their following, who transformed her drawing-rooms into a parrot-house, both for noise and brilliant colour, to say nothing of the aquiline beaks that prevailed among the dowagers and elderly bachelors. Once established as her relations, the distance of some of the cousinship being ignored, they came as often as Vera cared to ask them, and they brought all the people whom Vera ought to know, the poets and novelists and playwrights who were all dying to know the daughter of Lancelot Davis, that delightful poet whom everybody loved and nobody envied. His fame had increased since he had gone into the ground, and his shade was now crowned with that belated fame which is the aureola of the dead. They brought the newest painting people and the fashionable actors and actresses, English or American, as well as that useful following of nice boys who are as necessary in every drawing-room as occasional chairs or tables to hold teacups. Instigated by the Disbrowes and with Mario Provana's approval, Vera soon began that grand business of entertaining, to which a triple millionaire's wife should indubitably devote the greater part of her time, talent, and energy. Countesses and countess dowagers gave their mornings to her, advising whom she should invite, and how she should entertain. They instructed her in the table of precedence as solemnly as if it had been the church catechism, showing her how, in some rare concatenation, a rule might be broken, as a past master of harmony might, on occasion, allow himself the use of consecutive fifths. They were never tired of extending Madame Provana's knowledge of life as it is lived in the London that is bounded on the south by Queen Anne's Gate and by Portland Place on the north. They called it opening her mind, and praised her for the intelligence with which she mastered the social problems. Her husband was pleased to see her admired and cherished, above all to see her happy, yet he could not but feel some touch of disappointment when he looked back upon those quiet afternoons in the olive woods at San Marco, and the tea parties of three in Lady Felicia's sitting-room, and remembered how he had thought he was marrying a friendless and unappreciated girl, who would be all the world to him, and for whom he must be all the world. in a long future of wedded love. He thought he was marrying a friendless orphan, whose divine inheritance was poetry and beauty, and he found that he had married the Disbrowes. They were all terribly friendly. They never hinted at his inferior social status, his vulgar level as a tradesman, only trading in money instead of goods. They behaved as if, by marrying their cousin, he had become a Disbrowe. Lady Helstone, Lady Balgowrie, Lord and Lady Okehampton treated him with affection, without arrière-pensée. The most that Okehampton, as a man of the world, wanted from the great financier was his advice about the investment of his paltry surplus, so trifling an amount that he blushed to allude to the desire in such exalted company. But now a time had come when Vera needed no counsel from the Disbrowes, and when she was beginning to treat those social obligations about which she, as a tyro, had labored diligently, with a royal carelessness. Her aunts complained that she had grown casual, and that she had even gone very near offending some of their particular friends, people whom to have on her visiting list ought to have been the crown of her life. Vera apologized. "I know far too many people," she said. "My house is becoming a caravanserai." She said "my house" unconsciously, with a deep-seated knowledge that all those splendid rooms and the splendid crowds that filled them meant very little in her husband's life. 6 years of the too much had changed Lady Felicia's granddaughter. The things that money can buy had ceased to charm. The people whom in her first season she had thought it a privilege to know had sunk into the dismal category of bores. Almost everybody was a bore, except a few men of letters, who had known her father, or who loved his verses. For those she had always a welcome, and she was proud when they told her that she was her father's daughter. Her eyes, her voice were his, these enthusiasts told her. She was a creature of fire and light, as he was. After 3 or 4 years of pleasure in trivial things, she had grown disdainful of all delights, except those of the mind and the imagination. The opera, or the theatre when Shakespeare was acted, always charmed her. But for the olla podrida of music and nonsense that most people cared for, she had nothing but scorn. She never missed a fine concert or a picture show, but she broke half her engagements to evening parties, or appeared for a quarter of an hour and vanished before her hostess had time to introduce the new arrivals, American or Continental, who were dying to know her. The general impression was that she gave herself airs, but they were airs that harmonized with her fragile beauty, the something ethereal that distinguished her from other women. If any stout, florid creature were to behave like Madame Provana, she would be cut dead, people told Vera's familiar friend, Lady Susan Amphlett. Lady Susan pleaded her friend's frail constitution as an excuse for casual behavior. "She is all nerves and suffers agonies from ennui. Her father was consumptive, and her mother was a fragile creature who faded away after 3 years of a happy married life. It was a marriage of romance and beauty. Davis and his wife were both lovely, but they had no stamina. Vera has no stamina." Lady Felicia had been lying more than a year in the family vault in Warwickshire. Her last years had been the most prosperous and comfortable years of her life, and the vision of the future that had smiled upon her in the golden light above the jutting cliff of Bordighera had been amply realized by the unmeasured liberality of her granddaughter's husband. Before Vera's honeymoon was over, the shabby lodgings in the dull, unlovely street had been exchanged for a spacious flat in a red brick skyscraper overlooking Regent's Park. Large windows, lofty ceilings, a southern aspect, and the very newest note in decoration and upholstery had replaced the sunless drawing room and the Philistine walnut furniture, and for those last years the Disbrowe clan ceased to talk of Captain Cunningham's widow as poor Lady Felicia. What more could any woman want of wealth than to be able to draw upon the purse of a triple millionaire? As everything in Lady Felicia's former surroundings, her shifting camp of nearly 20 years had been marked with the broad arrow of poverty. Every detail of this richly feathered nest of her old age bore the stamp of riches, and the Disbrowes, who knew the price of things, could see that Mario Provana had treated his wife's relation with princely generosity. Once more Lady Felicia's diamonds, those last relics of her youth, to which she had held through all her necessitous years, were to be met in the houses of the fashionable and the great, and Lady Felicia herself, in a sumptuous velvet gown, silvery hair dressed by a fashionable artist, emerged from retirement in a perfect state of preservation, having the advantage by a decade of giddy dowagers who had never missed a season. The giddy dowagers looked at her through their fausses mains and laughed about Lady Felicia's resurrection. "She looks as if she had been kept in cotton wool and put to bed at 10 o'clock every night," they said. Granny enjoyed that Indian summer of her life, and was grateful. "You have married a prince," she told Vera, "and if you ever slight him, or behave badly, you will deserve to come to a bad end." Vera protested that she knew her husband's value, and was not ungrateful. "I want to make him happy," she said. "That is easy enough," retorted Granny. "You have only to love him as he deserves to be loved." Was that so easy? Vera wondered sadly. It seemed to her that, by no fault of hers, there had come a difference in her relations with her husband. He was always kind to her, but he was farther from her than in the first year, the Italian year, which, to look back upon, was still the happiest of her married life. He was absorbed in a business that needed strenuous labor and unflagging care. He had told her that it was not his own interests alone that he had to guard, but the interests of other people. There were thousands of helpless people who would suffer by his loss of fortune, or his loss of prestige. The pinnacle upon which the house of Provana stood was the strong rock of a multitude. A certain anxiety was therefore inevitable throughout his business life. He could never be the holiday husband, sharing all a wife's trivial pleasures, interested in all the nothings that make the sum of an idle woman's existence. Vera accepted the inevitable, and it was only when she began to think the best people rather boring that she discovered how the distance had widened between herself and her husband. Without a dissentient word, without a single angry look, they had come to be one of those essentially modern couples whose loveless unions Father Cyprian deplored. She thought the blame was with Mario Provana. He had ceased to care for her. Just as she had grown weary of her troops of friends, her husband had wearied of the wife he had chosen after a week's courtship. "He thought he was in love, but he could not really have cared for me," she told herself. "His heart was empty and desolate after the loss of his daughter, and he took me because I was young and had been Julia's friend." This was how Vera reasoned, sitting in her lonely sanctuary, while on the other side of the wall there was a man of mature age, a man with a proud temper and a passionate heart, a man who had endured slights in his youth, whose first marriage had ended in disappointment. The crushing discovery that the beautiful girl who had been given to him by a noble and needy father had sacrificed her inclinations for the sake of her family and had never loved him. She had been faithful, and she had endured his love. That was all. And in those last years, when disease had laid a withering hand upon her beauty, and when the world seemed far off, and when only her husband's love stood between her and death, she had learnt the value of a good man's devotion, and had loved him a little in return. He had suffered the disillusions of that first union. Yet again, after many years, he had staked his happiness upon a single chance, and had taken a girl of 18 to his heart, in a state of exaltation that was more like a dream than sober reality. He had lavished upon this unsophisticated girl all the force of strong feelings long held in check. At last, in the maturity of manhood, the love that had been denied to his youth was being given to him in full measure. He could not doubt that she loved him. That innocent, unconscious love, trusting as the love of children, revealed itself in tones and looks that he could not mistake. Before he asked her to be his wife, he was sure that she loved him. But after 6 years of marriage he was no longer sure of anything, except that his wife was the fashion, and that her Disbrowe relations were innumerable. He was sure of nothing about this girl whom he had clasped to his breast in a rapture of triumphant love on the hill above the Mediterranean. Year after year of their married life had carried her farther away from him. Who could say precisely what made the separation? He only knew that the years which should have tightened the bond had loosened it, and that he could no longer recognize his child wife of the Roman Chapter 9 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Matt Berard. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 7. Well, now your whim has been gratified, I should like to know what you think of Frances Symeon, Claude Rutherford asked, as he put down his hat in Vera's sanctum, the day after her conference with the high priest of occultism. The question was his only greeting. He slipped into the low and spacious chair by the hearth and seemed to lose himself in it while he waited for a reply. He had the air of being perfectly at home in the room, with no idea that he could possibly be unwelcome. He came and went in Madame Provana's house with a lazy insouciance that many people would have taken for indifference. Only the skilled reader of men would have detected the hidden fire under that outward serenity of the attractive man who flirts with any attractive woman of his acquaintance, and cares for none. I think he is wonderful. And you believe in him? Yes, I believe in him, because his ideas only give form and substance to the thoughts that have haunted me ever since I began to think. Grisly thoughts? No, Claude, happy thoughts. When I first read my father's poetry and began to think about him in my dull grey room in Grannie's lodgings, I had a feeling that he was near me. He was there, but behind the veil. When I read In Memoriam, the feeling grew stronger, and I knew that death is not the end of love. There was nothing that shocked or startled me in what Mr. Symeon told me yesterday. About us, the spiritual club in which the dead and the living are members on the same footing. The club that elects or selects Confucius or Browning one day and Lady Fanny Ransom, Mad Lady Fanny as they call her, the next. I saw nothing to ridicule in a companionship of lofty minds, but you know more about the society than I do. Perhaps you are a member? Claude answered first with a light gay laugh, and then in his most languid voice. Not I. I am of the earth, earthy, sensual, sinful. If I went to one of their meetings I should have to go disguised as a poodle. Lady Fanny owns a fine Russian that has a look of Mephisto, though I believe he is purely canine. Tell me all you know about their meetings. Imagine a Quakers' meeting, with the female members in Parisian frocks and hats. A large room at the back of Simeon's chambers in the Albany. It was once a fashionable editor's library, smelling of Russia leather, and gay with Zandor's bindings. But it is now the abode of a shadow, where glowing embers through the room teach light to counterfeit a gloom. And there the congregation sits in melancholy silence till somebody, Lady Fanny or another, begins to say things that have been borne in upon her from Shakespeare or Browning or Marlowe or Schopenhauer, or her favorite bishop, if she is pious. They wait for inspiration as the Quakers do. I am told Lady F. is tremendous. She is strong upon politics and is frankly socialistic. She has communications from Karl Marx and Fourier, George Eliot and Comte. Her inspiration takes the widest range and moves her to the wildest speech, but she is greatly admired. They never have a blank day when she is there. I should like to hear her. I know she is eccentric, but she is immensely clever, and she seems to have read everything worth reading in half a dozen languages. She crams her expansive brain with the best books, but I am told she occasionally puts them in upside down, and the author's views came out topsy-turvy. You are of imagination all compact, Vera, but I should be sorry to see you lapsing into fannytude. You scoff at everything. There is nothing serious for you in this world or the next. Which next world? There are so many. Simeon's, for instance, and Father Hammond's. What could be more diverse than those? I have thought very little about the undiscovered country. But you must not say I am not serious about something in this world. I cannot imagine what that something is. I hope you will never know. In fact, you are never to know. His earnestness startled her. And when a man's dominant note is persiflage, any touch of grave feeling is impressive. Vera was silent, and they sat opposite each other for a few moments, she watching the rise and fall of a blue flame in the heap of logs, he watching her face as the blue light flashed upon it for an instant and then left it dark. It was a face worth watching. She had her mermaid look this evening, and her eyes, ordinarily dark gray, looked as green as her sea-water necklace. "How is Provana?" he asked at last, an automatic question indicating faintest interest in the answer. "Oh, he is very well, but I am afraid he is worried. He stays longer in the city than he used to stay, and he is very grave and silent when we dine alone." "What would you do if the great house of Provana were to go down like a scuttled ship? Would you stick to a bankrupt husband? Renounce London and all its pomps and vanities? Give up this wilderness of a house and all the splendid things in it? Can you suppose the loss of money would change my feeling for him? If you can think that, you must think I married him because he was rich. And didn't you? I hate you for the question. When Mario asked me to be his wife, I had not a thought of his wealth. I knew that he was a good man, and I was proud of his love." "But you were not in love with him." "I don't know what you mean. I loved him for his noble character. I was proud of his love." "That is not being in love, Vera. A woman who is in love does not care a jot for her lover's character. She loves him all the better, perhaps, because he is a scoundrel, the last of the last, the off-scouring. There were women in Rome who doted upon Caesar Borgia, women who knew that he was a poisoner, take my word for it. You liked Provana because he was your first lover, and you were tired of a year in, year out, tête-à-tête with Granny. You know nothing about it. If he were to lose his fortune tomorrow, I think I should be rather glad. We could live in Italy. Poverty would bring us nearer together, as we were in our honeymoon year. We should have plenty to live upon with my settlement." She rose and moved towards the door. "It is nearly 5, and there will be people coming," she said. The door opened as she spoke, and Lady Susan Amphlett looked in. "Aren't you coming, Vera? There is a mob already, and people want their tea. What are you two talking about, entre chien et loup? You look as weird as Mr. Symeon, Claude." "We were talking of Symeon, when Vera began to worry about the people downstairs, who are not half so interesting." "I should think not. Mr. Symeon is thrilling. To know him is like what it must have been to be intimate with Simon Forman or Dr. D. I would give worlds to belong to his society. It is quite the smart thing to do. The members give themselves no end of airs in a quiet way." Lady Susan would have stood in the doorway talking in her crisp and rapid way for a quarter of an hour, oblivious of the people in the drawing room. But Vera slipped a hand through her arm, and they went downstairs together, Susan talking all the way. "Fanny Ransom has just come in, with her girl. Not out yet, but ages old in knowing what she oughtn't to know. How can a woman like Fanny, eaten up with spiritualism, look after a daughter? They say she went to Paris last winter on purpose to attend a black mass." "The not out daughter?" asked Claude. "No, the mother. But she told the girl all about it, and the minx raves about the devil, and says she would rather be initiated than presented next year." "Lady Fanny had better take care, or she will be expelled from us. I don't think Symeon would approve of the Black Mass. His philosophy is all light. Light and darkness are his good and evil." Claude spoke in an undertone, as they were in the room by this time, but he ran small risk of being overheard in a place where everybody seemed to be talking and nobody listening. Lady Fanny was the center of a group, her large brown eyes flashing, her voice the loudest, a tall, commanding figure in a black and gold gown, and a black beaver hat with long ostrich feathers and a diamond buckle, a hat that suggested Rupert of the Rhine rather than a modern matron. Her girl stood a little way off, with 3 other not-outs, listening to her mother's balderdash with unsuppressed mockery. "Isn't she too killing?" this dutiful child exclaimed, in a rapture of contemptuous amusement, and then she and her satellites bounced down upon the most luxurious ottoman within reach, and employed themselves in disparaging criticism of the company generally, their dress, demeanor, and social status, with much whispering and giggling, happily unobserved by grown-ups, who all had their own interesting subjects to talk about. Lady Fanny was deserted in favor of Vera, who, at the tea-table, became the focus of everybody's attention. At the beginning she had taken a childish pleasure in pouring out tea for her friends, rejoicing in the exquisite china, the old-world silver, glittering in the blue light of the spirit lamps, the flowers, and the beauteous surroundings. So different from the scanty treasures of shabby gentility, the dented silver, worn thin with long use, the relics of a Swansea tea-service with many a crack and rivet, to which her youth had been restricted. She performed the office automatically, nowadays, oppressed with the languor that hangs over those who are tired of everything, most especially the luxury and beauty they once longed for. One can understand that in the reign of our Hanoverian kings it was just this state of mind which made the wits and beauties eager for a window over against Newgate to see a row of murdering pirates hanging against the morning sky. Nothing could be too ghastly or grim for exhausted souls in want of sensation. The afternoon droppers in had long become a weariness to Madame Provana. Yet as her fashion had depended much upon her accessibility, she could not have shut her door upon people who considered themselves obliging when they used her drawing room as a rather superior club. Claude Rutherford slipped out of the room imperceptibly, eluding the people who wanted to talk to him with the agility of a vanishing harlequin. He had another visit to pay before his evening engagements, an almost daily visit. There was just one person in the world for whom he, who had left off caring for people or things, was known to care very much. In expatiating upon the blemishes in an agreeable young man's character, people often concluded with, "But he is a model son. He adores that old woman in Palace Place." It was to the old woman in Palace Place that Claude was going this November afternoon, and walking briskly through the clear, cold grey. He knew as well what the old woman was doing as if he had been gifted with second sight. She was sitting in her large, low chair, with her table and exquisite little tea service, his gift, at her elbow, and with her eyes fixed on the dial of the Sevres clock on the mantelpiece, while her heart beat in time to the ticking of the seconds, and he knew that if he were but 10 minutes later than usual, those minutes were long enough for the maternal mind to visualize every form of accident that can happen to a young man about town. Nobody talked of poor Mrs. Rutherford, or pitied her widowed solitude as they had pitied Lady Felicia. The fact that she had her own house in a fashionable quarter and a handsome income made all the difference. The house was not spacious, but it was old, an Adams house, and one of the prettiest in London, for whatever had been done to it after Adams had been done with taste and discretion. Much of the furniture was of the same date as the house, and all that was more recent was precious after its kind, and had been bought when precious things were easier to buy than they are now. And Mrs. Rutherford was as perfect as her surroundings, a slim, pale woman, dressed in black, and wearing the same widow's cap which she had put on in sorrow and anguish 15 years before, and which harmonized well with the long oval face and banded brown hair, lightly streaked with grey. She was a quiet person, and entertained few visitors except those of her own blood, or connections by marriage. But the name of those being legion, nobody called her inhospitable. Altogether she was a mother whom no well-bred son need be ashamed of loving. Once, upon his friend saying something to this effect, Claude had turned upon the man fiercely. "I should have loved her as well if she had been a beggar in the streets, and had hung about the doors of public houses with me in her arms. To me she is not Mrs. Rutherford, but just the sweetest, tenderest mother on this earth, and she would have been the same if fate had made her a beggar." "You believe that in your fantastic fits, but you know it ain't true," said his friend. Mrs. Rutherford looked up with a radiant face when her son entered the room. She had heard his light step on the stair. He had a latchkey, and there was no other sound to announce his coming. "Am I late, mother?" "It is 8 minutes past 5. "And you have been watching the clock instead of taking your tea." The butler entered with a teapot as he spoke, having made the tea immediately upon hearing the hall door open. "What have you been doing with yourself this afternoon, dearest?" Mrs. Rutherford asked, looking up at him fondly as he stood with his back to the mantelpiece, looking down at her. "Loafing, as usual. I looked in at the new gallery. Their winter show began today. Half a dozen grand things, the rest croûte." "And then?" she asked gently, seeming sure there would be something else. "Then I walked up Regent Street. It was a fine bracing afternoon, from the gallery to the Langham and along Portland Place." "And you had tea with Vera Provana?" "No, not tea. There was no tea worth tasting out of this room. There was a mob as usual at the Provanas', and I slipped away." "Was Signor Provana there?" "Not he. He was last heard of in Vienna, but I believe he is coming home next week." "An unsatisfactory husband for a young thing like Vera," said Mrs. Rutherford, with a faint cloud on her thoughtful face. Claude knew that look of vague trouble. It was often on his mother's forehead when she spoke of Vera. "I don't think women ought to call him unsatisfactory. He is the most indulgent husband I know. He adores his wife, and she reigns like a queen in that great house of his, and in their Roman villa." "That kind of indulgence is a dangerous thing for a young woman, especially if she is capricious and full of strange fancies." "Poor little Vera! You don't seem to have a high opinion of her." "I don't want to be unkind. She has passed through an ordeal that only a woman of high principles and strong brain can pass without deterioration. A girlhood of poverty and deprivation, under close surveillance, and a married life of inordinate luxury and liberty. She was married at 18, remember, Claude, before her character could be formed. Nor was Lady Felicia the person to lay the foundation of a fine character. One ought not to speak ill of the dead, but poor Felicia was sadly trivial and worldly minded." "Madre mia, what a sermon! If you think poor little Vera is in danger, why don't you contrive to see a little more of her? She would love to have you for a real friend. She has a host of acquaintances, but not too many friends. Susan Amphlett is devoted to her, but Lady Susie is not a tower of strength." "I believe they suit each other. They are both feather-headed, and both poseuses." At this Claude fired, and was almost fierce. "Vera is no poseuse," he said. "She is utterly without self-consciousness. I don't think she knows that she is lovely, in spite of the society papers. Fortunately, she has no time to read them. She's too absorbed in her poets, Browning, Shakespeare, Dante. I doubt if she reads a page of prose in a day." "And is not that a pose?" "Her idea is to be different from other women, a creature of imagination, in the world, but not of it. That is what people say of Madame Provana. So charming, so different." "She can't help what people say, any more than she can help looking more like Undine than a woman whose clothes come from the Rue de la Paix." Mrs. Rutherford let the subject drop. She did not want to bring unhappiness into the sweetest hour of her life, the hour her son gave her. And she knew she could not talk of Vera without the risk of unhappiness. He who was the joy of her life was also the cause of much sorrow. But from the day he left the army, under some kind of cloud, never fully understood, but divined, by his mother, she had never let him know what a disappointment his broken career had been to her. She was a soldier's daughter, and a soldier's widow, and to be distinguished as a leader of men was to her mind almost the only way to greatness. Yet she had smiled when this cherished son had made light of military fame, and told her he would rather be another Millais than another Arthur Wellesley. She had expressed no regret, a few years later, when he told her that art was of all professions the most hateful, and that he did not mean to follow up the flashy success of his early pictures. "They might make me an associate next year, if my work was a little better," he told her. "But I am not good enough to hit the public taste 2 years running. It was the subject or the devilry in my picture that caught on. I might never catch on again. And I'm sick of it all, the critics, the dealers, and the whole brotherhood of art." There again his road in life came to a dead stop. But this time it was not a wicked woman's form that barred the vista and shut out the temple of fame. As he had missed being a great soldier, he was to miss being a famous painter, though the men who knew, the men who had already arrived, had told his mother that a brilliant career might have been his, if he had chosen to work for it. To work, not by fits and starts, like a fine gentleman in a picturesque painting room, but as Reynolds had worked, and Etty and Wilkie, when he sat on the floor painting, with his own legs for his subject. Again, after trying her powers of persuasion, and trying to fire his ambition, Mrs. Rutherford had resigned herself to disappointment, and had been neither reproachful nor lugubrious. She was an ambitious woman, and her son had disappointed her ambition. She was a deeply religious woman, and she saw her son indifferent to his religion, if not an unbeliever. And she never persecuted him with tears or remonstrances, only on rare occasions, and with the utmost delicacy, pleading the urgency of a strong faith in the midst of a faithless generation, and the deadly risk the man runs who neglects the sacraments of his church. Although she did not often approach this subject in her talk with Claude, it was not the less a subject of anxious thought, and she replied upon the influence of her old and devoted friend, Father Cyprian Hammond, rather than her own, for the saving of her son's soul. If a good woman's prayers could have guarded his path,
Chapter 8 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah in Brighton. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8, Part 1. While Claude Rutherford's peril was a subject of troubled thought for his mother and her friend and father confessor Cyprian Hammond, no friendly voice had breathed words of warning into Vera's ear, nor had she any consciousness that warning was needed or that danger threatened. Claude was part of her life from the day when she had met him for the first time after her marriage at a luncheon party at Lady Okehampton's, and they two had sat talking in the embrasure of a window, recalling delicious memories of her childhood's once happy holiday. The ponies, the dogs, the gardens, the woods, the beach and sea, all the joy of his kindness had created for her in that verdant paradise upon that summer sea. From that happy hour when they had sat talking, while Lady Okehampton waited with growing displeasure for an unpunctual dowager duchess, she had felt that this kinsman of hers belonged to her, that to him she might look as the guide, philosopher, and friend indispensable to the happiness of every woman whose husband is occupied with serious interests and has a mind above trivialities. There was nothing too trivial for Claude to understand and discuss with interest. The merest nothing would command his serious thought, if it were something that interested Vera, nor was any flight of her fancy too wild or too high for him. From the colour of a frock or the shape of a hat to the most oracular utterance of Zarathustra, she could command his attention and counsel. He came and went in her house like the idle wind, and his entrances and exits were no more considered than the wind. When her particular friends asked her whether she had seen Mr. Rutherford lately, she would shrug her shoulders and smile. "My cousin Claude? Yes, he was here yesterday. I see him almost every day. If he has nothing better to do, he comes in after his morning ride and sometimes stays for luncheon." People were not unkind, but as years went on, the situation was taken for granted, and there were quiet smiles, gently significant, when Madame Provana and her cousin were talked about. Their relations were accepted as one of those open secrets not to know which is not to be in society. Lady Susan did her best to establish the scandal by telling people that Vera and Claude had been brought up together, or almost, and that their attachment was the most innocent and prettiest thing imaginable, like Paul and Virginia, a classic which Lady Susan had never read. The almost was necessary, as most people knew that Vera had been brought up by Lady Felicia in furnished lodgings, and had hardly had a second frock to her back, to say nothing of being underfed, which early privation was the cause of the pale slenderness that some people called ethereal. Lady Susan's friends, furthermore, being well up in Burke, were satirical about the link of kindred between third and fifth cousins. Yet on the whole there was indulgence, and when Vera went on a week-end visit to the seats of the mighty, she generally found Mr. Rutherford one of the party, which was hardly a cause for wonder, since he was of the stuff of which week-end parties are made. Vera was more than innocent. She was unconscious of anything particular in her friendship for his friend of her childhood. What could be more natural than that she should love to talk of that one blissful interval in her dull existence, the solitary oasis in the desert of genteel poverty? Only then had she known the beauty of woods and gardens. Only then had she known what summer could mean to the emancipated child, the rapture of riding over dancing waves in a cockleshell of a boat, with the warm wind blowing her hair, and the seagulls flashing their white wings overhead, the adorable birds whose name was Legion. To talk of those young days and to feel again as she had felt then was a delight which only Claude could give her, and the more hollow and unsatisfying things that money could buy became to her, the more she loved to sit with her locked hands upon her knee and talk of that unforgotten holiday. Do you remember that evening I asked you to row me out to the setting sun, right into the great golden ball, and you said you would, and you went too far, and we were out till after dark, and everybody was frightened and then angry. All their talk began with, "Do you remember?" His memory was better than hers, and he recalled adventures and moments that she had forgotten. One day he brought her a little sketch on thick cardboard, roughly painted in oils, one of his early bits of impressionism before he had studied art. A little girl in a short white frock, with hair flying about her, cheeks like roses, and the blue of the sea in her eyes. What a funny child! You didn't mean that for me? For no one else. I have dozens of such daubs. You remember how I used to sit on a rock and paint while you were looking for shells or worrying the jellyfish? Poor things! I wanted to see them move. I hope they had no feelings. Yes, you used to sit and paint, and I thought you disagreeable because you would not play with me. Beyond these pictures of the past, they had inexhaustible subjects for talk. There was a whole world of literature, the literature of decadence, in which Vera had to be initiated, and Claude was a past master in that particular phase of intellectual life. Baudelaire, Verlaine, Nietzsche, the literature of pessimism and the literature of despair, that rebellion against law, human and divine, which Shelley began, and which had been a dominant note among young poets since the revolt of Islam, filled romantic minds with wonder and a vague delight. Imperceptibly, naturally, and in no manner wrongfully, as it seemed to Vera, Claude Rutherford's society had become essential to her happiness. She accepted the fact as placidly and with as complete confidence in him and in herself as if such a friendship between an idle young man and an imaginative young woman had never been known to end in shame and sorrow. She had lived in the world half a dozen years, and had known of many social tragedies, but as these had not touched any friend she valued, and as she was not a scandal lover, those dark stories of husbands betrayed and nurseries abandoned had never deeply impressed her, and had been speedily forgotten. Nobody, not even Lady Susie, who was a mauvaise langue, had ever hinted at impropriety in her association with her cousin. Signor Provana saw him come and go, and asked no questions. That stern and lofty nature was of the kind that is not jealous. Had there been no Iago, Cassio might have come and gone freely in the noble Moor's household, and no shadow of fear would have darkened that great love. Vera's husband was a disappointed man. His dream of a young and loving wife who would make up to him for all that he had missed in boyhood and youth had melted into thin air. He was sensitive and proud, and the memory of his unloved childhood and of his first wife's indifference was never absent from his mind when he considered his relations with his second wife. He thought of his age, he saw his stern, rough features in the glass, and a faint touch of coldness, the fretful weariness of an overindulged girl, was taken for aversion, and all his pride and all his force of character rose up against the creature he loved too well to judge wisely. It was he who built the wall that parted them. It was his gloomy distrust of himself rather than of Vera that made the gulf between them. Let her be happy in her own way. He had sworn to make her happy, and if it was her nature to delight in trivial things, if the aimless existence of a rich man's sultana was her idea of bliss, she would reign sole mistress of a harem which he never would enter while he believed himself unwelcome there. Vera accepted this gradual drifting apart as something inevitable, for which she was not to blame. The strong man's impassioned love, which had appealed to the romantic side of her character, had languished and died with the passing years. She brooded on the change with sorrowful wonder before she became accustomed to the idea that the lover who had taken her to his heart with a cry of ineffable rapture had ceased to exist in the grave man of business, whose preoccupied manner and absent gaze, as of one looking at things far away, chilled her when she sat opposite him on those rare occasions when they dined tete-a-tete, occasions when the dinner-table was only a glittering spot in the dark spaciousness of the room, a world of shadows, where the footmen moved like ghosts in the area between the table and the far-off sideboard. They had been married 6 years, but Vera thought sadly that her husband looked 20 years older than the companion by whose side she had climbed the mule paths through the lemon orchards and olive woods of San Marco, the man whose conversation had always interested her, her first friend, her first lover. She accepted the change as inevitable, having been taught by the wives of her acquaintance to believe that marriage was the death of love, and as gradual as she learned to dispense with her husband's society, so guiltlessly, because unconsciously, she came to depend upon Claude Rutherford for sympathy and companionship. She did not know that she loved him, though she knew that the day when they did not meet seemed a long drawn-out weariness, and that when the evening shadows came, they brought a sense of desolation and a strange lassitude, as of one weighed down by intolerable burdens. All occupations and all amusements were burdens if Claude was not sharing them, society the heaviest of all. Far easier to endure the dreary day in the solitude of her den, with the faces of her beloved dead looking at her, than among empty-headed people who could only talk of what other empty-headed people were doing, or were going to do, with that light spice of malice that makes other people's mistakes and misfortunes so piquant and interesting. Claude Rutherford had become a part of her life, and life was meaningless without him, a fatal stage in the downhill path, but it was a long time before her awakened conscience gave the first note of warning. Then, waking in the first faint flush of a summer dawn, after a night of troubled sleep and feverish dreams, a night succeeding one of those dismal days that she had been obliged to endure without the sight of the familiar face, the glad, gay call of the familiar voice, the sound of the light footstep on the stairs, she told herself for the first time with unutterable horror that this man was dearer to her than he ought to be, dearer than her husband, dearer than her peace of mind, dearer than all this world had held for her, and all the next world promised. Oh, the wickedness of it! The shame! The horror! To be false to him, the man who had put his strong arms round her and lifted her out of the dismal swamp of shabby gentility and taken her to his generous heart, the man who trusted her with unquestioning faith, who had never by word or look betrayed the faintest doubt of her truth and purity. No lover's word had been spoken, no lover's lips had met, yet as she rose from that uneasy bed and paced the spacious room in fever and agitation, a ghostly figure with bare feet and streaming hair and long white draperies, she felt as if she were steeped to the lips in dishonour, a monster of ingratitude and treachery. And then she began the struggle that most women make, even the weaker souls, when they feel the downward path sloping under their feet, and know that the pit of shame lies at the bottom of it, though they cannot see it yet, the impotent struggle in which all the odds are against them, their environment, every circumstance of their lives, their friends, the nearest and dearest even, to whom they cannot cry aloud and say, "Don't you see that I am fighting the tempter? Don't you see that I am halfway down the hill and am trying to make a stand, that I am over the edge of the cliff and hanging to the bushes with bleeding, lacerated hands, in the desperate endeavour to keep myself from falling? Have you neither eyes nor understanding that you don't try to help me?" Rarely is any friendly hand stretched out to help the woman who sees her danger and tries to escape her doom. Acquaintances look on and smile. These open secrets are accepted as part of the scheme of the universe, a particular phase of existence that doesn't matter as long as the chief actors are happy. The wife, her familiar friend, her complacent or indifferent husband are smiled upon by a society of men and women who know their world and take it for what it is worth. Only when the actors begin to play their parts badly, when the open secret becomes an open scandal, does society cease to be kind. Vera did not think of society in that tragic hour of an awakened conscience. That which would have been the first thought with most women had no place in her mind. It was of her sin that she thought, the sin of inconstancy, of ingratitude, of faithlessness. Had she crossed the border line and qualified herself for the divorce court, she could not have thought of herself with deeper contrition. To love this other man better than she loved her husband, to long for his coming, to be happy when he was with her and miserable when he was away, there was the sin. But no word of love had been spoken. There was time for repentance. He did not know that she loved him, although looking back and recalling words and tones of his, she could not doubt that he loved her. She could hope that no word of hers had revealed the passion, whose development had been gradual and imperceptible as the growth of leaf buds in early spring, which no eye marks till they flash into life in the first warmth of April. Her friendship with this man, who was her kindred, the companion of the only happy days of her childhood, had seemed as natural as it would have been to attach herself to a brother with whom she had long been separated. She had welcomed him with a childish eagerness. She had trusted him with a childish belief in the perfection of the creature who is kind. She admired him, comparing him with all the other young men she knew, and finding him infinitely above them. His very weakness had appealed to her. All that was wanting in his character made him more likeable, since compassion and regret mingled with her liking. To be so clever, so gifted by nature, and to have done nothing with nature's gifts, to be doomed to go down to death, leaving his name written in waters, to die having finished nothing but his beaux jours. People who liked him best talked to him as a young man with a beau passé. Shoulders were shrugged and smiles were sad when his painter friends discussed him. We thought he was going to do great things in art, and he has done nothing. Soldiers who remembered him before he left the army lamented the loss of a man who was made for a soldier. There had been trouble about a woman that had made him exchange to a line regiment. And then, the war being over and the chance of active service remote, disgusted Disgust had come upon him, and he had done with soldiering. Vera had seen the shoulders shrugged, had heard the deprecating criticism of his kinsman of hers, and had been all the kinder to him because fate had been cruel. She had tried to fire him with new hope. She had been ambitious for him, had steeped herself in art books and spent her mornings in picture galleries in order that she might be able to talk to him. She had implored him to go back to his work, to paint better pictures than he had painted when critics prophesied a future for his work. "I'm too old," he said. "Nonsense, you have wasted a few years, but you will have to work harder and buy back your lost time. Quentin Matisse did not begin to paint till he was older than you." There were giants in those days. Compared with such men, I am an invertebrate pygmy. "Oh, if you loved art, you would not be content to live without the joy of it." Yes, that's what people look at pictures think, the joy of painting, a thing like that. The man who paints knows when the disgust comes in and the joy goes out. He knows the sense of failure, the disappointment, the longing to fling his half-finished picture on the floor and perform the devil's dance upon it, as Müller used to do. And then one day, as they were going round a picture gallery together, he said, "Well, Vera, I've been meditating on your lecture, and I'm going to paint another picture. The last, perhaps." "No, it won't be the last. I'm going to paint your portrait. After all that sermonizing, you can't refuse to sit to me." "I won't refuse, unless Mario should object." "How should he object? He will be in New York, or Madrid, or Constantinople, most likely, while I am painting you. I am nothing if not impressionist, so it mustn't be a long business." "I shall love sitting to you, to see you at work." "Yes, to see me earning my bread in the sweat of my brow like the day labourer will be a novelty. I shouldn't want to be paid for the picture, but I dare say Provana would insist upon my taking a fee, and as he counts in thousands, it would be a handsome one. No, Vera, don't blush. I won't take money for my daub. You should give it to the Canine Defence League. It shall be a labour of love, a concession to a sermonizing cousin. I shall paint your portrait just to convince you that I can't paint, and that the life I am wasting is worth nothing." Thus, in light talk and laughter, the plan was made that brought them into a closer intimacy than they had known before, and although Claude Rutherford was an impressionist, that portrait was 3 months upon the easel, which he had rigged up in Vera's morning room. "I want to paint you in the room where you live, not with a marble pillar and a crimson curtain for a background." The sittings went on at irregular intervals, in a style that was at once sauntering and spasmodic. All through that season, Signor Provana looked in now and then, stood watching the painter at work for 5 or 10 minutes, criticised, and made a sudden exit, driven away by Lady Susan's shrill chatter. But Lady Susan was not always there, and there were more tranquil hours when Vera sat in her half-reclining attitude on a low sofa spread with a tiger skin, fanning herself with a great fan of peacock feathers, and gazing at the pictures on the wall with dreaming eyes, hours in which the painter and his subject talked by fits and starts, with silent pauses. After all the pains that had been taken, the picture was a failure. The painter hated it. Provana frankly disapproved, and in the haggard, large-eyed siren smiling over the edge of the fan, Vera could not recognise the face she saw in the glass. "I've been much too long over the thing," Claude told Provana, with slow and languid speech, half indifference, half disgust, "and it is a dismal failure. But I shall do better next time, if Vera will let me make a rapid sketch of her when the daffodils are in bloom and we shall be week-ending at Marlow Chase. I could make a picture of her on the hill above the house, in the yellow afternoon light and among the yellow flowers. I am an open-air painter if I am anything, but I had almost forgotten how to set a palette. I shall work in a friend's studio in the autumn, and I may do better next year." Vera urged him to persevere in this good intention, and not to mind his failure. "I mind nothing," he said. "I have had 3 happy months. I mind nothing while you are kind, and forgive me for having put you to a lot of trouble with this atrocious daub for the outcome of it all." Privileged people only were allowed to see the daub, but those, although supposed to be few, in the end proved to be many. Critics were among them, and Mr. Rutherford was too shrewd not to discover that every connoisseur had a little hole to pick in the portrait, and that when all the little holes were put together there was nothing left. And this picture, so poor a thing that it was as it was made the beginning of that open secret which everybody knew long before the awakening of Vera's conscience, and while Mario Provana saw nothing to suspect or to fear in his wife's intimacy with her cousin. But now, with the awakening of conscience, began the fight against fate, the fight of the weak against the strong, the woman against the man, innocent youth against an experienced lover. She was single-hearted and pure in intention, counting happiness as thistledown against gold, when weighed against her honour as a wife. But she entered the lists without knowing the strength of her opponent, the passive force of a weak man's selfishness. The main purpose of her life was henceforward to release herself from the web that had been woven so easily, so imperceptibly. First, a careless association between 2 people whose likings and ideas were in harmony, then friendship, confidence, sympathy, and then unavowed love, love that made the days desolate when the lovers were not together. He had been too frequent and too dear a companion. He had become the master of her life, and it was for her to release herself with that unholy bondage. She had to learn to live without him. It needed more than common cleverness and tact to bring about a change in their manner of life, without making a direct appeal to Rutherford's honour and telling him that their friendship had become a danger. To do this would be to tell him that she loved him, to confess her weakness before he had passed the border-line that divides the friend from the lover. No, she could make no appeal to the man whose smouldering fires she feared to kindle into flame. She knew that he loved her, and that he had made her love him. She had to escape from the web that he had woven round her, and she had, if possible, to set herself free without his knowing the strength of her purpose or the desperate nature of the struggle. All the chances were against her. She could not forbid him in the house without an open scandal. As he had come and gone in the last 4 years, he must still be free to come and go. She could only avoid those familiar hours that had been so dear, by living in a perpetual restlessness, always finding some engagement away from home. It was dreary work, but she persevered, and enlisted all the Disbrowes in her cause, unconscious that they were being made use of. She accepted every invitation, lent herself to everybody's fads, philanthropic or otherwise, listened to the same fiddlers and singers day after day, in drawing-rooms and among people that she knew by heart, or stood with aching head under a 10-guinea hat, selling programmes at amateur theatricals. She contracted a closer alliance with the Lady Susan Amphlett, and planned excursions, a day at Windsor, a day at Dorking, at Guildford, to rummage in furniture shops at Greenwich, to see the Nelson relics, to Richmond and Hampton, even to Kew Gardens. Lady Susan was almost worn out by these simple pleasures, but as she professed and sincerely an absolute cult for Vera Provana, she held out bravely. These excursions were fairly successful, and as Vera took care that no one should know where she and her friend were going, not even Susan till they were on the road, it was not possible for Claude to follow her. It was otherwise in the houses of her friends, where she was always meeting him, and where it was essential that she should not seem to avoid him, least of all to let him see she was doing so. She greeted him always with the old friendliness, and a little more cousinly than it had been of late, and she showed a matronly interest in his health and occupations, as if she had been an aunt rather than a cousin. "It is quite delightful to meet you here this afternoon," he told her, in a ducal house where guinea tickets for a charity concert seemed cheap to the outside public. "You are to be met anywhere and everywhere except in your own house. I have called so often that I've taken a disgust for your knockers. When I'm dead, I believe those lions' heads will be found engraven on my heart like Queen Mary's Calais." It was only natural that, with the awakening of conscience, that there should come the thought of those 2 first years of her married life, when her husband's love had made an atmosphere of happiness around her, when she had cared for no other companion, needed no other friend, those blessed years before Claude Rutherford's pale, clear-cut face and low, seductive voice had become a part of her life, essential to her peace. The change of feeling, the growing regard for this man, had come about so gradually, with a growth so slow and imperceptible, that she tried in vain to analyse her feelings in those 4 years of careless intimacy, and to trace the process by which an innocent friendship had changed to a guilty love. When had the fatal change begun? She could not tell. It was only when she felt the misery of one long day of parting that she knew her sin. The husband had become a stranger. The friend had become the other half of her soul. He had called her by that sweet name sometimes, but with so playful a tone that the impassioned phrase had not scared her. It was one of many lightly spoken phrases that she had heard as carelessly as they were uttered. And now, looking back at the last 2 years, she told herself that it was her husband's fault that she had leant on Claude for sympathy, her husband's fault that they had been too much together. For some reason that she had never fathomed, Mario Provano had held himself aloof from the old domestic intimacy. It was not only that his business engagements necessitated his absence from home several times in the course of the year, and on occasion for a considerable period. He had business in Russia and in Austria, and he had crossed the Atlantic twice in the last year, the affairs of his New York house calling for special attention in a disturbed state of American finance. These frequent absences alone were sufficient to weaken the marriage bond, but in the last year he had given his wife very little of his society when they were under the same roof. "You've hosts of friends," he said one day, when she was reproaching him for keeping aloof. "People who share your tastes and can be amused by the things that amuse you. I bring back a tired brain after my continental journeys, and am still more tired after New York. I shall make a wretched companion for a young wife, a beautiful butterfly who was born to shine among all the other butterflies." "I am nearly as tired as you are after your business journeys, Mario," she said. "I shall be very glad when we go back to Rome." "But you will have other butterflies there, and a good many of the same that flutter about you here," he answered. "We will shut our doors upon them and live quietly, like Darby and Joan, old Darby and young Joan." "No, Vera, we won't try that. You weren't made for the part." She had been too proud to say more. If he was tired of her, if he had ceased to care for her, she would not ask him why. But now, in her desperate need, sick to death of those aimless excursions and unamusing amusements with Lady Susan, and of the dire necessity of keeping away from her own house to flutter from party to party, almost sure of meeting Claude wherever she went, she turned in her extremity to her natural protector, and tried to find shelter in the love that ought to be her strong rock. Chapter 8 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah in Brighton. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 8, Part 2. Her husband had been on the continent. moving from city to city for the greater part of the June month, in which she had been making her poor little fight against fate, trying to cure herself of Claude Rutherford as if he had been a bad habit, like drink or drugs. And then one morning, when she was beginning the day dejectedly, tired of yesterday, hopeless of tomorrow, a telegram from Paris told her to expect her husband at 7 o'clock that evening. Her heart beat gladly, as at the coming of a deliverer. She was not afraid of meeting him. She longed for his coming, as the one friend who might save her from an influence that she feared. The face she saw in the glass while her maid was dressing her hair almost startled her. There were dark marks under the eyes, and the cheeks were hollow and deadly pale. The black gauze dinner gown she had chosen would accentuate her pallor. But it was nearly 7 o'clock, and there was no time for any change in her toilet. She paced the great empty rooms in sun and shadow, listening to every sound in the street, and wondering if her husband would see the sickening change that sickening thoughts had made in her face, and question her too closely. She heard the hall door open, and then the familiar footstep, rapid, strong, and yet light, very different from the footfall of obese middle age, the step of a man whose active life and energetic temperament had kept him young. She met him on the threshold of the drawing-room. "I'm so glad you have come home," she said, holding up her face for his kiss. He kissed her, but without enthusiasm. "I am glad you are glad," he said, "but can that mean that you've missed me? From your letters I thought you and Lady Susan were having rather a gay time." "I was rushing about with her and going to parties, partly because I missed you." "Partly. And the other part of it was because you like parties and are dull at home, I suppose, unless you have your house full." "Oh, I am sick of it all, Mario," she said with a sort of passionate energy that made him believe her, "and I would live quite a different life if you were not away so often, and if I were not thrown too much on my own resources." "My dear Vera, this is a new development," he said gravely, sitting down beside her and looking at her with eyes that troubled her, as if they could see too much of the mind behind her face. "You are looking thin and white. Has anything happened while I have been away? Anything to make you unhappy?" "No!" she exclaimed with tremendous emphasis, for she felt as if he were going to wrest her secret from her. "What could happen? But I suppose there must come a time in every woman's life when she has had enough of what the world calls pleasure, when the charm goes out of amusements that repeat themselves year after year, and when one begins to understand the emptiness of a life occupied only with futilities, when one begins to tire of running after every new thing, actors, dancers, singers, and all the rest of them. I have had enough of that life, Mario, and I want you to help me to do something better with the liberty and the wealth you've given me." "Do you want a mission?" he asked with a faint smile. This is what women seem to want nowadays. "No, Mario, I want to be happy with you. Your business engagements take you so much away from home that our lives must be sometimes divided, but not always. We need not be always living a divided life, as we have been in the last 3 years. A crimson flush swept across her face as she spoke, remembering that these were the years in which Claude Rutherford's influence had grown from a careless comradeship to an absorbing intimacy. Her husband looked at her in silence for a few moments, and his grave smile had now a touch of irony. "Has it dawned upon you at last?" he asked. "Have you discovered that we have been living apart, that we have been man and wife in only name?" "It was not my fault, Mario. It was you who kept aloof." "Not till I saw repulsion. Not till I saw aversion." "No, no, never, never, never! I have never forgotten your goodness, never forgotten all I owe you." They had been sitting side by side on the spacious Louis XIV sofa, his hand upon her shoulder, but at her last words he started to his feet with a cry of pain. Yes, that is it. You recognize an obligation. I have given you a fine house, fine clothes, fine friends, and you think you ought to repay me for them by pretending to love me. Vera, that is all over. There must be no more pretending. I can bear a good deal, but I cannot bear that. I told you something of my past life before we were married, but I doubt if I told you all its bitterness, all the blind egotism of my marriage, the cruel awakening from a dream of mutual love, to discover that my wife had married me because I could give her the things she wanted, and that love was out of the question. I compared myself with other men and saw the difference. And as I had missed the love of a mother, so I had to do without the love of a wife. I was not made to win a woman's love, no, not even a mother's. This was why my affection for my daughter was something more than the common love of fathers. She was the first who loved me, and she will be the last. Mario, you are too cruel! Have I not loved you? Yes, perhaps for a little while. You gave me a year of infinite happiness, our honeymoon year. That ought to be enough. I have no right to ask for more, but let there be no talk of gratitude. If I cannot have love, I will have nothing. You have been so cold, so silent and reserved, so changed. I thought you were tired of me. Tired of you? Poor child. How should you know the measureless love in the heart of a man of my life history? When I took you in my arms in the evening sunshine, I gave you all that was best and strongest in my nature, boundless love and boundless trust. All my life history went for nothing in that hour. I did not ask myself if I was the kind of man to win the heart of a girl. I did not think of my 45 years, or my forbidding face. I gave myself up to that delicious dream. I had found a girl who could love me, the divine girl, youth and innocence incarnate. Think what it was after a year of happiness to be awakened by a look, and to know that I had again been fooled. That if in the first surprise of my passionate love you had almost loved me, that love was dead. No, no, she sobbed. And then she hid her streaming eyes upon his breast, and wound her arms about his neck, clinging to the husband in whom she found her only shelter. Was it some curious instinct of the flesh, or some power of telepathy, that told him not to take these tears and wild embrace for tokens of a wife's love? My dearest girl, he said with infinite gentleness, as he loosened the clinging arms and lifted the hidden face, if this distress means sorrow for having unwittingly deceived me, for having taken a man's heart and not been able to give him love for love, there need be no more tears. The fault was mine. The mistake was mine. You must not suffer for it. To me you will always be unspeakably sweet and dear, whether I think of you as a wife or as the girl my daughter loved, and whom I learned to love in those sad days when the shadow of death went with us in the spring sunshine. Yes, Vera, you will always be dear, my dearest on this earth, but there must be no pretending, nothing false. Think of me as your friend and protector, the one friend whom you can always trust, your rock of defence against all the dangers and delusions of a wicked world. Trust me, dearest, and never keep a secret from me. Be true to yourself, keep your honour stainless, your purity of mind unclouded by evil associations. Let no breath of calumny soil your name. Rise superior society chooses to ignore. I ask no more than this, my beloved girl, in return for measureless love and implicit faith. He was holding both her hands, looking at her with searching eyes, those clear grey eyes under a brow of power. Can you promise as much as this, Vera? Yes. With heart and mind? With heart and mind. And you will never take the liberty I give you for a letter of license? No, no, no! But I don't ask for liberty. I want to belong to you, to be sheltered by you. You shall have the shelter, if you need it, but be true to yourself, and you will need no defender. A woman's safest armour is her own purity. And again, my love, with a return of the slightly ironical smile, never was a woman better guarded than you are while you are fringed round by Disbrowes, protected at every point by your mother's clan, people at once well-born and well-bred, with no taint of Bohemianism, unless indeed it may murk in your poco curante cousin, the young painter who made such a lamentable failure of your portrait. She felt as if every vestige of colour was fading out of her face, and that even her lips must be deadly white. They were so parched that when she tried to shape some trivial reply, the power of speech seemed gone. She felt the dry lips moving, but no sound came. This was the end of her appeal to the husband whose love might have saved her. Their relations were changed from that hour. He was not again the lover-husband of their honeymoon years, but he was no longer cold and reserved. He no longer held her at a distance. He was kind and sympathetic. He interested himself in her occupations and amusements, the books she read and the people she saw. He was with her at the opera, where Claude Rutherford sometimes came to them and sat through an act or two in the darkness at the back of the box. He was infinitely kind and tender, but it was the tenderness of a father or a benevolent uncle, rather than of a husband. He held rigidly to that which he had told her. There was to be no make-believe in their relations. If she was not happy, she was at peace for some time after her husband's home-coming, a period in which they were more together than they had ever been since those first years in their married life. She tried to be happy, tried to forget the time in which Claude Rutherford had been her daily companion, the time when she planned no pleasure that he was not to share, and had no opinions about people or places or books or art that she did not take from him, loving the things he loved, hating the things he hated, as if they had been two bodies moved by one mind. She tried not to feel an aching void for want of him. She tried not to think him cruel for coming to her house so seldom, and tried to be sorry that they met so often in the houses of her friends. The time came when the awakened conscience was lulled to sleep, and when her husband's society began to jar upon her strained nerves. She had invoked him as a defence against the enemy, and now she longed for the enemy, and had ceased to be grateful to the defender. The rampart of defence was soon to fall. A financial crisis was threatened, and Signor Provana was wanted at his office in New York. He told his wife that he might be able to come back to London in a fortnight, allowing 10 days for the double passage and 4 for his business, but if things were troublesome in America he might be a good deal longer. "I shall try to be home in time to take you to Marienbad," he told her, "but if I'm not here, Lady Okehampton will take you, and you can get Lady Susan to go with you and keep you in good spirits. I had a talk with your aunt last night, and she promised to take you under her wing." "I don't want to be under anybody's wing, and Aunt Mildred will bore me to death if I see much of her at Marienbad." "Oh, you will have your favourite Susie for amusement, and your aunt to see that she doesn't lead you into mischief. Lady Susan is a shade too adventurous for my taste." This idea of Marienbad was a new thing. A certain nervous irritability had been growing upon Vera of late, and her husband had been puzzled and uneasy, and had called in a nerve specialist recommended by Lady Okehampton, one of those new lights whom everybody believe in for a few seasons. After a quiet talk with Vera, that grave authority had suggested a rest cure, the living death of 6 weeks in a nursing home, and on this being vehemently protested against by the patient, had offered Marienbad as an alternative. Provana had been startled by this sudden change in his wife's temper, from extreme gentleness and an evident desire to please him, to a kind of febrile impatience and irritability, and remembering her curious agitation on the evening of his homecoming, her pallid cheeks and passionate tears, he had an uneasy feeling that these strange moods had a common source, and that there was something mysterious and unhappy that it was his business to discover before he left her. He came to her room early on the day of his departure, so early that she had only just left her bedroom, and was still wearing the loose white muslin gown in which she had breakfasted. She was sitting on her low sofa in a listless attitude, looking at the faces on the wall, Browning, Shelley, Byron, the faces of the inspired dead, who were more alive than the uninspired living. But at her husband's entrance she started to her feet and went to meet him. "You are not going yet!" she exclaimed. "I thought the boat train did not leave till the afternoon." "It does not, but I must give the interval to business. I have come to bid you good-bye." "I am very sorry you are obliged to go," she said. "For God's sake, do not lie to me. For pity's sake, let there be no pretending." He took both her hands and drew her to him, looking at her with an imploring earnestness. "I have trusted you as men seldom trust their wives," he said. "I thought I had done you a great wrong when I took you in the first bloom of your beauty, and made you my own, cutting you off for ever from the love of a young lover, and all the passion and romance of youth. Considering this, I tried to make amends by giving you perfect freedom, freedom to live your own life among your own friends, freedom for everything that could make a woman happy, except that romantic love which you renounced when you accepted me as your husband. I believed in you, Vera. I believed in your truth and purity as I believe in God. I could never have reconciled myself to the life we have led in this house if it were not for my invincible faith in your truth. But within this month that faith has been shaken. Your eyes have lost the old look, the lovely look through which truth shone like a light. There is something unhappy, something mysterious. There is a secret, and I must know that secret before I leave you." Her face changed to a look of stone as he watched her. It was no time for tears. It was time for a superhuman effort at repression, to hold every feeling in check, to make her nerves iron. There was defiance in her tone when she spoke, after a silence that seemed long. "There is no secret." "Then why are you unhappy?" "I am not unhappy. I have a fit of low spirits now and then, a feeling of physical depression for which there is no reason, or perhaps my idle, useless life and the luxury in which I live may be the reason." "It is something more than low spirits. You are nervous and irritable, and you have a frightened look sometimes, a look that frightens me. Oh, Vera, for God's sake be frank with me. Trust me half as much as I have trusted you. Trust me as a daughter might trust her father, knowing his measureless love, and knowing that with that love there would be measureless pity. Trust me, my beloved girl. Throw your burden upon me, and you shall find the strength of a man's love, and the self-abnegation that goes with it. I have no secret, no mystery. I mean to be worthy of your trust. I mean to be true to myself. If you doubt me, let me go to America with you. Keep me with you." His face lighted as she spoke, and then he looked thoughtfully at the fragile form, the delicate features, the ethereal beauty that seemed to have so frail a hold on life. "No, you are not the stuff for sea voyages, and the storm and stress of New York. If we went there together, I should have to leave you too much alone among strangers. I shall have an anxious time there, but it shall not be a long time. If possible, I shall be here to take you to Marienbad, and in the meantime you must live quietly, and do what your doctor tells you. He is to see you next week, remember." He held her to his heart with stronger feeling than he had shown for a long time, and gave her his goodbye kiss. She flung herself on her knees as the door closed behind him. God, help me to be true to him in heart and mind. That was the prayer she breathed mutely, while her tears fell thick and fast upon her clasped hands. He was gone, the unloved husband, and she had to face the peril of the undeclared lover. She felt helpless and forsaken, and she sat for a long time in listless misery, and then, looking up at the pictures on the wall, she tried to realize that silent companionship, the souls of the illustrious dead, tried to believe that she was not alone in her dejection, that in the silence of her lonely room there was the sympathy and understanding of souls over whom death has no more dominion, and whose pity was more profound than any earth-bound creature could give her. She thought of Francis Symeon, and of those meetings of which he had told her. Nothing had come of her interview with him. Claude Rutherford's light laughter had blown away her belief in the high priest of the spiritual world, and she had thought no more of the creed that had appealed so strongly to her imagination. Now, when life seemed a barren waste, her thoughts turned to the philosophic visionary who had so gravely expounded his dream. Everything in her material world harassed and distressed her, and she had turned to the spiritual life to escape from reality. She wrote urgently to Mr. Symeon, telling him that she was unhappy, and asking to be admitted to the society of which he had told her. She had not to wait long for an answer. Symeon called upon her that afternoon, and was with her for more than an hour, full of kindness and sympathy that scared her, for it seemed as if those strange eyes must be reading the depths of her inner consciousness, and all the disgust of life and vague longing that were interwoven with her thoughts of Claude Rutherford. It was to escape those thoughts, to dissever herself from that haunting image, that she pleaded for admission to the shadow world. Bring me in communion with the great minds that are above earthly passions, would be her prayer, could she have spoken freely. But she sat in a thoughtful silence, soothed by the spiritualist exposition of that dream world, which was to him more real than the solid earth upon which he had to live, a reluctant participator in the life of the vulgar herd. The mass of mankind who have no joys that are not sensual, and who live only in the present moment, have nothing but ridicule and disbelief for the faith that makes even this sordid material world beautiful for us, who see in earthly things the image of things supernal. He said, with that accent of sincerity, that intense conviction which had made scoffers cease from scoffing under the influence of his personality, however they might ridicule him in his absence. Everyone had to admit that, though the creed might be absurd, the man was wonderful. There was to be a meeting of us at his chambers on the following afternoon, and Symeon begged Vera to come. You may find only thought and silence, he said, a company of friends absorbed in meditation, but without any message from the other world, or you may hear words that burn, the voices of disembodied genius. In any case, while you are with us, you will be away from the dust and traffic of the material world. Yes, she would go. She was only too glad to be allowed to be among his disciples. I want to escape, she told him. I am tired of my futile life. So tired. I thought you would have joined us long ago, he said as he took leave, but I think I know the influence that held you back. The hot blood rushed into her face, the red fire of conscious guilt that always came at the thought of Claude Rutherford. She had never minimized her sin. It was sin to have made him essential to her happiness, to have lost interest in all the rest of her life, to have given him her heart and mind. I think the psychological moment has come, continued Symeon's slow, grave voice, and that you should now become one of us. You have drained the cup of this trivial life, and have found its bitterness. Our religion is our faith in the afterlife. We have the faith that looks through death. The orthodox Christian talks of the life beyond, and we must give him credit for sometimes thinking of it. But does he realize it? Is it near him? Does he look through death to the spirit world beyond? Does he realize the afterlife as Christ realized it when he talked with his disciples?
Chapter 9 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 9. The meeting in Mr. Simeon's library lasted all through the summer afternoon, till the edge of evening. The large and gloomy room was darkened by Venetian shutters, nearly closed over open windows. There was air and the ceaseless sound of traffic, but the summer sun was excluded, and figures were seen dimly, as if they belonged to the shadow world. Among those indistinct forms, Vera recognized people she knew, people she would never have expected to find in a society of mystics. A statesman, a poet, 3 popular novelists, and 6 of the idlest women of her acquaintance, 2 of whom were the heroines of romantic stories, women over whose future friends watched and prophesied with the keen interest that centres in a domestic situation where catastrophe seems imminent. Vera wondered, seeing these 2, had they come, like her, for a refuge from the tragedy of life? They had not come for an escape from sin, for, if their friends were to be believed, the borderline had been passed long ago. An hour of silence, broken now and then by deep breathing, as of agitation, and sometimes by a stifled sob, and then a flood of words, speech that was eloquent enough to seem inspired, speech that might have come from him who wrote Christmas Eve, and Easter Day, and A Death in the Desert, the speech of a believer in all that is most divine in the promise of a future life. And after that burst of impassioned utterance there were other speakers, men and women, the men strong in faith, strong in the gift of tongues, possessed by the higher mind that spoke through organs of common clay. The women semi-hysterical, romantic, eloquent with remembered poetry. But in men and women alike there was sincerity, an intense belief in that close contact of disembodied mind, sincerity that carried conviction to an imaginative neophyte like Vera Provana. Suddenly, from the stillness there came a voice more thrilling than any Vera had heard in that long séance, a voice that was not altogether unfamiliar, but with a note more intense, more poignant than she knew. Gleaming through the shadows, she saw eyes that flashed green light, and a long thin face of marble pallor, in which she knew the face of Lady Fanny Ransom. And now came the most startling speech that had been heard that afternoon, the passionate advocacy of free love, love released from the dominion of law, the bonds of custom, the fear of the world, love as in Shelley's wildest dreams, but more transcendental than in the dreams of poets, the love of spirit for spirit, soul for soul, pure to pure, as Milton imagined the love of angels, all the grossness of earth was eliminated from that rarefied atmosphere in which Francis Simeon's disciples had their being. Their first and indispensable qualification was to have liberated thought and feeling from the dominion of the senses. While still wearing the husk of the flesh, they were to be spirits, and not till they had become spirits were they capable of communion with those radiant beings whose earthly vesture had been annihilated by death. To Vera there was an awful beauty in those echoes of great minds, and her faith was strong in the belief that among this little company of aspiring mortals there hovered the spirits of the illustrious dead. She left Mr. Simeon's room with those others, who dispersed in absolute silence, as good people leave a church, with no recognition of each other, stealing away as from a service of unusual solemnity. They did not even look at each other, nor did they take leave of Mr. Simeon, who stood by one of the shuttered windows, gravely watching as his guests departed. It was past 7, and the sun was low as Vera went to her carriage, which was waiting for her in Burlington Gardens. She was stepping into it when a too familiar voice startled her. She had been too deep in thought to see Claude Rutherford waiting for her at the gate of the Albany. "Send your carriage home, Vera, and walk through the Green Park with me. You must want fresh air after the gloom of Simeon's Egyptian temple." No, I am going straight home." "Indeed you are not." And without further argument he took upon himself to give the order to the footman. "Your mistress will walk home." She would have resisted, but it was not easy to dispute with a man who had a way of taking things for granted, especially those things he wanted. It would have been easier to contend against energy, or even brute force, than against that nonchalant self-assurance of an amiable idler, who sauntered through life, getting his own way by a passive resistance of all opposing circumstances. "I have been waiting nearly 2 hours," he said. "It would be hard if you couldn't give me half an hour before your dinner. I know you never dine before 8:30. "But I have to be punctual. Aunt Mildred is coming to dinner, and Susie Amphlett." "It has only just struck 7. You shall be home before 8, and I suppose you can dress in half an hour." "I won't risk not being in the drawing-room when Aunt Mildred comes." "Lady Okehampton is a terror, I admit. You shall be home in good time, child, but I must have something for my 2 hours." "How absurd of you to wait," she said lightly. "And how did you know I was at Mr. Simeon's?" They were going through the Albany to Piccadilly. She had recovered from the shock of his appearance, and was able to speak with the old trivial air, the tone of comradeship, an easy friendliness, without the possibility of deeper feeling. It had seemed so natural before the consciousness of sin, and it had been so sweet. This evening, as she walked by his side, she began to think that they might still be comrades and friends without the shadow of fear, that her agony of awakened conscience had been foolish and hysterical, imaginary sin, like the self-accusation of some demented nun. "How did I know? Well, after calling at your house repeatedly, only to be told you were not at home, I lost my temper and determined to find out where you were, at least for this one afternoon, when I knew of no high jinks in the houses of your friends, and so, having asked an impertinent question or two of your butler, I found that Simeon had been with you yesterday, and guessed that you might be at his occult assembly this afternoon. I had heard a whisper of such an assembly more than a week ago, so you see the process of discovery was not difficult. But why take so much trouble? Why? Because you have treated me very badly, and I don't mean to put up with that kind of treatment. If it comes to why, I have my own why to ask, a why that I must have answered. What ignorant sin have I committed that it should be Darwaza banned when I call in Portland Place? What has become of our cousinship, our memory of childish pleasures, the sea, the woods, the heather, the pony that ran away with you while I stood with my blood frozen, telling myself, if he kills her, I shall throw myself over the cliff? What has become of our past, Vera? Is blood to be no thicker than water? Is the bond of our childish affection to go for nothing? Is it because I am a failure that you have cut me? I have not cut you, Claude. How can you say such a thing? Have you not? Then I know nothing of the cutting process. To be always out when I call, to take infinite trouble to avoid me when we meet in other people's houses. The cut direct was never more stony-hearted and remorseless. You must not fancy things, she said lightly. They were in the Green Park by this time, the quiet Green Park, whence nursemaids and children had vanished, and where even loafers were few at this hour between afternoon and evening. She spoke lightly, and there was a lightness at her heart that was new. It was sweet to be with him, sweet to be walking at his side on the old familiar terms, friends, companions, comrades, as of old. His careless speech, his supreme ease of manner, seemed to have broken a spell. She looked back and thought of her troubled conscience, and all the scheming and distress of the last 2 months, and she felt as if she had awakened from a fever dream, from a dreary interval of delirium and hysteria. What danger could there be in such a friendship? What had tragedy to do with Claude Rutherford? This airy trifler, this saunterer through life, was not of the stuff of which lovers are made. He was a man whom all women liked, but he was not the man whom a woman calls her fate, and who cannot be her friend without being her destroyer. How could she ever have feared him? He was of her own blood. His respect for her race, the race to which he belonged, would hold him in check, even if there were no other restraining influences. The burden of fear was lifted, and her spirits rose to a girlish lightness as she walked by her cousin's side with swift footsteps, listening to his playful reproaches, his facetious bewailing of his worthlessness. From this time forward she would treat him as a brother. She would never again think it possible that words of love, unholy words, could fall from his lips. No such word had ever been spoken, and was it not shameful in her to have feared him, to imagine him a lover, while he had always shown himself her loyal kinsman? In this new and happy hour she forgot that it was her own heart that had sounded the alarm, that it was because she loved him, not because he loved her, that she had resolved upon ruling him out of her life. Perhaps this evening, after the glamour of Mr. Simeon's assembly, she was fey. This sudden rush of gladness, this ecstasy of reunion with the friend from whom she had compassed heaven and earth to hold herself aloof, seemed more than the gladness of common day. She trod on air, and when they pulled up suddenly at Hyde Park Corner, it was a surprise to find that they had not been walking towards Portland Place. "We must make for Stanhope Gate and cross Grosvenor Square and Bond Street," Claude said gaily. "We have come a long way round, but a walk is a walk, and I have no doubt we both wanted one. Perhaps you would prefer a cab?" "No, I like walking, if there is time." "Plenty of time. You walk like Atalanta, if that young person ever condescended to anything but a run." "Do you remember our walks in the woods, and the afternoon we lost our way and could not get home for the nursery tea?" "You mean when I lost my way, and you had to tramp the shoes off your dear little feet. Brave little minx! I shall never forget how plucky you were, and how you kept back the tears when your lips quivered with pain." Once launched upon reminiscences of that golden summer, there was no gap in their talk till the lions' heads were frowning at them on the threshold of Vera's home. She was flushed with her walk, and the colour in cheeks that were generally pale gave a new brightness to her eyes. That long talk of her childish days had taken her out of her present life. She was a child again, happy in the present moment, without the wisdom that looks before and after. "Good-bye," said Claude, and then, pausing with his hand on the moody lion, "if you had some vague idea of asking me to dinner, it would be a kindness to give shape to the notion, for I shan't get a dinner anywhere else. My mother is in the country, and a solitary meal at a restaurant is worse than a funeral." Vera hesitated, with a faint blush, not being able utterly to forget her determination to keep Claude Rutherford out of her daily life. "Lady Okehampton expects to find me alone," she said. "But you have Susie Amphlett." "Susie invited herself." "As I am doing. 3 women. What a funereal feast! As bad as Domitian's black banquet. Your aunt dotes upon me, and so does Susan. You will score by having secured me. You can say I threw over a long engagement for the sake of meeting them. I dare say there is some solemn dinner invitation stuck in my chimney glass. I often forget such things." The doors were flung open, and the suave man in black and his liveried lieutenants awaited their mistress's entrance. "À ce soir," said Claude, as he hailed a prowling hansom, and he was seated in it, smiling at her with lifted hat, before Vera had time to answer him. Chapter 10 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 10. Vera was walking up and down her drawing-room at 8:20, dressed in one of those filmy white evening gowns with which her wardrobe was always supplied, one of her mermaid frocks, as Lady Susan called them. This one was all gauzy whiteness, with something green and glittering that flashed out of the whiteness now and then to match the emerald circlet in her cloudy hair. The tender carnation that had come from her walk was still in her cheeks, still giving unusual brightness to her eyes. She had been happy. She had put away dark thoughts. Life was gay and glad once again, glad and gay as it had always been when she and Claude were together. A load had been lifted from her heart, the vulgar terror of the conventional wife, who could not imagine friendship without sin. The things that she had heard that afternoon had given a new meaning to life, had lifted her thoughts and feelings from the commonplace to the transcendental, to the sphere in which there was no such thing as sin, where there was only darkness and light, where the senses had no power over the soul that dwelt in communion with souls released from earth. She no longer feared a lover in the friend she had chosen out of the common herd. Lady Okehampton sailed into the drawing-room as the silvery chime of an Italian clock told the half-hour. Her expansive person, clad in amber satin, glowed like the setting sun, and her smiling face radiated good nature. She put up her long glass to look at Vera, being somewhat short-sighted physically as well as morally. "My dear child, you are looking worlds better than when I last saw you. You were such a wreck at Lady Mohun's ball. Looked as if you ought to have been in bed, doing a rest cure, a ghost in a diamond tiara. I find that when a woman is looking ill, diamonds always make her look worse. But tonight you are charming. That emerald bandeau suits you better than the thing you wore at the ball. You haven't the aquiline profile that can carry off an all-round crown." Claude and Lady Susan came in together. "My car nearly collided with this taxi," said Lady Susie, when she had embraced her friend. "But I was very glad to see a man at your door. From what you said this morning, I expected a hen party. Now, a big hen party is capital fun, but for 3 women to sit at meat alone, the idea opens an immeasurable vista of boredom. I always feel as if I must draw the butler into the conversation, and bandy an occasional joke with the footman. No doubt they could be immensely funny if one would let them." "It was an afterthought," said Claude. "Vera took fright at the 11th hour, and admitted the serpent into her paradise." "No doubt Adam and Eve were dull. A perpetual tete-a-tete, tempered by tame lions, must soon have palled, but at least it was better than 3 women yawning in each other's faces after exhausting the latest scandal." "I think the early dinner in Paradise Lost quite the dullest meal on record," said Claude. "To begin with, it was vegetarian and non-alcoholic. A man and his wife, the wife waiting at table, and one prosy guest monologuing from the eggs to the apples. There is no mention of eggs. I don't think they had anything so comfortable as a poultry yard in Eden. No Buff Orpingtons, or White Wyandottes, only eagles and nightingales," said Susie. And at this moment the butler announced dinner in a confidential murmur, as if it were a state secret. He was neither stout nor elderly, but in his tall slimness and grave countenance there was a dignity that would have reduced the most emancipated of matrons to good behaviour. "I should never dare to draw him into the conversation," whispered Susie, as Claude offered his arm to Lady Okehampton. "Nothing would tempt that perfect creature to a breach of etiquette." The hen dinner, relieved by 1 man, was charming. Not too long a dinner, for one of the discoveries of this easy-going century is that people don't want to sit for an hour and a half, steeping themselves in the savour of expensive food, while solemn men in plush and silk stockings stalk behind their back in an endless procession, carrying dishes whose contents are coldly glanced at and coldly refused. The dinner was short, but perfect. Too short for the talk, which was gay and animated from start to finish. Lady Susan and Mr. Rutherford were the talkers, Vera and her aunt only coming in occasionally. Lady Okehampton, with a comfortable common sense that was meant to keep the rodomontade within bounds. Claude was an omnivorous reader, and had always a new set of anecdotes and epigrams with which to keep the talk alive. Anecdotes so brief and sparkling that he seemed to flash them across the table like pistol shots. French, German, or Italian, his accent was faultless, and his enunciation clear as that of the most finished comedian, while in the give and take of friendly chaff with such an interlocutor as Lady Susan, he was a past master. Vera did not talk much, but she looked radiant, the lovely embodiment of youth and gladness. Her light laughter rang clear above Susan's, after Claude's most successful stories. Only once during that gay repast was a graver note sounded, and it came from the most frivolous of the party, from Susie Amphlett, who had one particular aversion, which she sometimes enlarged upon with a morbid interest. Age was Susan's bugbear. "I think of it when I wake in the night, like Camilla in Great Expectations," she said, looking round the table with frightened eyes, as if she were seeing ghosts. The grapes and peaches had been handed, and it was the confidential quarter of an hour after the servants had gone. "I don't like to give myself away before a butler," Susie said, as the door closed on the last of the silk stockings. "Footmen are non-existent. One doesn't stop to consider whether they are matter or only electricity. But a butler is a person, and can think. Perhaps a socialistic satirist, seething with silent scorn for his mistress and her friends." "And no doubt an esteemed contributor to one of the society papers," said Claude. "I'm not afraid of democracy, nor the English adaptation of the French Revolution, though I feel sure it is coming," continued Lady Susan, planting her elbow on the table in an expansive mood. "I am afraid of nothing except growing old. That one terror swallows up all trivial fears. They might take my money, they might steep me in poverty to the lips, and if I could keep youth and good looks, I should hardly mind." Again she looked at the others appealingly, like a child that is afraid of Red Riding Hood's wolf. "Age is such a hideous disease, the one incurable malady, and we must all have it. We are all growing old, even you, Vera, though you have not begun to think about it. I didn't till I was 30. As we sit at this table and laugh and amuse ourselves, the sands are falling, falling, falling. They never stop. Glad or sorry, that horrible disease goes on, till the symptoms suddenly become acute. Grey hair, wrinkles, gout." "But are there not some mild pleasures left in the years that bring the philosophic mind?" asked Claude. "Does that mean when one is 80? At 80 one might easily be philosophic. Everything would be over and done with. One would be like old Lord Trawley, who said he was dead, though people did not know it." "Some of the most delightful people I have known were old, and even very old," said Claude, "but they didn't mind. That's the secret of eternal youth, my dear Susie, not to mind. To wear the best wig you can buy, and not to pretend it is your own hair. To wear pretty clothes, especially suited to your years, sumptuous velvet and more sumptuous fur, like a portrait of an old lady by Velasquez. Never to brag of your age, but never to be ashamed of it. The last phase may be the best phase, if one has the philosophic mind." "Oh, you!" exclaimed Susan scornfully. "You are like Chesterfield. You will have your good manners till your last deathbed visitor has been given a chair. A fine manner is the only thing that time can't touch." Vera saw her aunt looking bored, and smiled the signal for moving. "Half a cigarette and I shall follow," said Claude as he opened the door for the trio, "unless I am distinctly forbidden." "Why should we forbid you? You are an artist, and you know more about frocks and hats than we do, after years of laborious study," said Lady Susan, and then, with her arm through Vera's, as they went slowly up the broad staircase, with steps so shallow that people accustomed to small houses were in danger of falling over them. "Isn't he incomparable?" she exclaimed. "There never was such a delightful failure." "Poor Claude," sighed Lady Okehampton. "I suppose it is only the men who fail in everything who have time to be agreeable. If a young man has a great ambition and is thinking of his career, he is generally a bear. Claude has wasted all his chances in life and can afford to waste his time." "It was a pity he left the army," said Susan. "He looked lovely in his uniform. I remember him as he flashed past me in a hansom one summer morning after a levee, a vision of beauty." "It was a pity he got himself entrapped by a bad woman," said Lady Okehampton with a sigh. "His Colonel's second wife," put in Lady Susan. "Isn't it always the elderly Colonel's second wife?" Lady Okehampton gave another sigh. "It was a disgraceful story," she murmured. "Let us try to forget all about it." Vera had flushed and paled while they were talking. "But tell me about it, Aunt Mildred," she said, with a kind of angry eagerness. "Where was the disgrace, more than in all such cases? A wicked woman? A foolish young man? Very young, wasn't he?" "Not 25. "Where was the disgrace?" "Don't excite yourself, child. Duplicity, an old man's heart broken. Isn't that enough? An elopement or not an elopement. Something horrid that happened after a regimental ball. I know nothing of the details, for it all took place while the regiment was in India, which only shows that Kipling's stories are true to life. The husband would not divorce her, which was a blessing, or Claude would have had to marry her. He spoilt his career by the intrigue, but marriage would have been worse." Vera's heart was beating violently when Claude sauntered into the room presently, and made his leisurely way to the sofa where she was sitting aloof from the other two, who had just entered upon an animated discussion of the last fashionable nerve specialist and his methods. "What has made you so pale?" Claude asked, as he seated himself by Vera's side. "Was our walk through the streets too much for you? I should never forgive myself if—" "You have nothing to be sorry for. The walk was delightful. My aunt and Susie have been talking of unpleasant things." "What kind of things?" "Of your leaving the army. You have never told me why you threw up your career." "My career? There was not much to lose. The Boer War was over. My regiment was in India all the time, and I never had a look in." "Oh, they have been telling you an ugly story about your poor friend, and it will be 'The door is shut' again, I suppose." "Why did you not tell me of your past life? I have told you everything about mine." "Because you had only nice, innocent things to tell. My story would not bear telling, and why should you want to know?" "There should not be a wall between friends, such friends as we have been, like brother and sister." "Do brothers tell old love stories? Stale, barren stories of loves that are dead?" "Perhaps not. I oughtn't to have spoken about it. Come and talk to Aunt Mildred. Her carriage has been announced, and she'll be huffed if we don't go to her." Claude followed meekly, and in 5 minutes Lady Okehampton had forgotten that it was 11 o'clock, and that her horses had been waiting half an hour. He had a curious power of making women pleased with themselves, and with him. He always flattered them, but his flattery was so discreet and subtle as to be imperceptible. It was rather his evident delight in being with them and talking to them that pleased, than anything that he said. Come to Rivermead for next Sunday. It will be my last weekend party before we go to Scotland," Lady Okehampton said to him before she bade good night. "Vera and Susan are coming. We shall be a small party, and there will be plenty of bridge." Claude accepted the invitation as he took Lady Okehampton to her carriage. "I wish Provana was not so much away from his wife," she said. "It is a very difficult position for Vera." "Vera is not la première venue. She knows how to take care of herself." "That's what they always say about women. But is it true in her case? She is very young and rather simple, and knows very little of the world." "Not after 6 years as the wife of a financial Croesus," murmured Claude, while he arranged the matron's voluminous mantle over her shoulders as carefully as if the outside atmosphere had been arctic. He knew that the drift of her speech had been by way of warning for him. Dear inconsistent soul! It was so like her to invite him to spend 3 days with her niece in the Saint-Gene of a riverside villa, and 5 minutes afterwards to sound a note of warning. He walked along the lamp-lit streets with the light foot of triumphant love. Vera's pale distress and unwise questioning had set his heart beating with the presage of victory. Poor child! For his acute perceptions, the heart of a woman had seldom been a mystery, and this woman's heart was easier to read than most. Poor child! She had been trying to live without him. She had fought her poor little battle with more of resolution and of courage than he would have expected from a creature so tender. She had kept him out of her life for a long time that had seemed an eternity for him in his longing for her, and then, at a word, at a smile, at the touch of his hand, she had yielded, and had let him see that to be with him was to be happy, and that nothing else mattered. Light love had been his portion in the light years of youth, but this was no light love. He had sacrificed his career for the sake of a woman, but the sacrifice had been forced upon him, and it had killed his love. But now he was prepared for any sacrifice, for the sacrifice of lifelong exile and strained means. He thought of a home in a summer isle of the great southern ocean, like Stevenson's, or, if gaiety were better, in some romantic city of Spanish America. There were paradises enough in the world. There would be no one to point the finger of scorn where society was a word of no meaning. He would carry his love to the world's end, beyond the reach of shame. Nothing mattered but Vera. Yes, there was one who mattered, his mother. But tonight he could not even think of her, or if he thought of her, it was to tell himself that if Provana divorced his wife, and he and Vera were married, his mother would be reconciled to the inevitable. Her religion would be a stumbling block. To her mind such a marriage would be no marriage. Tonight he could not reason, he would not see obstacles in his path. Vera's pale looks and anxious questions had been a confession of love, a forecast of surrender, and in the tumult of his thoughts there was no room for hesitation or for fear. He thought of his love now as duty. It was his duty to rescue this dear girl from a loveless union with a hard man of business, old enough to be her father, from splendours and luxuries that had become as dust and ashes. He had known for a long time that she cared for him, but he had never reckoned the strength of her attachment. Only this afternoon, in her radiant happiness, as they walked through the unromantic streets, only in her pale distress tonight, as she questioned him, had he discovered his power. And now there seemed to be but one possible issue a new life for them both. His mother's absence from London was an inexpressible relief to him. How could he have met the tender questioning of the eyes that watched over his life, and had learned how to read his mind from the time when thought began? How could he have hidden the leaping, passionate thoughts, the sense of a crisis in his fate, the ardent expectation, the dream of joy, the fever and excitement in the mind of a man who is Chapter 11 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 11. It was Saturday, and they were at River Mead, one of those ideal places that seem to have been raised along the upper Thames by an enchanter's wand, rather than by the vulgar arts of architect and builder, so exquisitely do they harmonise with the landscape that enshrines them. No hideous chimney, no mammoth reservoir, no thriving metropolitan high street defiled the neighbourhood of River Mead. All around was rustic peace, green meadows and blue waters, amidst which there lay gardens that had taken a century to make, grass walks between yew hedges and labyrinths of roses, and in the distance purple woods that melted into a purple horizon. It was a place that people always thought of as steeped in golden sunlight, but not even in the glory of a midsummer afternoon was River Mead quite as lovely as on such a night as this, when Claude and Vera strolled slowly along the river path in the silver light of a great round moon hung in the blue deep of a sky without a cloud. The magic of night and moonshine was upon everything. The mystery of light and shadow gave a charm to things that were commonplace by day, to the white balustrade in front of the drawing-rooms, to the flight of steps and the marble vases, above which the lighted windows shone golden, the gaudy yellow light of indoor lamps shamed by the white glory of the moon. The windows were all open, and the voices of the card-players travelled far in the clear air. They could even hear the light sound of their cards, manipulated by a dexterous hand. Everybody was playing bridge. Everybody was absorbed in the game, winning or losing, happy or unhappy, but absorbed, except these two. Everybody except these two, who had been missing since 10 o'clock, and the great stable clock had sounded its 12 slow, sonorous strokes half an hour ago. They had not been wanted. The tables were all full. 2 or 3 of the players had looked round the room once or twice, and, noting their absence, had exchanged the quiet smile, the almost imperceptible elevation of arched eyebrows with which, in a highly civilized community, characters can be killed. For Lady Okehampton, she who had more than once sounded the note of warning, and who should have been on the alert to see danger signals, from the moment the tables were opened and the players seated, the world of men and women outside that charmed space, where cards fluttered lightly upon smooth green cloth, 4 eager faces watching them as they fell, had ceased to exist. She was not a stupid woman, but she had a mind that moved slowly, and she could not think of 2 serious things at once. For her, bridge was a serious thing, and from tea-time on Saturday till this Sunday midnight, bridge had occupied all her thoughts to the exclusion of every other consideration. Smiles might be exchanged and eyebrows raised when, on Sunday morning, Claude Rutherford carried off her niece 2 miles up the river to a village church, which by his account was a gem in early Gothic that was worth more than the 2 miles sculling a light skiff against the current. But Lady Okehampton was too absorbed even to wonder whether there was anything not quite correct in the excursion. Why should not people want to see the old church at Allersley? It was one of the lions of the neighbourhood, and counted among the attractions of River Mead. Lady Okehampton's cards on Saturday night had seemed to be dealt to her by a malignant fiend, an invisible devil guiding the smooth white hands of human dealers. She had lain awake till the Sunday morning bells were ringing for the early service to which good people were going, fresh and light of foot, with minds at ease. She had tossed and turned in her sumptuous bed in a feverish unrest, playing her miserable hands over and over again, with the restless blood in her brain going round and round like a mill-wheel, or plunging backwards and forwards like a piston-rod. There had been no time to think of Vera and Claude. She could think only of Sunday evening, and of her chance of revenge. It was not that she minded her money losses, which were despicable when reckoned against the price of Okehampton's autumn sport. £2,000 for a grouse moor and a salmon river, an outlay of which he talked as lightly as if it were a new hat. The money was nothing. He would give as much for an Irish setter as she lost in an evening. But the vexation and humiliation of a long evening's bad luck were too much for nerves that had been strained to snapping point by many seasons of experimental treatment all over Europe, and the mistress of River Mead had left her visitors to amuse themselves at their own sweet will until dinner-time on Sunday evening, while their hostess slept in her easy chair by the open window of her morning-room, soothed by the lullaby of the stream running down the weir, and sweet airs from a garden of roses, such roses as only grow in a riverside garden. The choice of amusements or occupations after luncheon on the Sunday afternoon was somewhat limited. 2 girls and their youthful admirers played a 4-handed game of croquet. A middle-aged spinster, who had been suspected of tricky play on Saturday, trudged 1.25 miles to the little town, where there was a church so old-fashioned as to provide a substantial afternoon service for adult worshippers. Most of the masculine guests wrote letters, or read Sunday papers in the billiard-room, or slumbered in basket chairs on the river lawn. Vera and Claude did nothing out of the common in strolling up the hill to the wood, where they lost themselves during the lazy 2 hours between the end of a leisurely luncheon and the appearance of tea-tables in the shady drawing-room. Coming back a little tired after her idle afternoon, Vera sat on a sofa in the darkest corner of the spacious room, by the side of a comfortable matron, an old friend of her aunt's, with whom she exchanged amiable truisms and mild opinions upon books, plays, and sermons, a kind of talk that demanded neither thought nor effort, while Claude sat among a distant group, bored to death, but smiling and courteous. After tea there was the garden till dressing-time. Everybody was in the garden, so it was only natural that these 2 should be sauntering in lanes of roses, exchanging light talk with other saunterers, and lingering a little at the crossing of the ways, where the slow drip of a fountain made a coolness in the sultry evening, or stopping at an opening in the flowery rampart to look across the blue water towards the grey old tower and listen to the pensive music of church bells. These 2 had been alone all day, without interference or espial from chaperone aunt, unconscious of observation, if they were observed, alone in this little world of summer verdure and sunlit water, as much alone as in a pathless wilderness. All that long summer day they had been alone, talking, 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 as only lovers talk. And now, at midnight, they were still alone in the garden that was changed in the moonlight, changed from the warm glow of colour to the silvery paleness and mysterious shadow, in which the prolific clusters of the Félicité perpétuelle looked like the ghosts of roses. If it were sin to love, the sin had been sinned, from the hour in which he had drawn the confession of her love from the lips that he kissed for the first time. She had tried to hold him off, tried to keep those lips unprofaned by the kiss of guilt. They were alone in the wood on the hill that fatal Sunday afternoon, safe only for the moment, since the woodland path was a favourite walk with visitors at Rivermead. But he had drawn her from the footpath into the shade of great beech trees, and they were alone. He had kissed her, and she had submitted to the guilty kiss, and she knew that she was lost. Did she love him? She whispered yes. With all her heart and soul? Yes. Could she be happy if he left her forever? No, no, no. Could she give up all the world for him, as he would for her? The lips that he had kissed were too tremulous for speech. She hid her face upon his breast and was dumb. "The die is cast," he said in a low, grave voice, "and now we have only to think of our future." Our future? Henceforth they were one, united by a bond as strong as if they had been married before the high altar in Westminster Abbey, with all the best people in London looking on and approving the bond. Nothing else could matter now. They belonged to each other. He was to command, and she was to obey. It was almost as if, in the moment of her confession, her personal entity had ceased. In all those hours of delicious intimacy, in fond imaginings of their future life, the thought of her husband had never come between her and her lover. And tonight, when she thought of Mario Provana, it was only to tell herself that he had long ceased to care for her, and that it would not hurt him if she were to vanish out of his life. Provana had been gone more than 14 days, and his cabled messages told her of delays and difficulties. The financial crisis was more serious than he had anticipated, and he would have to see it out. He had sent her several messages, but only one letter, a kind letter, such as an uncle might have written to a niece. But it seemed to her there was no love in it, not even such love as he had lavished on his daughter. There was nothing left of the love that had wrapped her round like summer sunlight, the strong man's love that had made her so proud of having been chosen by him, so tranquil in the assurance of her happiness that nothing could change. The change had come before they had lived a year in that great gloomy London house, when she had been less than 2 years a wife. It was after parting with Claude in the garden and creeping quietly up to her room in the second hour of the new day, while doors were beginning to open and voices to sound as the card-players bade good night. It was in the stillness of the pretty guest chamber that Vera began to think of Mario Provana, and the impassioned love that had ended in a frozen aloofness. He had said, "Let there be no pretending." Could he have told her more absolutely that his love was dead, and that no charm of sweetness in her could make it live again? She had made her poor little attempt to win him back, and it had Chapter 12 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 12. The season was dying hard. Lady Leominster's ball at the great old house at Fulham was the last flash of an expiring fire. The Houses of Parliament had closed their historic doors. The walls of the Royal Academy had been stripped of their masterpieces, and empty themselves looked down upon dusty emptiness. All the best theatres were shut. London was practically empty. The few thousand lingerers in a wilderness of deserted streets bewailed the inanity of the daily press. There was nothing in the morning papers, and the evening papers were worse, since they were obliged to echo the morning nothingness. The people who never read books were longing for something startling in those indispensable papers, were it even a declaration of war. Suddenly, their longing was satisfied. The morning papers were devoured with eagerness. The evening paper was waited for with feverish expectancy. All of a sudden, the great army of the brainless found themselves with something to think about, something to talk about, something upon which to build up hypotheses to which, once built, they adhered with a fierce persistency. There had been a murder in the heart of London, in one of the fine houses of the West End. Not one of the finest, for, after all, spacious and splendid as the house might be, it was not like Berkeley or Devonshire, Lansdowne or Stafford. It was only one in a row of spacious houses, the house of a foreign financier, a man who dealt in millions, and who was himself the owner of millions. Mario Provana had been murdered in his own house, shot through the heart by an unknown assassin who had done his work well enough to leave no clue to his identity. Speculation might rove at will. Theory and hypothesis might run riot. Here was endless talk for dinner tables, inexhaustible copy for the newspaper. A man of great wealth, of exalted position in the world of finance, not commerce. Here was no dealer in commodities, no manufacturer of cocoa or sugar or reels of cotton, but a man who dealt in the world's wealth, and could make peace or war by opening or closing his money bags. People who had never seen the great man's face in the flesh were just as keenly interested in the circumstances of his death as the people who had dined at his table and had known him as intimately as such men ever are known. A rough print of his photograph was in every halfpenny paper, and the likeness of his beautiful young wife was travestied in some of them. Pictures of the house in Portland Place, front and back view, were in all the papers. Columns of picturesque reporting described the man and the house, the beautiful young wife, the sumptuous furniture, the numerous household, the splendid entertainments which had made the house famous for the last 6 or 7 years. And for the murdered man himself, no details were omitted. Interviews were invented in which, during the last year, Signor Provana had expounded his opinions and views of that sphere of life in which he exercised so vast an influence, his ideas political, his tastes in art and literature, music and the drama. Minute descriptions of his person were given in the same glowing style. The picturesque reporter made the dead man alive again for the million readers who were panting for details that would help them to strengthen their own pet theory or to crush an opponent. Thousands of sensation hunters went to Portland Place to look at the house that held that dreadful mystery of a life untimely cut short by the hand of a murderer. Loafers stood on the pavement and gazed, as if their hungry eyes would have pierced dead walls and darkened windows. The loafers knew that the house was in charge of the police and that a vigilant watch was being kept there. They wondered whether the lovely young wife was in the house. They pictured her weeping alone in one of those darkened rooms, yet were inclined to think that her friends would have insisted on her leaving that house of gloom, and would have carried her off to some less terrible place for rest and comfort. The first idea was the correct one. Vera was lying in that spacious bedchamber behind 3 windows on the 2nd floor, where ivy-leaved geraniums were falling in showers of pale pink blossom from the flower boxes. She was lying on the vast Italian bed, lying like a stone figure, while Susan Amphlett sat by the bed and wept and sighed, with intervals of vague, consoling speech, till, finding that speech elicited no reply, and indeed seemed unheard, she had at last, in sheer vacuity of mind, to take refuge in the first book within reach of her hand. It was one among many small volumes on a table by the bed. Omar Khayyam. Oh, what a dreary book, thought Susie, who was beginning to feel her office of consoler something of a burden. She had hated entering that dreadful house, as she always called it in her thoughts, since she had heard of the murder, and now to be sitting there in that deadly silence, in that grey light from shrouded windows, to be sitting there with the knowledge that only a little way off, in another darkened room at the back of the dreadful house, there lay death in its most appalling form, was a kind of martyrdom for which Susie was unprepared, and which she was not constituted to suffer calmly or lightly. As she had hated old age, so, with a deeper hate, she hated death. To hear of it, to be forced to think of it, was agonizing, and to visualize the horror lying so near her, a murdered man in his blood-stained shroud, made her start up from her easy chair and begin to roam about the room in restlessness and fear. She lifted the edge of a blind and peered into the street. The sight of the people staring up at the house was comforting. They were alive. There were people standing in the road, looking up with widened eyes, so absorbed in what they saw or wanted to see, that they ran a risk of sudden annihilation from a motor car and skipped off to the opposite pavement, there to content themselves with a more distant view. There never was such a murder, Susie said to herself. I think every soul in town must have come to look at this horrid house since 11 o'clock this morning. It was now past 3, in a dull, sultry afternoon. Susie spent all the intervening hours in the silent room in the dreadful house. She was sorry for her friend, but she was still more sorry for herself. All those hours of silent horror, without any luncheon, and no good done. What was the use of sitting by the bed where a woman lay dumb and motionless, unconsoled by affectionate murmurs from a bosom friend, apparently unconscious that the friend was there? Lady Susan called in Hanover Square on her way home and ordered a black frock, lustreless silk that would stand alone, with a shimmer of sequins flashing through crape. Not this week's fashion, nor last week's, but the fashion of the week after next. The style that was coming, not the style that had come. This was her one agreeable half-hour in all that dismal day. I may be dining with Vera.
Chapter 13 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Sarah in Brighton. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 13. Mrs. Provana's French maid was the first witness at the coroner's inquest. The first question she had to answer was as to when she had last seen Mr. Provana alive, and the same question was put to all succeeding witnesses. The answer in each case was the same. Neither any member of the household nor the confidential clerk from the city had seen the deceased after he left London on his journey to New York. It was Louison Dupuis, Mrs. Provana's maid, who had discovered the dead man lying on the floor of his dressing-room, close against the door of communication with her mistress's bedroom. Hers had been the first foot on the principal staircase that morning. No other servant was licensed to tread those stairs in the routine of their servitude. The rooms they slept in and the stairs by which they went up and down were at the back of the house, remote from the principal staircase. Mademoiselle Louison looked scared and trembled a little as she told her dreadful story. It was her duty to carry Madame her tea at 7 o'clock. Madame desired to be called at that hour, even when she had come home from a party after midnight. The witness stated that the still-room maid had the tray ready for her at 10 minutes to 7, and that she went up the staircase of service with it to the second floor and through the palier outside Madame's room, and thence through the open doorway of Monsieur's cabinet de toilette. She saw a figure lying with the face downward. She had reason to believe that Monsieur Provana was in America. Nothing had been said in the household of his expected return, yet she knew at the first glance that the man lying there was her master. He was a man of imposing figure, not easily mistaken. The horror of it had unnerved her, and she had rushed down this great staircase to the hall, where two of the footmen were opening windows and arranging the furniture. She told them what she had seen, and one of them went to fetch Mr. Sedgwick, the butler. Her evidence was given in a semi-hysterical and somewhat disjointed manner, with occasional use of French words for familiar things, but the coroner had been patient with her as an important witness, being the first who had cognizance that murder had been done in the night's silence. Alfred Sedgwick, the butler, was a very different witness, self-possessed and ready, eager to express his opinion and having to be held with a tight hand. He described with studious particularity how on leaving his room on that morning, having just finished dressing and having been kept waiting for his shaving water, he had run against Mademoiselle, who was rushing along the passage in a frantic manner, pale as death and with eyes starting out of her head, a young person who was apt to excite herself about trifles, and who on this occasion seemed absolutely demented. On hearing Mademoiselle's statement, given in so distracted a manner that only a person of superior intelligence could find out what she meant, he had immediately sent out one of the footmen to the police office to fetch a capable officer. It was no case for the first constable called in from the street. He, Sedgwick, had then gone upstairs with another of the men, and had found the dead body lying, as Mademoiselle had stated, against the door of communication with Mrs. Provana's bedroom. The face was hidden, but he had not an instant's doubt as to the dead man's identity, for, apart from the commanding figure, the left hand was visible, on which the witness observed an old Italian ring with his master always wore. He had touched the hand and found it was the hand of death, yet in the circumstances he had considered it his duty to telephone for the doctor. The room in which the body lay was used by his master as a dressing room, but it was also used by him as a study, and there was a large office desk in front of one of the windows, at which Mr. Provana sometimes sat writing late into the night. There was also a safe in which his master was supposed to keep important papers and possibly cash. It was not a large safe, but it was of exceptional strength and of the most modern and costly make. This safe was open when the police took possession of the room, after the removal of the body under the doctor's superintendence. There were no signs of disorder in the room, except that the pistol case on the desk was open and both pistols were lying on the floor, one near the hand of the deceased, the other near the desk. The safe had not been forced open. The key was in the door, one of 3 small keys on a steel ring engraved with Signor Provana's name and address. His master always carried these keys in one of his pockets. When was Madame Provana informed of her husband's death? Not until 8:30, when Lady Okehampton came. Mrs. Manby, the housekeeper, went in a cab to Berkeley Square to tell her ladyship what had happened, and Lady Okehampton came to the house in the cab with Mrs. Manby. Had not Mrs. Provana been awakened by the sounds of voices and footsteps on the landing? No, everything had been done with the utmost quiet. There had been no talking above a whisper. His mistress had been at the ball at Fulham Park, and had not come home till 3:00, and she was still sleeping when Lady Okehampton went into her room. The doctor was the next witness. The medical evidence did not take long. In answer to the coroner, the doctor stated that he was in the habit of attending the household, and had been summoned by telephone immediately on the discovery of the tragedy. The body was lying facing the door between the 2 rooms, and at no great distance from it. It was semi-prone on its left side, the arms extended from the body, but flexed. A loaded pistol lay close to the fingers of the right hand. Life was extinct. Blood had trickled from a wound in the back of the head, and formed a pool on the floor. The direction of the trickle from wound to floor was vertical. There were no other bloodstains. A further examination demonstrated that the wound was due to a bullet, that the bullet had entered the head horizontally and penetrated the brain. The bullet was found to fit a pistol lying in the room, recently discharged, evidently companion to the one already mentioned. Both fitted a case found on a table in front of the window. The witness was of opinion: 1. That death was due to shock from bullet wound. 2. That death had been almost instantaneous, and had taken place within 3 hours of the time when the witness examined the body. 3. That the wound was not self-inflicted nor accidental, but that the shot had been deliberately fired, and at no great distance. The person who fired the shot was probably somewhat taller than the deceased. Upon this Sedgwick, the butler, was recalled, and there followed an exhaustive interrogation as to the arrangements on the ground floor of the house. A plan had been made of the doors and passages on this floor: the great double doors of ceremony opening into the hall, the tradesmen's door, and another door communicating with the stables, which were almost as spacious in that old London house as in a country mansion of some importance. At the back of the hall there was a wide stone corridor leading to the door opening on the stable yard, and other passages to pantry, plate room, lamp room, and the men servants' bedrooms, which were all on the ground floor. He valeted his master when he was at home, but he did not travel with him. Mr. Provana required very little personal attendance. He had always been aware that his master kept loaded pistols in the case on his desk. He understood that there was a large amount of valuable property in that room, where the deceased used often to sit writing late at night, with open windows in summer-time, when Mrs. Provana was at evening parties. The pistols were in charge of the police on a table in court, old-fashioned duelling pistols, choice specimens of Italian workmanship. The door at the end of the corridor was often used by Mr. Provana, and one of the keys on the ring before mentioned was the latch-key belonging to this door. He was in the habit of walking to the city, and he used this door every morning, passing the stables on his way. He was very fond of his horses, and he often went into the stables and had the horses brought out to look at them. The stable yard opened into Chiltern Street. This door, communicating with the well-guarded stable yard, was fastened with a latch lock and heavy bolts, but the bolts were not often used, and Sedgwick said that it was by this door his master must have entered the house on the night of the murder, as the doors in Portland Place had been bolted and chained at 10 minutes past 3 o'clock after Mrs. Provana came home. The coroner, with the plan of the rooms before him, pointed to that occupied by Sedgwick. Was it possible for a stranger to have entered the house after or before your master, without your hearing the opening of the door or his footsteps in the passage? Sedgwick concluded that it was possible, since the thing must have happened. He was ordinarily a particularly light sleeper. Was there ever a servant who confessed to being anything else? He had been to a theatre that evening, and may have slept sounder than usual. Did none of the other men hear anything? John Footman had heard the dog bark. John was duly sworn, and stated that he had been awakened by hearing the dog, an Irish terrier, and he had sat up in bed and listened, but the dog had given only that one bark, by which he, John, concluded that the animal, which slept on a mat outside his room, had been dreaming. Interrogated as to time, he had heard the hall clock strike 5, not very long after the dog barked. It might be a quarter of an hour, or it might be half an hour. On this followed the interrogation of stable servants as to the gates opening in Chiltern Street, the result of which showed that the stable gates had not been locked that morning. It was broad daylight when the grooms finished their work and turned in for a morning's sleep. The last of the stable servants to retire had heard the clock strike 4 as he went to his bedroom. Mrs. Provana was there to answer all further questions concerning her style. She stood up by the table, facing the coroner. She stood there, an exquisite figure, slender and erect, her countenance and her attitude sublime in composure, grace, and refinement in every line. The few of her friends who had found their way into the court, and who were standing discreetly in the background, Mr. Symeon, Mr. Amphlett, and Lady Susan, Father Cyprian Hammond, Claude Rutherford, Eustace Lyon, the poet, these admired and wondered. With no vestige of colour in cheek or lip, with eyes that had grown larger in the new horror of her life, yet unutterably calm, with not one passing tremor in the low voice, and with not one instant of hesitation, she answered the coroner's questions. At what time had she fallen asleep after her return from Fulham Park? It must have been past 4 o'clock. Was your maid in attendance upon you when you went to bed? No, I have never allowed my maid to sit up for me after a late party. Are you a heavy sleeper? Not usually, but I was very tired that night. Eustace Lyon noticed that she spoke of that night, the night before last, as if it had been ages ago. The fact appealed to his imagination as a poet. He remarked afterwards that it was only poets who perceive such subtle indications. Did you hear nothing between 6 and 8:30? Nothing. A plan of the upper floor was lying in front of the coroner, and he was studying the position of the rooms. The room in which the shot was fired has a door communicating with your bedroom. Yes. Was that door shut? It is always shut. Shut, but not locked. No, it was not locked. The poet and Mr. Symeon looked at each other as she made this answer, with unalterable composure. The coroner was an elderly man, a doctor, grave always, but especially so on this occasion, for this was an exceptional case, and appealed to him in an exceptional manner. The murder was even more mysterious than terrible, and he was at once touched and mystified by the unshaken composure of this young woman, who had been awakened from her morning sleep to be told that her husband had been murdered within a few yards of the room where she had been sleeping, full of happy dreams, perhaps after the pleasant excitement of a dance. Except for a strained look in the large grey eyes, there was nothing in her aspect to indicate the ordeal through which she had passed within the last 2 days. "Isn't she simply wonderful?" murmured Susan Amphlett in the ear of Mr. Symeon, who was standing by her chair. "She has been like that ever since." There was no need to say since what. "I was with her all yesterday, but it was not a bit of use. She has turned to stone. Not a tear, not a cry, only that dreadful look in her eyes, as if she were seeing him murdered. It would have been a relief to hear her scream or burst into a flood of tears." "That kind of woman does neither," said Symeon. "She is a grand soul, not a bundle of nerves. She has force and courage, and she knows that death does not matter." The coroner treated this witness with the utmost respect, but he did not spare her. A crime so extraordinary demanded a severe investigation, and searching questions had to be asked. Had Mr. Provana a quarrel with anybody, either in his social or business relations? Did the witness know of any incident in her husband's life, in England or in Italy, which might suggest a motive for the crime? The answer to both questions was a negative. "But he might have had a secret enemy without your knowledge." "It is possible. He would not have told me anything that would have made me anxious or unhappy." For the first time there was a faint tremor in her voice as she said this, and the poet whispered 3 words in Lady Susan's ear. "She loved him." Asked whether she expected her husband's return, she replied that she had received no cablegram naming the steamer by which she was to return. She had received letters and cablegrams, but none within the last 6 days before his death. Asked whether they were on good terms when he left England, she replied that there had never been a difference of any kind between them. She refused to be seated during this ordeal, and stood facing her questioner till he had asked his last question, and when Lady Okehampton came to her, wanting to lead her away, she insisted upon remaining near the end of the table, where the witnesses came one after another to give their evidence. The coroner heard those low, distinct words, "I want to hear everything," and he noted how she stood there, watching and listening to the end of the inquiry, regardless of her aunt's endeavour to get her away from the spot. A confidential clerk from Mr. Provana's office in Lombard Street was able to give an account of the safe in his principal's dressing room, as he had often been in the room occupied in examining documents with his employer and in taking shorthand notes for letters to be written in Lombard Street. He had examined the contents of the safe after the murder. The door had been opened with Mr. Provana's private key, which he always carried about him. Certain securities were missing, but the valuables abstracted were of a much less amount than might have been taken by anyone acquainted with the nature of the papers the safe contained, and able to use his knowledge to advantage. 2 parcels of foreign bonds were missing, the present value of which would be about £6,000. The witness had an inventory of everything in this safe, and he had found all other parcels intact, although the contents of the drawers and shelves had been greatly disturbed, and the papers thrown about as if some person in haste. Would these bonds be easily convertible into cash? They are bonds to bearer, and there would be no difficulty of disposing of them at their value. The inquiry was adjourned. Vera was surrounded by her friends, Lady Okehampton, Lady Susan, Mr. Symeon, and Claude Rutherford. Even Eustace Lyon ventured to approach her. "Forgive me for intruding at such a moment," she said, almost breathless with excitement. "I feel that I must speak. You are sublime. Symeon is right. You are spirit and not clay. It needs something more than flesh and blood to go through what you have endured today." She looked at him with the same strained look in her eyes with which she had looked at the coroner, a look of surprise, as if, in the midst of a dream, she had been
Chapter 14 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Campbell. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 14. Vera insisted on going back to the house of death, although her aunt and Susan Amphlett were equally urgent in trying to take her home with them. "Why should you make a martyr of yourself?" Susie urged in her vehement way. "You can do him no good. He will not know. All the dead want is silence and darkness, and to be mourned by those they love. You will mourn for him just as sincerely in my dainty spare room in Green Street as in that wilderness of empty rooms where he lies." "Yes, I shall mourn for him," said Vera in low, measured tones. "I shall mourn for him all my life." "No, Shetty," murmured Susan confidently as they moved towards the door. "You will always be sorry for his quite too dreadful death, and you will remember all his goodness and absolute devotion to you. But you have your own life before you. You are not like some poor old thing who feels that life is done with when she is left a widow, nothing to look forward to but charity bazaars and pug dogs. Remember how young you are, child, almost on the threshold of life. You don't know how I envy you when I think I am such ages older. You are going to be immensely rich, and by you will marry someone you can adore, as poor Provana adored you. And whatever you do, Vera, don't wait till you are fat and elderly, and then marry a boy, as I've known a widow do, out of respect for a first husband." Susan felt she had now hit upon the right note, and was really a consoler, but nothing she could say had any effect upon her friend. "I am going home," she said. "The house is dreadful, but I'd rather be there than anywhere else." She had only the same answer for her aunt when urged to stay at Berkeley Square, at least until all this troublesome business of the inquest is over. "I can't think why the coroner could not have finished today," Lady Okehampton said to her husband at dinner that evening. "They had the doctor's evidence, and the servants and the clerks. All the circumstances were made clear. Every detail of the poor thing's death was gone into. What more could be wanted?" "Only one detail. To find the murderer. If ever I were to be murdered, I hope the inquiry would address itself more to the man who did it than to the way in which it was done, and that the coroner would stick to his work till he found the fellow who killed me. If he didn't, I believe I should walk at midnight, like Hamlet's father." Claude Rutherford was among the friends who surrounded Vera as she left the court. His mother was with him, an unexpected figure in such a scene, and while her son said no word, Mrs. Rutherford murmured the gentle assurance of her sympathy. She had held herself aloof from Vera for a long time, disapproving of an intimacy in which she saw danger for her son, and discredit for Mario Provana's wife. But she came to this dismal court today, moved by divine compassion for the fragile creature who had become the central figure in so awful a tragedy. For the first time since she had entered the court, Vera's strained eyeballs clouded with tears, and the hand which Mrs. Rutherford held with a friendly pressure trembled violently. That unnatural calm of the last 2 hours had given way in the surprise of this meeting. Her carriage was waiting for her, and she stepped into it too quickly for Claude to help her. He could only stand among the others to see her driven away. "It was more than good of you to come to this dreadful place," he told his mother as they walked towards Piccadilly. "I would do anything to help her, if it were possible. She has not made the best use of her life so far. Perhaps she has only gone with the stream, like the herd of modern women who seem to have neither heart nor conscience. But this tragedy was a terrible awakening, and no one can help being sorry for her. The ruck of her friends will not be sorry. They will only chatter about her husband's death, and discuss the amount of her fortune as his widow. You are right, mother. They have neither heart nor conscience. They care for nothing, hope for nothing, except to be better dressed and dine out oftener than other women." He spoke with unusual bitterness, and his mother looked at him anxiously. All the marks of a too feverish life showed upon his delicate countenance in the clear light of summer. He had never counted among handsome men, but a face so sensitive was more interesting than the beauty of line and color, and the people who knew Claude Rutherford knew that the sensitive face was the outward evidence of a highly emotional nature. "You are looking so tired and worn, Claude," his mother said anxiously. "Oh, this ghastly business has been a shock for me as well as for her. I was with her at the Fulham House ball the night before. We were waltzing in a mob of dancers, sitting out among tropical flowers, laughing together in the noise and laughter and foolish talk in the supper-room. Such diamonds, such bare shoulders and enamelled faces. It was 2:30 when I took her to her carriage, and a black bird was whistling in the avenue. Everybody was pretending to be happy, and she went alone to that great, gloomy house, to be awakened a few hours later to be told that her husband had been murdered. What could have been the motive for such a murder? Plunder. What else? Of course it was known that he kept valuables in that safe. How was it that he came home so unexpectedly? Heaven knows. Perhaps he wanted to give his wife a surprise. Grim joke in such a husband, and the result was grimmer than he could have anticipated. There was a savage bitterness in his tone that shocked the tender-hearted woman. "Don't speak of it like that, Claude. It is too dreadful to think of. He was a devoted husband from all that I have heard, only too blindly indulgent, letting his wife lead the wretched, empty-headed existence that can spoil even a good woman." They were at Mrs. Rutherford's door by this time, and she asked her son to give her a few minutes more before he went away. "As long as you like," he said. "I am at a loose end. My usual diversions are out of the question, and all manner of work is impossible." "You must go away, Claude. You are too sensitive, too warm-hearted to get over this business easily. You ought to leave London for a long time." And then, with her hand on his shoulder, looking up at him with tearful solicitude, she enlarged upon that source of consolation to which a woman of deep religious convictions turns instinctively in the time of trouble. She reminded him of his happy and innocent boyhood, the unquestioning faith of those early years, before the leaven of doubt had entered his mind, before the Christian youth had become the trifler and cynic. He listened in silence with downcast eyes, and then, tenderly kissing her, he said gently, "Yes, perhaps there lies the cure. I must go back to those tranquil days. I must leave this hateful town. Yes, mother, I mean to go away, for a long time. I shall take your advice. If you see Father Hammond, I should like you to tell him about this talk of ours." "Why not go to him at once and make your confession? You'd feel happier afterwards." "I have not come to that yet. I mean to have a talk with him later. Arrivederci, madre mia." "Where are you going?" "I don't know. To my rooms, most likely. I have letters to write." He was gone before she could question him further. That business of letter-writing was the most arduous work he knew. Since he had chucked art, his Chapter 15 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dylan Campbell. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 15. Lord Okehampton, discussing the financier's fate in a tete-a-tete dinner with his wife, was only one among a multitude who were thinking of the Provana murder. There is nothing that English men and women enjoy more than the crime which they call a really good murder. They will import sensation cases from America or the colonies, and they will try to feel as keenly interested in a murder in New York or Melbourne as in a London tragedy. But the keen relish is lacking where the crime has been done afar off. It is impossible to realize the scene in unfamiliar surroundings. The sense of nearness of the street or the countryside we know is a strong factor in the interest of the story. To the man who knows his Paris thoroughly, a Parisian crime may appeal, but to the woman who buys frocks in the Rue de la Paix and hats on the Boulevard des Italiens, the most diabolical murder in the Marais or on the heights of Belleville seems tame. Thus, the murder of a millionaire in the midst of the rich man's London was a crime that set every sensation-seeker theorizing and arguing. Every man is, at heart, a Sherlock Holmes, while every woman thinks herself a criminal investigator by instinct, and the theories worked out and expounded over tea-tables, and maintained with a red-hot intensity, were various and startling. The most sanguinary murder is a poor thing if people know how and by whom it was done. Mystery is essential in a crime that is to occupy the mind of the public. The murder in the great house in Portland Place had all the elements of enduring success: wealth, beauty, secrecy, and that Italian flavor which offered poignant possibilities of jealousy or revenge, or perhaps a lifelong vendetta as the motive of the crime. The inquiry in the coroner's court dragged slowly towards an indeterminate and unsatisfactory close, being adjourned at long intervals to give the police time to make discoveries. So far the police had made no discoveries, and the daily press was beginning to be angry with the Criminal Investigation Department, and to make uncivil comparisons between the home article and the same thing in France and Germany. In the meantime, the newspapers found subject for occasional paragraphs, though they had no new facts to communicate. So long as the inquest went on, picturesque reporters found a spacious field for their pen in the descriptions of witnesses and spectators in the coroner's court, the spectators being mostly women of some fashion, and more or less famous in the world of art and letters. The stage also had been represented among that morbidly curious crowd, popular actresses coming to study the appearance and demeanor of the young widow, whose marble calm in the witness box had been written and talked about. But in spite of searching and patient inquiry, the murder in Portland Place remained an insoluble mystery, a standing reproach against Scotland Yard. While the man in the street and the daily papers he battens upon were expatiating upon the supineness and incompetency of the Criminal Investigation Department, the chief of that department was not idle. Scotland Yard is not greatly in favor of the offering of rewards for the apprehension of criminals. Scotland Yard has an idea that such offers do more harm than good, and prefers to rely upon the intelligence of its officials, and on that spontaneous and disinterested help which is often afforded by outsiders. But after the man in the street had expanded much wonder and indignation upon the fact that no reward had as yet been offered by the murdered man's widow or family, the Disbrowes had taken upon themselves to arouse Vera to a proper sense of her position and responsibilities. Among Provana's friends and allies in the city, the great semi-oriental banking house of Messrs. Zeba and Zalmunna, with whom he had been closely associated, and other firms almost as distinguished, there was also a feeling that strong measures were required, and some wonderment that the widow had as yet done nothing. Lady Okehampton, who had been in Portland Place nearly every day, although not always allowed to see her niece, took the matter in hand as spokeswoman for the Disbrowes, and told Vera that she must offer a reward for the apprehension of her husband's murderer. "It ought to have been done before now," she said, "but you have been so lost in grief that I've been afraid to talk of poor Provana. However, as time goes on, people must think it extraordinary that you can let things slide, especially after that splendid will which makes you the richest woman in London." The splendid will, executed in the first year of her marriage, left Vera residuary legatee, after a long list of legacies, which, although generous, did not absorb more than a sixth of Mario Provana's estate. If not actually the richest woman in London, a fact not easily to be ascertained, Vera was at least rich enough to support that reputation. She gave a little moan of anguish when her aunt spoke of the will, and replied with averted face that her uncle was to do whatever he thought right. Before darkness came down, the police stations of London exhibited bills offering £1,000 for information leading to the discovery of the murderer, and the man in the street was a little easier in his mind. In the meantime, Scotland Yard was pursuing its own course, and one of the most experienced and intelligent members of the force had the Provana affair in hand, and was actually established in Portland Place, where he was explained to the household as a picture restorer, who had been engaged by Mr. Provana shortly before he left England, to examine and restore certain pictures among those somewhat depressing examples of the early Italian school which gave gloom to the too spacious dining-room. It might seem strange that work of this kind, ordered by the dead man, should be carried out at such a time, but Mr. James Japp of the Criminal Investigation Department had a power of impersonation which rarely failed him in the most critical circumstances, and having assumed the role of artistic man-of-all-work, he omitted no detail that could impress and convince the house servants, among whom he hoped to put his hand upon the murderer. Plausible, friendly, and altogether an acquisition in that low-spirited household, Mr. Japp, alias Johnson, was soon upon terms of cordial friendship with butler and housekeeper, while he was genially patronizing to the four stalwart footmen, and by no means standoffish to the coachman and his underlings, who sometimes crept into the servants' hall in the gloaming to talk over the last paragraph upon the mystery in Portland Place. For them, the mystery was meat and drink. They hung upon it with a morbid tenacity, never tired of restating the same facts and going over the same arguments and doing battle, each for his own solution of the ghastly problem. For these, Mr. Johnson, artist and picture restorer, was a godsend. The man was so delightfully innocent in the ways and workings of criminals. He showed the simple faith of a child when listening with avidity to Mr. Sedgwick's views, and allowed himself to be browbeaten by the coachman. He would turn the drift of the talk aside at a most interesting point to relate his early aspirations as a student, and his dismal failure as an artist, and how he had been driven from the painting of colossal historic pictures to the humbler art of the varnisher and restorer, working for a daily wage. He would tell stories of his early struggles that evolved laughter and good-natured scorn. He had a room allotted to him for his work, one of those rooms opening out of the long passage that led to Mr. Provana's private door, that door by which he and his murderer must have entered the house on the fatal night. Mr. Johnson had examined the door with studious attention, confessing to a morbid interest in the details of crime, coexisting with a curious ignorance of the law of the land. The nature and methods of a coroner's court had to be explained to him condescendingly by Mr. Sedgwick when the Provana murder was under discussion. He had his room for his artistic work, where he installed himself with 3 of the largest pictures from the dining room, his bottles of oil and varnish, and his stock of brushes, and where he insisted upon being undisturbed. He was of a nervous temperament, and could not bear to have his work looked at. He talked of his progress from day to day, expatiating upon the dangers of blue mold, the horrors of asphaltum, and other pernicious mediums, and the superiority of the old painters who ground their own colors. But no one, not even Mr. Sedgwick, was allowed to see him at work. He was altogether a superior person, yet it was something of surprise to the household that he should be admitted every evening to an interview with Mrs. Provana, who received him in the great, lonely drawing-room, where he remained with her for about a quarter of an hour, giving an account of his day's work. This privilege was explained by Mr. Johnson as a natural result of the lady's interest in art, and the value she set upon pictures which it appeared were especial favourites with her husband. "At the rate he goes at, I don't fancy he could have much progress to report," remarked Mr. Sedgwick, "for I don't believe he works a solid hour a day at those pictures. He takes things a bit too easily, to my mind. He knows he's got a soft job, and he means to make it last as long as the missus will let him. He's got his head pretty well screwed on, has our friend Johnson, and he knows when he's in for a good thing, and he's got a tongue that would talk over a special commissioner of income tax, so no doubt he makes Mrs. Provana believe that he works heavens hard at fetching up the colour in the Fra Angelicas. I shall think something of his work if he can do anything to brighten up those Salvini roses, which are about the dismalest pictures I ever saw in a gentleman's dining-room," the housekeeper remarked with conviction. Mr. Johnson was a desultory worker. He told his friends in the household that he worked like a tiger while he was at it, but your real artist was ever fitful in his toil. It was in the artistic temperament to be desultory. He would emerge from his den after an hour or so in a canvas apron so stained with oil and so sticky with varnish that none could doubt his industry. He was eminently sociable. He couldn't get on without company and conversation. The 4 young footmen afforded him inexhaustible amusement. "The oldest of 'em ain't over 25, he said, "but every one of 'em is a character in his way. Now I love studying character. There's no book, nor no illustrated magazine you can give me that I enjoy as I do human nature. Give me the human document, and leave your mouldy old books for mouldy old scholars. Every one of these 4 lads is a romance, if you know how to read 'em." This taste, which Mr. Sedgwick and Mrs. Manby thought low, led Mr. Johnson to consort in the friendliest way with the 4 youths in question. He had not been in the house a fortnight before he knew all about them, their sweethearts, their ambitions, their taste for pleasure, and their craving for gain. Even the odd man, a creature whom the elite of the household esteemed as hardly human, a savage without a livery, by whom it was a hardship to be waited on at one's meals, was not without interest for Johnson. While he delighted in Mr. Sedgwick's company, and was proud to spend an evening with him at his club, he shocked everybody by taking the old man to a music-hall and giving him supper after the entertainment. "I think you're all too hard upon Andrew," he said. "I find him distinctly human." With the ladies of the household he was at once friendly and gallant. He aired his little stock of French with Mamselle, and took her for evening walks in Regent's Park, which to dwellers north of Langham Place is the park. He bought her little gifts, and took her to the theatre. He played dummy whist with Mrs. Manby, who was sadly behind the age and could not abide bridge, and the result of all this friendly intercourse which had kept the establishment in good spirits during a period of gloom, culminated one evening when he told Mrs. Provana that his residence under her roof had only a negative result, and that he had exhausted all the means in his power without arriving at any clue to the murderer of her husband. "It has been a great disappointment to me, madam," said Mr. Japp, standing before Vera with his hat in his hand, serious and subdued in manner and bearing. The change from the sociable and trivial Johnson to the businesslike and thoughtful Japp showed a remarkable power in the assumption of character. "It has been a most disappointing case I have been engaged in for a long time. I came into this house assured that I should put my hand upon the guilty party under this roof. Every circumstance indicated that the crime had been committed by someone inside the house. The idea of an outsider seemed incredible. That a house with such a staff of servants, with 5 men and an Irish terrier sleeping on the ground floor, could have been entered by a burglar seemed out of the question. Mr. Provana being known to keep large sums of money in one shape and another in the safe in his private room, and no doubt being also known to carry the keys of that safe upon his person, there was a sufficient inducement for robbery. While it is our common experience that any man bold enough to attempt robbery on a large scale is not the man to shrink from murder when his own skin is in danger. My theory is that one of your men servants had been waiting for his opportunity during Mr. Provana's absence in America, that he had provided himself with implements for forcing the lock of the safe, perhaps with the aid of an outside accomplice, and that, by a strange coincidence, he had stumbled upon the night of his master's unexpected return, and had been surprised at the beginning of his work. There are scratches on the polished steel about the lock of the safe that might be made by one of those graduated wedges which burglars use. I thought that, by being surprised by Mr. Provana's entrance, he snatched up one of the pistols from the case on the table, which he might have examined previously, and fired within narrow range as Mr. Provana was about to open the door of your room without having seen him, that he took the keys from Mr. Provana's pocket after he fell, unlocked the safe, and abstracted the 2 parcels of bonds which are missing. The disordered state of the safe and the keys left in the lock indicate that everything was done in extreme haste. This is my theory before I came into your house, madam. But after nearly 5 weeks' careful study of every individual under this roof, I have reluctantly arrived at the conclusion that nobody in your household is in it, either as principal or accomplice, before or after the fact. I think it is in an old play that the remark has been made that murder will out, also that blood will have blood. Both remarks are perfectly correct, but there is another remark that might have been made with even greater truth, and that is, money will out. You can't hide money. At least the average criminal can't. That's where he gives himself away. He can't keep his plunder to himself. The money burns. It burns. He must spend it. Some spend it on drink. Some, begging your pardon, madam, spend it on ladies. Some, the weakest of the lot, spend it on clothes and handsome cabs. But spend they must. There's not one of those 4 young men that could keep 5 or 6 thou in his pocket and not give himself away, somehow or somewhere. Nor yet Mr. Sedgwick, fine gentleman and philosopher as he is, nor yet even the odd man. Being a poor creature, he'd have melted those securities with the first low fence he could hear of, and would have been on the drink night after night till he got the horrors and gave himself up to the police. I've been looking for the money, madam, and finding no trace of that, I know I've not come within range of the party we want. We must look outside, madam, and we may have to look a long way off. If the possessor of those bonds is an old hand, he is not likely to turn them into money anywhere in this city, for though they are bonds to bearer, a transaction of that kind must leave some trace. I feel the humiliation of my failure, madam, and I have no doubt you are disappointed. Vera looked up at him with melancholy eyes, pale, hollow-cheeked, a sombre figure in the severest mourning that the Maison de Deuil near the Madeleine could supply, and French mourning knows no compromise. Disappointed, she repeated slowly in a low, tired voice, and then, to Mr. Japp's surprise and almost horror, she said, I don't think it much matters whether the wretched creature who killed him is discovered or not. It can make no difference to him lying at rest, beyond all pain and sorrow, that his murderer is hidden somewhere out of reach of the law, and may escape the agony of a shameful death. The horror in her widening eyes as she said these words showed that her imagination could realize the horror of the scaffold. However he may escape human law, she went on in the same slow, dull tones, He must carry his punishment with him to the grave. He can never know one peaceful hour. He can never know the comfort of a dreamless sleep. He will be a haunted man. Excuse me for differing with you, madam, but you don't know what stuff the criminal classes are made of. They don't mind. One more or less sent to kingdom come don't prey upon their nerves. Where are they found, as a rule, when they do get nicked? Why, at a theatre, or in a music hall, or at the Derby, and generally in ladies' society. The things you read of in novels, conscience, remorse, Banquo's ghost, don't trouble them. Mr. Japp apologized for having expressed himself so freely, and stood for a few minutes fingering the brim of his hat, waiting for Mrs. Provana to speak. Her speech just now had been a surprise to him, for never had he met with so silent a lady. Night after night she had listened hungrily to his statement of his day's progress, his suspicions, his glimpses of light, now seeming full of promise and anon delusive. She had listened with keen attention, but she had expressed no opinion and had asked no questions. And now for him, the accomplished criminal investigator, the man who had worked at the science of detection as superior persons work at the higher mathematics, to hear this lady say that the discovery of her husband's murderer did not matter, that, for her part, he might go about the world a free man, with nothing worse than a mind full of scorpions and a sleepless bed, seemed too monstrous for comprehension. She, to whom the murdered man had left millions, not to hunger for the ignominious death of his murderer? It must be Christian Science.
Chapter 16 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter number 16. Everybody in the Red Book had left London. The West End was a desert, and the shrill summons of the telephone was heard no more in Mayfair. Nobody, unless it were the caretaker, was being asked to luncheon or dinner, and the only tea parties were in the basement, where the late lettuce had not yet given place to the early muffin. Only people with urgent and onerous business were to be found in London. Lord Okehampton was shooting grouse, and Lady Okehampton ought to have been doing an after-cure in Switzerland. But the sad state of my poor niece after her husband's ghastly death, and the legal business connected with her colossal inheritance, made it impossible for me to leave town. Much as I need a complete change, I must stay here while the poor child wants me. This was what Lady Okehampton wrote from her deserted house in Berkeley Square to numerous friends, with more or less variation of phrase. Vera's health was now the most pressing question. She had taken her bereavement with a dumb, self-contained grief that is the most morbid and the most perilous kind of sorrow, the sorrow that kills. When questioned, pressingly but tenderly, by her aunt, she always replied in the same unresponsive manner. There was nothing the matter with her. Of course, as Aunt Mildred said, the shock had been terrible, but no doubt she would get over it in time. People always get over things. She only wanted to be left to herself. She was quite strong enough to bear her burden. No, she was not eating her heart out in solitude. It was best for her to be alone. You are more than kind, Aunt Mildred, and so is Susan Amphlett. But I am better sitting quietly and thinking out my life. But my poor child, You are perishing visibly, just wasting away. I would rather see you in floods of tears, hysterical even, than in this hopeless state. What is the use of making a fuss? If tears could bring my husband back and make life what it was before his death, I would drown myself in tears. But nothing can change the past. That is what makes life terrible. The things we have done are done forever." Lady Okehampton trembled, first for her niece's life, and next for her sanity. And here was the stupendous fortune left to Vera for her life, and to her children after her children by the husband who was dead, but, in default of such children, to be divided among a horde of Italian relations, third and fourth cousins, people for whom Mario Provana might not have cared twopence, and among Roman charitable institutions, surely to be badly managed, Lady Okehampton thought. It seemed to her that if Vera were to die, that stupendous wealth, which while she possessed it must be a factor in the position of the Disbrowes, would be absolutely thrown to the dogs. To divide that mass of riches into eighths and twelfths and sixteenths was in a manner to murder it. All its power and prestige would be gone, frittered away among insignificant people, who might be better off without it, as it would put a stop to laudable ambition and enterprise, and might ultimately be the cause of unmitigated harm. "It is so sad to think there were no children," sighed Lady Okehampton into the ears of various confidential friends. "The dear man made this will shortly after his marriage, and evidently built upon having a heir. He was so absolutely devoted to my niece. I know it was a bitter disappointment for him," concluded the chieftainess of the Disbrowes, to whom Mario Provana had said no word of his innermost feelings upon that or any other subject. Strange indeed would it have been for that strong hand to lift the curtain from that proud heart. Courteous, generous, chivalrous, he might be to the whole clan of Disbrowes. He might scatter his gold among them with a careless hand, but to scatter the secrets of his lonely life among the frivolous herd was impossible to the man who endured a mother's dislike, a father's neglect, and the disillusions of a marriage de convenance, without 1 hour of self-betrayal. Vera was childless, and on her frail thread of life hung Mario Provana's millions. Lady Okehampton told herself this in the watches of the night, and told herself that something must be done. It was all very well for Vera to declare that there was nothing the matter with her, while it was visible to the naked eye that the poor child was fading away in an atrophy of mind and body. "She will either die or go mad," said Lady Okehampton, and the alternative offered visions of a conseil de famille, doctor's certificates, and that rabble of fourth and fifth cousins tearing their prey. Long and confidential talks with Mrs. Manby, the housekeeper, and Louison, the maid, had revealed the desperate state of their mistress's health. "No, my lady, she doesn't complain," asserted Mrs. Manby. "I'm afraid it's all the worse because she won't complain. But she can't sleep, and she can't eat. Sedgwick knows what her meals are like. Just pretending, that's all. And Louison says that, go into her mistress's room when she will, in the middle of the night or in the early morning, She's always lying awake, sometimes reading, sometimes staring at the sky above the window sash, but asleep? Never. And it isn't for want of taking things, for she has tried every drug you can put a name to." "Does the doctor prescribe them?" "He used to send her things, in the first few weeks after the funeral, but she made him believe that she was quite well, and was sleeping and eating as usual, and he left off coming. And then Lady Susan Amphlett brought her tabloids, always the newest thing out, but they've never done her any good. It's the mind that's wrong, my lady." "She was absolutely devoted to Mr. Provana," sighed Lady Okehampton. "No doubt, my lady." "And she can't get over her loss." "No, my lady." Susan Amphlett was of Aunt Mildred's opinion. Something must be done, and it must be done quickly, before any of those Roman cousins could appear upon the scene, prying and questioning, and hinting at a commission of lunacy. Things had come to a perilous pass, when Mrs. Manby, the housekeeper, could talk of her mistress's mind as the seat of the mischief. People who go out of their minds seldom take a long time about it, Lady Susan urged. "It's generally touch and go." Lady Okehampton waited for no permission, but marched into her niece's room one dark September afternoon with the fashionable nerve specialist at her heels, the bland elderly physician from Cavendish Square, whom nobody in Mayfair had ever heard of till he had entered upon his 70th decade, and who had languished at the wrong end of Harley Street for a quarter of a century, before the great world had made the remarkable discovery that he was one man in London who could cure one of everything. He was kind and sensible, and really clever, but the great world loved him most because he had all the new names for old diseases at the tip of his tongue, and had the delightful manner which implied that the patient to whom he was talking was the one patient whose life he considered worth saving. "He really does think about you when he's feeling your pulse," said a dowager. "He ain't totting up last night's winnings at bridge all the time. He does really think, don't you know?" Dr. Selwyn Tower, as he held Vera's wasted wrist in his broad, soft hand, looked as serious as if the fate of a nation were at stake. Indeed, he had been told that millions were in jeopardy, and in the modern mind the destinies of big fortunes are as serious as the rise and fall of peoples. The physician asked no troublesome questions, but he contrived to keep Vera in conversation, on indifferent subjects, for about a quarter of an hour, her aunt joining in occasionally with sympathetic nothings, and by the end of that time he had made up his mind about the case, or at least about his immediate treatment of the case. He might have thought that went deeper and farther, but those could be held in abeyance. The thing to be done was to save this fragile form, which was obviously perishing. A rest cure! Nothing else would be of any use. An uncompromising rest cure. 6 weeks of solitary confinement in the care of a resident doctor and a couple of highly trained nurses. Lady Okehampton anticipated a struggle, remembering how resolutely Vera had resisted this line of treatment 3 months before, but her niece surprised her by offering no vehement opposition. "There is absolutely nothing the matter with me," she said, "but if it will please you, Aunt Mildred. I will do as Dr. Tower advises." "Nothing the matter, and you neither eat nor sleep. Is that nothing?" "Who told you that I can't sleep?" "My dear lady, your eyes tell us only too plainly. Insomnia has unmistakable symptoms," said the doctor. "Yes, it is true," Vera answering wearily. "I seem to have lost the faculty of sleep. It is a habit one soon loses. I lie staring at the daylight, and wondering what it is like to lose count of time." And then, after a little more doctor's talk, soothing and rather meaningless, she asked abruptly, "What time of year is it?" "Dear child!" exclaimed Lady Okehampton. "Can you ask?" "Oh, I have left off writing letters and reading newspapers, and I forget dates. I know the days are getting shorter, because the dawn is so long coming when I lie awake." "We are in the middle of September," said the doctor, "a charming month for country air, neither too hot nor too cold, the golden mean." "And in 6 weeks it will be the end of October, and I can go to Rome for the winter." "You could not do better. We shall build up your constitution in those 6 weeks. You will be another woman when you leave Sussex." "But my dearest Vera," protested her aunt, "you can never think of a winter alone in that enormous villa. You will die of ennui." "No, no, Aunt Mildred. I love Rome. The very atmosphere of the place is life to me. I am not afraid of being alone." Dr. Tower shot a significant look at her ladyship, which silenced remonstrance, and no more was said. 2 days later Vera found herself on a windy hill in Sussex, under the dominion of the house doctor and 2 nurses, and almost as much exposed to the elements as King Lear on the heights near Dover. An eider-down coverlet and a hot water bottle made the only difference. Lady Okehampton, having sacrificed her own cure to her niece's, went with a mind at ease to join her husband in Yorkshire, an arrangement almost without precedent in their domestic Chapter 17 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 17. Father Cyprian Hammond returned to his comfortable rooms in the northwest region one rainy autumn evening after a long day in the dreariest abodes of East London. He was almost worn out by the bodily fatigue of tramping through dismal streets with one of his friends and allies, a priest from the cathedral at Moorfields, and by the mental strain that comes from facing the inscrutable problem of human suffering, the mystery of sorrow and pain, inevitable, unceasing, beyond man's power to help or cure. He had visited the poor in great hospitals where every detail testified to the beneficence of the rich, yet he knew that the comfort and cleanliness of the hospital must needs accentuate the dirt and squalor of the slum to which the patient must return. He sank into his armchair with a sigh of relief, and was sorry to hear of a visitor who had called twice that afternoon and would call again after 9 o'clock. Did he leave his card? Yes, the card was there on the table. Mr. Claude Rutherford? Father Cyprian had not seen Claude since the opening day of that inquest which had been so often adjourned, only to close in an open verdict, and a mystery still unsolved. He had not seen Claude, but he had seen Mrs. Rutherford more than once in that quiet month when life in West End London seemed to come to a standstill. She had talked about her son as she talked only to him, opening her heart to the friend who knew all its secrets, the best and the worst of her. Hitherto she had never failed to find him interested and sympathetic, but in those recent interviews it had seemed to her that if the close friend of long years had changed, as if he was talking to her from a distance, as if some mysterious barrier had risen between them. She had told him of that conversation with her son, in which he had promised to confide in this old and trusted friend. That had happened more than a month ago, and the confidence had not yet come. Perhaps it was coming tonight. "I will see Mr. Rutherford at whatever time he calls," Father Cyprian told his servant. His dinner was short and temperate, but not ill-cooked or ill-served. He drank barley water, but the jug that held it was of old cut glass, picked up at a broker's shop at a back street for 7 shillings, and worth as many pounds. His silver was old family plate, his napery of the finest. It was past 9 when Claude Rutherford appeared, and the first thing Father Cyprian observed was that he was physically exhausted. He dropped into a chair with a long sigh of fatigue, and it was 3 or 4 minutes before he was able to speak. "I knew you would have finished your Spartan dinner by this time," he said, "but I hope I am not spoiling your evening." "You ought to know that I have nothing better to do with my evening than to talk with anyone who wants me," answered the priest in a low, grave voice that was like the sound of Hollmann's bow in an adagio passage. "And I think you must want me, or you would not come to this house a third time. What have you been doing since 6 o'clock? You look horribly fagged." "I have been to Hampstead. It is a fine night, and I wanted a walk." "You have walked too far. You are ill, Claude." "A little under the weather. The modern complaint neuritis, and its concomitant insomnia." "You ought to go to one of my neighbors in Harley Street." "No, I want you, the physician of souls. This corporal frame of mine will mend itself when I get out of London, 1,000 miles or so. Do you remember the night we walked home together from Portland Place? You pressed me very hard that evening. You tried to bring me back to the fold, but the time had not come." "And now the time has come?" questioned the priest, pushing aside the book that he had been reading, and bending forward to look into a page of human life, bringing his searching eyes nearer to the haggard face in front of him. "Yes, the time has come." "What is the matter?" "Oh, only the old disease, a more acute phase. The disgust of life, satiety, weariness of the world outside me, loathing of the world inside, the old disease in a virulent form. I want you to help me to the cure. It must be heroic treatment. Half measures will be of no use. I want you to help me to enter one of the orders that mean death to the world. Dominicans, Benedictines, La Trappe, anything you like. The harder the rule, the better it may be for my soul." This is strangely sudden. Perhaps it is an inspiration. But no, my dear friend, not sudden. The complaint is chronic, and has been growing upon me for the last 10 years, ever since I found that I was a failure. That discovery is a crisis in man's life. He looks inside himself one day, and finds that the fire has gone out. It must all come to that. Life, mind, heart, all are contained in that central fire which is the soul of a man. While the fire burns he has hope, he has ambition, he has a future. When the fire goes out he has nothing but the past, the memory of things that were sweet and things that were bitter, nothing but memory to live upon in all the years that are to come. And he may live to be 90, a haunted man. I have done with the world, Father Cyprian. Am I to walk about like a dead man for 10 or 20 or 30 years? I have done with the world. I want to give the rest of my life to the God you and my mother believe in." "You would not want to do that if you were not a believer." "I was reared in the true faith. Yes, I believe. Help thou mine unbelief." "I will help you with all my heart. But I do not think you are of the stuff that Benedictine monks are made of, and it is a foolish thing to put your hand to the plough, unless you have the force of mind to finish your furrow." "I will finish my furrow." "And break your mother's heart, perhaps. Your love is all she has in this life, except her religion." "Her religion is no less a force than her love. My neglect of my duties has been a grief to her. She has never ceased to remonstrate with me, to remind me of my boyish ardor, my days of implicit faith." "She wants to see you return to the faith and the obedience of those days. But it would distress her if you took a step that would mean separation from her. That would be inconsistent, after all her sermons." "Women are apt to be inconsistent, even the best of them." "In any case, even if my mother should object, which I think unlikely, I have made up my mind. I had time to commune with my soul in that 3 hours' walk through the darkness. I came to you this night fully resolved not to ask your advice as to the step, but your help in taking it. Where can I go? To whom can I submit myself?" "Frankly, Claude, I am too much in the dark to help you. Come to me at my church tomorrow morning after Mass, with your mind more at rest, and make your confession. Let me see into the bottom of your heart. I cannot talk to a man behind a mask. I can say nothing till I know all." "No, I cannot do that. I must have time. I want solitude and a cell. I want to shake off the husk of the world that I have lived in too long. I want to be done with earthly desires. I shall have a new mind when I am in my woolen gown." "Alas, Claude, I doubt. Do you remember all we talked about when you were last in this room, a long time ago?" "Yes, I remember." "You remember how I tried to awaken you to the danger of your relations with Mario Provana's wife?" "Those are things a man does not forget." You denied the danger, but you did not deny your love. You gave me your assurance, not as a priest, but between man and man, that no evil should ever come of that love. Yes, I remember. I was not afraid of myself. I belonged to the great army of triflers and dilettanti. I am not of the stuff that passionate lovers are made of. But now death has intervened, and the situation is changed. 2 years hence, you might marry your cousin without shame to either, without disrespect to the dead. Are you capable of renouncing that hope by burying yourself in a cloister? Are you equal to the sacrifice? Would there be no looking back, no repentance? I shall never marry my cousin Vera. Because she does not love you? Is that the reason? No need to enter into details or to count the cost. I have made up my mind. For once in my life I have a purpose and a will. You seem in earnest. The words came slowly, like a spoken doubt, and the priest's searching eyes were on the pale face in front of him. The countenance wore the refinement of race. A long line of well-born men and women showed in every lineament. This sudden resolve of yours is inexplicable, the priest continued, in a troubled voice, after a silence that seemed long. It is not in your temperance or your manner of life, since you came into a man's inheritance, to cut yourself off from all that makes life pleasant to a young man with talent, attractiveness, and independence. I would give much to know your reason for such a step. Haven't I told you, my dear friend? Welt Schmerz. Isn't that enough? No, it is not enough. Welt Schmerz is the chronic disease of a decadent age. If every sufferer from Welt Schmerz were to turn monk, this world would be a monastery. It is a phase in every man's life, or a pose. I know it is not that with you. There is something behind, Claude, something at the back of your mind, something that you must tell me, before I can be of any real help to you. But you are your mother's son, and you were steeped in sin. I would do my uttermost to help you. Come to me the day after tomorrow. I shall have had time to think over your case, and you will be in a better mood for considering the situation. To surrender this worldly life and all it holds is not a light thing that a man should do in a fit of the blues. A man still on the sunward side of 40. I, who have entered my 70th decade, have no yearnings for a woolen gown. I have made up my mind, Claude repeated, in a dull, dead voice, the voice of an obstinate man. Good night.
Chapter 18 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 18. The 6 weeks' captivity on the hill in Sussex had been a success, and Vera was able to leave England before the first November fog descended upon Portland Place. She was in Rome, in the city where she had spent the happiest period of her life, the time in which she had first known what it meant for a woman to be adored, and lovely, and immeasurably rich. There she had first known the power of wealth and the influence of beauty. For her husband's position and her own attractions had assured her an immediate social success, and had made her a star in Roman society during her first season, while, over and above all other graces, she had the charm of novelty. But it was not the memory of social triumphs or of gratified vanity that was with her as she sat alone in the too spacious saloon, or roamed with languid step through other rooms as spacious and as lonely. Sympathy had flowed in upon her from all her Roman acquaintances, and acquaintances of divers nationalities, the birds of passage, American, French, Spanish, German. Cards and little notes had descended upon the villa like a summer hailstorm, and she had responded with civility, but with no uncertain tone. Her mourning was to be a long mourning, and her seclusion was to be absolute. She had come to live a solitary life in her villa and gardens, to wander among ruins and steep herself in the poetry of the city. She had come not to the Rome of the present, but to the Rome of the past. This was how she explained her life to the officious people who wanted to force distractions upon her, and who in secret were already hatching matrimonial schemes by which the Provana millions might be made to infuse new life into princely races that were perishing in financial atrophy. The Villa Provana was on high ground, beyond the Porta del Popolo, and the view from the gardens commanded the roofs and towers and cupolas of the city, and the dominating mass of the great basilica, which dwarfs all other monuments and reduces papal Rome, with its heterogeneous roofs and turrets, steeples and obelisks, to a mere foreground for that one stupendous dome. Day after day, in those short winter afternoons, Vera stood on the terrace in front of the villa, leaning languidly against the marble balustrade, and watching the evening mists rising slowly over the city, and the grey of the great dome gradually deepening to purple, while the golden light in the west grew more intense, and orange changed to crimson. She was never tired of gazing at that incomparable prospect. How often in her honeymoon year she had stood there, with Mario Provana at her side, questioning him with a childish delight, and making him point out and explain every tower and every cupola, the classic, the papal, the old and the new, churches, palaces, public buildings, municipal and royal, picture galleries, museums, fountains. It was there, as an idolized young wife, with her husband's strong arm supporting her as she leant against him, in the pleasant fatigue after a day of pleasure, that she had learnt to know Rome, and that she had discovered how dearly the hard man of business loved the city of his birth. It was there he had told her what Victor Emmanuel and Cavour, the soldier and the statesman, had done for Italy, and how that which had been but a geographical expression, a patchwork of petty states, for the most part under foreign rulers, had become the name of a great nation in the van of progress. She thought of him now, evening after evening, in the unbroken silence and solitude of the long terrace on the crown of the hill, and only a little lower than the terrace on the Pincio. She looked backward across the arid desert of her 5 years of society under Disbrowe influences, 5 years of life that seemed worthless and joyless compared with that year of a happiness she had almost forgotten, till her husband's death carried all her thoughts back to the past, to the time when she had given him love for love, to the days that she could think of without remorse. Oh God, if I had died at the end of that year, what a happy life mine would have been! She thought of the tomb on the Campagna, the splendid monument of her husband's love, near which she had sat in her carriage with Mario to watch the gathering of a gay crowd and the flash of red coats against the clear blue of a December day, the hounds trotting lightly in front of huntsman and whip, the women in their short habits, patent leather boots flashing against new saddles, men on well-bred hunters, the whole picture so modern and so trivial against the fortress tomb with its mystery of a distant past, only a name to suggest the story of two lives. If I had only died then, she thought. To have ended her life in that year of gladness, innocent, beloved, while all her world was lovely in the freshness of life's morning. To have died then, before the blight of disillusion or the taint of sinful thought had touched her, to have passed out of the world, beloved and worthy of love, and to have been laid to rest in the cemetery at San Marco, beside her girlfriend. Ah, what a happy destiny! And now what was to be her doom? A cold breath touched her as she leaned over the balustrade, with her hands clasped over her eyes, a cold breath that thrilled her and made her tremble. It was only the cooler wind of evening, breathing across the gathering shadows, but it startled her by the suggestion of a human presence. She rose from the marble bench where she had been sitting since the sun began to sink behind the umbrella pines on a hill in the distance, and while the far-reaching level of the Campagna began to look like the blue waters of a sea in the lessening light, and walked slowly back to the villa, by the long terrace, and under a pergola where the last roses showered their petals upon her as she passed. The lamps were lighted in the saloon, and logs were burning in the vast fireplace at the end of the room, a distant glow and brightness, a pleasing spot of colour in a melancholy picture, but of not much avail for warmth in a room of 50 feet by 25, with a ceiling 20 feet high. But the comfort of the villa was not dependent upon smouldering olive logs or spluttering pine cones. There was a hot water system, the most expensive and the best, for supplying all those palatial rooms with an equable and enervating atmosphere. There was a letter lying on Vera's book table, a table that always stood by her armchair at one side of the monumental chimney-piece. This spot was her own, her island in that ocean of space. This chair was large enough to absorb her, and when she was sitting in it, the room looked empty, and a servant had to come near her table before he could be sure she was there. She took up the letter and looked at the address wonderingly. It had not come by post. There was something familiar in the writing. It reminded her of Claude's, and then, in a moment, she remembered. The letter was from Mrs. Rutherford. Little notes had been exchanged between them in past years, notes of invitation from Vera, replies, mostly courteous refusals, from the elder lady. Mrs. Rutherford must be in Rome. Strange. Had she too come to winter there? My dear Vera, I hear you are at your villa, living in seclusion and refusing all visits. But I think you will make an exception for me, as it is vital for me to see you. I am in great trouble, and I want your help badly. I shall call on you at noon tomorrow. Pray do not shut your door against me. Yours affectionately, Magdalen Rutherford. The address was of one of the smaller and quieter hotels in the great city, a house unknown to the tourist, English or American, a house patronized only by what are called nice people. Trouble? What could be Mrs. Rutherford's trouble? Had she anything in this world to be glad or sorry about, except her son? The letter gave Vera a night of agitation and feverish dreams, and she spent the hour before noon pacing up and down the great room, deadly pale in the dense blackness of her long crape gown. It was not 5 minutes past the hour when Mrs. Rutherford was announced. She too was pale, and she too wore black, but not mourning. "You are kind to let me see you," she said, clasping Vera's hand. "How could I refuse? I am so sorry you are in trouble. Is it—" her voice became tremulous. "Is it anything about Claude? Is he ill?" "No, he is not ill, unless it is in mind. But the trouble is about him, a new and unexpected trouble. A thunderbolt." The terror in Vera's face startled her. She thought the frail figure would drop at her feet in a dead faint, and she caught her by the arm. "I think you may help me. You and he were great friends. Pals, Susan Amphlett called you." "Yes, we were pals. He was so good to me at Disbrowe, years and years ago." "Yes, I know. He has often talked of that time. Well, you were great friends, and a young man will sometimes open his mind more to a woman friend than he will to his mother. Did Claude ever talk to you of his church, of his remorse for his neglect of his religion, of his wanting to give up the world, to end a useless life in a monastery?" "Never." "I thought not. It is a sudden caprice. There is no real strength of purpose in it. He is disgusted and disappointed. He has made a failure of his life, and he is angry with himself and sick to death of society. Such a man cannot go on being trivial forever. A life without purpose can but end in disgust. My poor child, you are shivering and can hardly stand. Let us go nearer the fire. Sit down and let us talk quietly. And be kind, and bear with a foolish old woman who sees the joy of her life slipping away from her." The visitor's quick eye had noticed the great armchair and book table by the hearth, and knew that it was Vera's place. She led her there, made her sit down, and took a chair by her side. "Now we shall be warm and comfortable, and can look my trouble in the face." "Tell me all about it," Vera said quietly, with her hand in Mrs. Rutherford's. The wave of agitation had passed. She spoke slowly, but her voice was no longer tremulous. "I dare say, if you have ever thought of me in the past, you have given me credit for being a strong-minded woman. Claude has told me of your strength of will, the right kind of strength. And now I have to confess myself to you as weak, unstable, inconsistent, caring for my son's love for me more than I care for his eternal welfare. No, no, I can never believe that. But you will believe it when I tell you that he has taken the first step towards separating himself for ever from this sinful world, and giving the rest of his life to God, and that I am here in this city, here pleading with you to try to change his purpose and win him back to the world." "Oh," said Vera with a faint cry, "has he made up his mind?" He thinks he has. But oh, what shall I do without him? It is horrible, selfish, unworthy, but I can only think of myself and my own desolate old age. Only a few years more, perhaps, only a few years of solitude and mourning. But my mind and heart rise in rebellion against fate. I cannot bear my life without him. Again and again I have urged him to remember the faith in which he was reared. I have tried to awaken him to the call of the Church. I have begged Father Hammond to use his influence to rekindle the fervour of religion that has made my son's boyish mind so lovely. And now, when he has gone beyond my prayers and wants to renounce this sinful world, I am a weak, miserable woman, and my despairing cry is to call him back to the life he has grown weary of. Do you not despise me, Vera? No, I can understand. It is natural for a mother to feel as you feel. But all the same, I think if he has made up his mind to retire into a monastery, it is your duty to let him go. Think what it is for a man to spend his last years in reconciling himself with God. Think of the peace that may come with self-sacrifice. Think what it is to escape out of this sinful world into a place of silence and prayer, and to know that one's sins are forgiven. He has no sins that need the sacrifice of half a life. He has been the dearest of sons, the kindest of friends, honourable, generous, straightforward. Why should he shut himself in a monastery to find forgiveness for trivial sins and neglect of religious forms? He can lead a new and better life in the world of action, where he can be of use to his fellow men. Even Father Hammond has never advised him to turn monk. He can worship God and lead the Christian life without renouncing all that is lovely in the world God made for us. Vera listened with a steadfast face, and her tones were calm and decided when she replied, "Dear Mrs. Rutherford, the heart knoweth its own bitterness. I think the better you love your son, the less you should come between him and a resolve that must give him peace, if it can never give him happiness." For the first time since Mrs. Rutherford had been with her, Vera's eyes filled with tears, tears that overflowed and streamed down the colourless cheeks, and that it needed all her strength to check. "You surprise me!" the elder woman cried passionately, flinging away the hand that she had been holding. "You surprise me! I came to you for sympathy, sure that I should find it, believing that you cared for my son almost as much as I care for him. You were his chosen friend. He devoted half his days to you. The closeness of your friendship made malicious people say shameful things, and has given me many an unhappy hour. And now, at this crisis of his life, when he is bent upon burying himself alive in a monastery, entering some severe order, for whose rule of hardship and deprivation he is utterly unfit, a kind of life that will break his heart and bring him to an early grave, you preach to me of his finding peace in those dreary walls. Peace, as if he were the worst of sinners. No, you don't understand me. Father Hammond has told me about the monastic life, the Benedictines, La Trappe. He has told me what happiness has been found in that life of solitude and prayer by those who have renounced the world. Was it you who inspired this extraordinary resolve? I? No, indeed. I knew nothing of it till you told me. What? He could take such a step without consulting you, without confiding in you, his closest friend? Was it likely that he would tell me if he did not tell his mother? He told me nothing till he had come here, to make a retreat in a monastery, to give himself time for meditation and thought before he took any decisive step. He is here in Rome, and has been here for some time. My first knowledge of his decision was a letter he sent me from here. Such an unsatisfactory letter, giving no adequate reason for his resolve, only vague words about his weariness of life and the world. What else could he say? That must always be the reason. One gets tired of everything, and then one turns to God, and a life of prayer seems best. It is death in life, but it may mean peace. Vera, I was never more shocked and disappointed. I thought you loved him when love was sin. I thought you loved him at the peril of your soul. And now, when a terrible calamity has left you free to do what you like with the rest of your life, now, when however deeply you may mourn for your husband's awful death and grieve over any sins of omission in your married life, yet there must needs be the far-off thought of years to come, when, without self-reproach, you may give yourself to a lover who in years and temperament would be your natural companion. There has been no such thought in my mind, Vera said coldly. I shall never cease to mourn for Mario Provana's death. I have nothing else in the world to live for. My poor girl, it is only natural that you should feel like that. I did wrong to speak of the future. You have passed through a horrible ordeal, and it may be long before you can forget. But you are too kind not to be sorry for a mother who is threatened with the loss of all that she has of joy and comfort in this world. I am very sorry for you, Vera said with a mechanical air, as if her thoughts were far away. Then you will help me? Mrs. Rutherford cried eagerly. How can I help you? You can appeal to my son. You may have more influence over him than I. I believe you have more influence, with a touch of bitterness. However indifferent you may be, and may have always been to him, I know that he was devoted to you, that you could have led him if you had cared to lead him. And he will listen to you now. He will have pity upon me if you plead for me, if you tell him what it is for a mother to part with a son of nearly 40 years' cherishing, who represents all her life on earth, past, present, and to come. I cannot live without him, Vera. I thought that I was strong in faith and patience and resignation till this trouble came upon me. I thought that I was a religious woman, but now I know that the God I worshipped was of clay, and that when I prayed and tried to lift my thoughts to heaven, it was only of my son that I thought, only for his welfare that I prayed. Help me, Vera, if you have a heart that can love and sympathize with another's love. Plead with him, tell him how few the years are for a woman of my age, and that there will be time enough for him to bury himself alive in a monastery when I am at rest. His dedication of those later years will not be less precious in the sight of God, because he has deferred the sacrifice for his mother's sake. I cannot think that he will listen to me if he has not yielded to you. I know he loves you dearly. He did love me. Never was there a better son. But he changed all at once. It was as if something had broken his life. But I think you can melt his heart. He will understand my grief better when it is brought home to him by another. I am to see him tomorrow afternoon, and I shall be allowed to take you with me. Will you come? The entreaty was so insistent, so agonizing, that Vera could only bend her head in mute acquiescence. Mrs. Rutherford threw her arms round the frail figure and strained it to her breast. "My dearest girl, I knew you would have pity upon me. I will call for you tomorrow at 2:30. The house is on the hill, beyond the Medici villa, a lovely spot, but to me, though it is only a place of probation, it seems like a grave. Vera!" with a sudden passion, "if I thought that this step were for his happiness, I believe I could submit. But when I parted with him last week, his face was the face of despair.
Chapter 19 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 19. Mrs. Rutherford and Vera drove to the hill behind the Medici villa in the golden light of a Roman November, when the gardens on the height were glowing with foliage that seems made of fire, and only cypress and ilex showed dark against the splendor of red and amber. But to those two women all the beauty of autumn color and purple distances of fairy-like gardens and flashing fountains was part of a world that was dead. The metaphysician's idea of the universe as an emanation of the individual mind is so far borne out by experience that in a great grief the universe ceases to exist. The room to which one of the brotherhood led them faced the western sky and was full of golden light when the two women entered. It was a room that had once been splendid, but of all its splendor nothing was left but vast space, and the blurred and faded outlines of a fresco upon the ceiling. The two women stood within the doorway, looking to the other end of the room, where a solitary figure was sitting, huddled in a large armchair, in front of a fireplace that looked like an open tomb, where a little heap of smouldering logs upon a spacious hearth seemed a hollow mockery of a fire meant for warmth. That crouching form with contracted shoulders and wasted hands stretched above the feeble fire glow. Could that be Claude Rutherford? Vera shivered in the chillness of the dismal scene, where even the vast window and the golden west could not relieve the sense of cold and gloom. Yes, it was Claude. He started to his feet as Mrs. Rutherford moved slowly along the intervening space. He looked beyond her, surprised at the second figure, and then, with one brief word to his mother, hurried past her and came to Vera. He clasped her hands. He drew her towards the window, drew her into the golden light, where she stood transfigured, like the Madonna in a picture by Fra Angelico, glorious and old gold. He looked at her as a traveller who had been dying of thirst in a desert might look at a fountain of clear water. It was a long, long look, in which it seemed as if he were drinking the beauty of the face he looked at, as if, in those moments, he tried to satisfy the yearning of days and nights of severance. It seemed as if he could never cease to look, as if he could never let her go. Then suddenly he dropped her hand and turned from her to his mother, who was standing a little way off. "Why have you done this?" he asked vehemently. "Because you would not listen to me. No prayers, no tears of mine would move you. I was breaking my heart, and I thought she might prevail when I failed. I knew her influence over you, and that she might move you. It was a cruel thing to do. I knew she was in Rome, that we were breathing the same air. The thought of her was with me by day and night. Yet I was rock. I made myself iron. I clung to the cross, like the saints of old time, who had all been sinners. Vera, why have you come between me and my God?" "I could not see your mother so unhappy and refuse to do what she asks. Oh, Claude, forget that I came here. Forget that we have ever clasped hands since you resolved to separate yourself from the world. I will not come between you and the saving of your soul." "Vera," Mrs. Rutherford cried passionately, "have you no compassion for me? Is this how you help me? You know that I refused, that I did not want to see him. I ought never to have come. But it is over. We shall never meet again, Claude. This is the last, the very last." "Heartless girl, have you no thought of my grief?" urged the mother. "No, not when I think of him. If you can come between him and his hope of heaven, I cannot." She turned and walked quickly to the door without another word. Mrs. Rutherford cast one despairing look at her son before she followed the vanishing figure, muttering, "Cruel, cruel, a heart of stone." No words were exchanged between the two women as they left the monastery, conducted by the monk, who had waited for them in the stony corridor at the top of the broad marble stairs. He let them out of the heavy iron-lined door, into the neglected garden, where a long row of cypresses showed dark against a saffron sky. The greater part of the garden had been utilized for growing vegetables upon which the brotherhood for the most part subsisted. Huge orange-red pumpkins sprawled among the beds of kale, and patches of Indian corn were golden amidst the rusty green of artichokes gone to seed. It was a melancholy place, and the aspect of it sent an icy chill through Mrs. Rutherford's heart as she thought of that light, airy temperament which had been her son's most delightful gift, the gay insolence, the joyous outlook that had made him everybody's favourite. He the jester, the trifler, for whom life was always playtime, he to be shut within those frozen walls, immured in a living grave. It was maddening even to think of it. She had talked to him of his religious duties. O God, was it her old woman's preaching that had brought him to this living death? Vera bade her good-bye at the gate, saying that she would rather walk than drive, and left Mrs. Rutherford to return to her hotel alone. "I wonder which of us two is the more unhappy," she thought. "Why do I wonder? What is her misery measured against mine?" For Claude, a night of fever followed that impassioned meeting, a night of sleeplessness and semi-delirium. For the first time since he had been a visitor in that house of gloom, he got up at 2 o'clock and went to the chapel, where the monks met for prayer and meditation at that hour. As a probationer making his retreat, He was not subject to the severe rules of the order, and he need not leave his bed till 4 o'clock unless he chose. This night he went to the dimly lighted chapel and knelt on the chill stone for respite from agonizing thoughts, from the insidious whispers of the tempter. This night he went into the house of God to escape from the domination of Satan. Hitherto he had borne his time of probation with a stoical submission. He had sought no relaxation of the rule for penance on the threshold. He had lain upon the narrow bed and shivered in the chilly room, and risen in the winter dark, to lie down again sleepless, at an hour when a little while ago his night of pleasure would have been still at full tide. He had submitted to the repellent fare, the vegetables cooked in half-rancid oil, coarse bread and gritty coffee. He who had been always a creature of delicate habits, accustomed to the uttermost refinement in every detail of daily life, his food, his toilet, his surroundings. He had shrunk from no burden that was laid upon him, earnestly intent upon keeping his promise to Father Hammond. He was to spend 6 weeks in this place of silence and prayer, and at the end of that time he was to make his confession to the Superior, and to make his communion. Then would follow the slow stages of preparation for the final act, which would admit him to the brotherhood, and shut the door of the world upon all the rest of his life. He had learnt to think of that awful change with a stoic's resignation. He had brought himself to a Roman temper. He thought with indifference of the world which he was to renounce. He had done with it. This had been the state of his mind as he shivered over the smouldering olive logs. This iron calm, and his stony contempt for life, had been his till that moment of ecstasy when the woman he loved stood before him, a vision of ethereal beauty in the light of the setting sun. Why had she come there? Why? The penitential days and nights, the stoic's iron resolve, all were gone in one breath from those sweet lips, faint and pale, but ineffably beautiful. Chapter number 22 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 22. It was a little less than 3 weeks after the meeting in the House of Silence, but to Vera the interval seemed an endless procession of slow, grey days, and fevered nights of intolerable length, in which she listened to the beating of the blood against her skull, now slow and rhythmical, now tempestuous and irregular, endless nights in which sleep seemed the most unlikely thing that could happen, a miracle for which she had left off hoping. In all that time she had heard no more of Mrs. Rutherford, though the daily chronicle that kept note of every stranger in Rome still printed her name among the inmates of the Hotel Margarita. She was angry and unforgiving. Unhappy mother! Unhappy son! 2 pairs of horses had to be exercised daily, but Vera had no orders for the stables. The monotonous parade in the Pincio, which every other woman of means in Rome made a part of her daily life, had no attraction for Signor Provana's wife. The villa gardens, funereal in their winter foliage of ilex and arbutus, sufficed for relief from their long hours within 4 walls. Wrapped in her sable coat, with the wind blowing upon her uncovered head, she paced the long terraces for hours on end, or sat like a statue on the marble bench that had been dug out of the ruins of imperial baths. But though she spent half her days in the gardens, she took no interest in them. She never stopped to watch the gardeners at work upon the flower beds, never questioned them about their preparations for the spring. Thousands of bulbs were planted daily, but she never wanted to learn what resurrection of vivid colors would come from those brown balls which the men were dropping into the earth. She walked about like a corpse alive. The men almost shrank from her as she passed them, as if they had seen a ghost. She could never forget that last meeting with her lover. The very last. She sat with her arms folded on the marble balustrade, and her head resting on the folded arms, with her face hidden from the clear, cold light of a December afternoon. Her gaze was turned inward, and it was only with that inward gaze that she saw things distinctly. The outside world was blurred and dim, but the pictures memory made were vivid. She saw Claude's agonized look, saw the melancholy eyes gazing at her, the yearning love, the despairing renunciation. Mrs. Rutherford had called her cruel, but was not the cruelty far greater than submitted her to that heart-rending ordeal? To sit brooding thus, with her arms upon the cold marble, had been so much a habit with her of late, that in these melancholy reveries she had often lost count of time, till the sound of some convent bell startled her as it told the lateness of the hour, or till the creeping cold of sundown awoke her with a shiver. In that city of the church there were many bells, all with their particular call to prayer, and she could have told the progress of the day and night without the help of a clock. Now it was the bell of the Trinita de Mont, for the office of benediction, distant and silvery sweet in the clear air. It was a warning to go back to the house. Yet she did not stir. Solitude here, with the cold wind blowing up upon her, and the twitter of birds among the branches, was better than the atmosphere of those silent rooms. She raised her head at the sound of a footstep, not the leisurely tread of one of the gardeners, heavy and slow. This step was light and rapid, so rapid that before she had time to wonder, it had stopped close beside her, and 2 strong arms were holding her, and quick, sobbing breath was fluttering in her hair. "Don't be frightened, Vera, my angel, my beloved," She tried to release herself, tried to stand upright, but the passionate arms held her to the passionate heart. "Claude, are you mad?" "No, madness is over, sanity has come back. I am yours, my beloved, yours as I was that night, before a great horror parted us. I am all your own, your lover, your husband, whatever you will. The miserable slave you saw in the monastery is dead. I am yours, and only yours. I have no separate existence. I want no other heaven. Heaven is here in your arms. Nothing else matters." "My God! Have you left the monastery?" "Forever. I bore it till last night. But that was a night of hell. I told the superior this morning that I was not of the stuff that makes a martyr or monk. He was horrified. To him I seemed a son of the devil. Well, I will worship Satan sooner than lose you. I am your lover, Vera. Nothing else in this sublunary world. We'll jump the life to come." She clung to him in the ecstasy of reunion, and their lips met in a kiss more tragic than Francesca's and Paolo's, for their guilt was yet to come, while with Vera and her lover guilt had been consummated. Presently, with a sudden revulsion, she snatched herself from his arms and stood looking at him reproachfully. "Oh, my dearest, why did you not stand firm? Think how little this poor life of ours means compared with that which comes after. Think how much this poor life of ours means compared with that which comes after. I leave the afterlife to the illuminated, to Simon and his following. I want nothing but the woman I love, here or hereafter. For me there is nothing else. Vera, forget that I ever tried to forsake you, that I ever set my soul's ransom above my thoughts of you. It was a short madness, a cowardly endeavor. Forget it all, as I shall from this hour. Here you are and I, in the little world which is the only one we know. Just a few more years of youth and love. Let us make the most of them, and when the fire of life dies down, when these fierce heart-throbs are over, we will give our fading years to penance and prayer. We will give our fading years to penance and prayer. This is what happens when a man of Claude Rutherford's temperament puts his hand to the plow. End of chapter 20. Chapter 21 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 21. Just 2 years after the sudden close of Mr. Rutherford's retreat, there was a quiet wedding in Father Hammond's chapel, a bride without bridesmaids, a marriage without music, a bride in a pale grey gown and a black hat, with just a sprinkling of the Disbrowe clan to keep her in countenance. 3 stately aunts, Lady Okehampton being by far the most human of the 3, and their 3 noble husbands, with Lady Susan Amphlett, vivacious as ever and immensely pleased with her friend. From a conversational point of view, she had been living upon this marriage all through the little season of November fog and small dinner parties at restaurants or at home. She knew so much more than anybody else, and what she knew was what everybody wanted to know. She discussed the subject at Ritz's, at Claridge's, at the Savoy, at the Carlton, and seemed to have something fresh to say at each place of entertainment. There was more variety in her information than even in the hors d'oeuvres, which rise in a crescendo of novelty in unison with the newness of the hotel. People wondered they had not married sooner, since, of course, everybody knew it must end in marriage. Susie shrugged her pretty shoulders, and flashed her diamond necklace at the company. The sweet thing is XXIII. She is one of Francis Symonds' flock, and she thought respect for her husband obliged her to wait 2 years. She only left off her mourning last week. But considering that she was carrying on with Rutherford years before Provana's death, you none of you understand her. Their friendship was purely platonic. She and I were like sisters, and I was in and out of her house just as Claude was. There never was a more innocent attachment. I used to call them Paul and Virginia." "I should think Paolo and Francesca would be more like it," murmured one of the company. Susie shook her fan at him. "You men will never believe in a virtuous friendship. However, there they are, absolutely devoted to each other. They will be the happiest couple in London, and they mean to entertain a great deal." "Then I hope they are on the lookout for a pearl among chefs. People won't go to Portland Place to eat second-rate dinners." Provana's dinners were admirable, and his wines the finest in London. Then there came the question of settlements. How much of her millions had Mrs. Provana settled upon Rutherford? "I don't think there has been any settlement." "The more fool he," muttered a matter-of-fact guardsman. "What's the use of marrying a rich woman if you don't get some of the stuff?" "Don't I tell you they are like Paul and Virginia?" said Susie. The Provana murder had died out long before this as a source of interest and wonder. It had flourished and faded like a successful novel or play that takes a town by storm one year and is forgotten the year after. The Provana mystery has gone to the dust-heap of old things. Slowly and gradually people had resigned themselves to the knowledge that this murder must take its place among the long list of crimes that are never to be punished by the law. Romantic people clung to their private solutions of the tragical enigma. These were as sure of the identity of the murderer as if they had seen him red-handed. The quiet marriage in the Roman Catholic chapel revived the interest in the half-forgotten crime, and Lady Susan had the additional kudos of a close association with the event. "Vera and I were together at Lady Fulham's ball, within 2 or 3 hours of that poor fellow's death," she told her friends at the Savoy supper-table. "I never saw her look so lovely. in one of her mermaid frocks, and a neckline and girdle of single diamonds that flashed like water drops. Other people's jewels looked vulgar compared with hers. She was in wonderful spirits, stayed late, and danced all the after-supper waltzes. She was fey. Rutherford was there, of course? Said someone. Of course, echoed Susan. Why shouldn't he be there? Everybody was there. But everybody couldn't waltz or sit out with Madame Provana all the evening, as I heard he did, remarked a middle-aged matron, fixing Susan with her long-handled eyeglass. Why shouldn't they waltz? They are cousins, and have always been pals, and they waltz divinely. To watch them is to understand what Shakespeare meant by the poetry of motion. Everything Vera does is a poem. Every frock she wears shows that she is a poet's daughter. And now they are married, and are going to be utterly happy, concluded Susie with conviction. The word in general does not relish that idea of idyllic happiness, especially in the case of multimillionaires. It is consoling, when one is not a millionaire, to think of some small counterbalance to that overweening good luck, some little rift within the lute. A cynic, as cold and sour as the aspect he was eating, shrugged his shoulders. If I had a daughter I was fond of, I don't think I would trust the chances of her happiness to Claude Rutherford, he said quietly. Claude is quite adorable, said a 14-stone widow, whose opulent shoulders and triple necklaces had been the center point of the public gaze at the theatre that evening. Much too adorable to make one woman happy. A man of that kind has to spread himself. It might be diffused light, not the concentrated glow of the domestic hearth, said the cynic, smiling at the bubbles in his glass. Everybody found something to say about Vera and her husband. Certainly their behavior since Provana's death had been exemplary. They had never been seen about together, at home or abroad. The house in Portland Place had been closed, and the widow had lived in Italy, a recluse, seeing no one. Half the time had been spent by Claude Rutherford in Africa, hunting big game with a famous sportsman, the other half in well-known studios in Antwerp and Paris. He had thrown off his lazy, dilettante habits, and had gone in for art with a curious renewal of energy. The man was altered somehow. His own acquaintance discovered a change in him, a change for the better, most likely, though they did not all think so. And now he had attained the summit of moral bliss, as possible to a man of 39, who had wasted the morning of his life. He had won a lovely woman whom he was supposed to adore, and whose wealth ought to be inexhaustible. However hard he tries, I don't see how he can run through such a fortune as that, his friends said. That kind of quiet, unpretentious man has often a marvelous facility for getting rid of money, said another. It oozes out of his pockets without the labor of spending. Rutherford is sure to gamble. A man of that temperament is too idle to find excitement for himself. He wants it ready-made, at the baccarat table, or on the turf. Well, it will last him a few years, at the worst, and then he can go into the Charterhouse. The idea of Claude Rutherford going to bed at 10 o'clock in the Charterhouse made everybody laugh. The long interval of mourning and probation of melancholy solitude on Vera's part, and of forced occupation on Claude's, was over, and they two, who in thought and feeling had been long one, were now united in that closer bond which only death or sin can sever. In the intensity of the union, it seemed to them as if they had never lived as if all of their existence that had gone before were no more than a long, dull dream, the grey monotony of life that was less than life, hard and mechanical, even in its so-called pleasures. "I never lived till now," she told him, when she was folded to his heart, in their sumptuous alcove in the great room in Venice, in an hotel that had been a palace, an alcove surrounded with a balustrade, a bed that had been made for a king. "I never lived till now, for now I know that nothing can part us. We belong to each other till death. If it were now to die, 'twere now to be most happy," he murmured, in a low, impassioned voice that soothed her like music. "And the past is dead," she whispered. "The past is dead." The voice that echoed her words had changed. The winter moonlight set a flood of cold light across the shining floor, and the glow of burning logs on the hearth glimmered redly under the sculptured arch of the Byzantine fireplace. It was a wonderful room in a wonderful city. Vera had never been in Venice till this night, when she stepped from the station quay into the black boat that was to bring them to the hotel, man and maid and luggage following in a second gondola. To most travellers so arriving, Venice must needs seem a dream city, but to Vera all life had been a dream since she stood before the altar and heard Father Hammond's grave voice pronounce the words that made her Claude's wife. She had chosen Venice for their honeymoon, because it was one famous city in her beloved Italy, in which she had never been with Provana. "It will be all new and strange," she told Claude, and then came the unspoken thought, "He will not be there." He had been with her in Rome, almost an inseparable companion, until she had grown accustomed to the thought that he must be with her always, whenever she went, an inseparable shadow. But with her marriage the bond that held her to the past was broken. The shadow was lifted. She was young again, young and thoughtless, living in the exquisite hour, almost happy as she had been when she was an impulsive, light-hearted child of 11, leaping on to her cousin's knee, and nestling with her arms round his neck, while they watched the waves racing towards the rock where they were sitting, she rather hoping that the waters would rise round them and swallow them. That blue brightness could hardly mean death. They would only become part of the sea, merman and mermaid, children of the ocean. How much better than to return to the dull lodgings, and Lidcott's harsh dominion. That solitude of two in the loveliest city in Europe seemed altogether of the stuff that dreams are made of. They kept no count of the days and hours. They made no plan for tomorrow. They wandered along the Call, and in and out of the churches, in a desultory and casual way, looking at pictures and statues without any precise knowledge of what they were seeing, only a dreamy delight in things that were beautiful themselves, and which awakened ideas of beauty. They spent idle days in their gondola going from island to island, musing among the historic arches of Torcello, or sauntering along the sands of the Lido. The winter was mild even in England, and here soft air and sunshine suggested April rather than December. It was a delicious world, and in the seclusion of a gondola, or in the half light of a church, they seemed to have this lovely world all to themselves. They were very strangers in Venice at this season, and the residents had something more to do than to wander about the narrow calle, or loiter and look at things in the churches, or the Doge's Place. These two were learning Venice by heart in those leisurely saunterings, a little listless sometimes, as of people whose lives had come to a dead stop. They never talked of the past, or only of that remote past when Vera was a child, the time of childish happiness by the blue waves and the dark cliffs of North Devon. They talked very little of the future. Their talk was of themselves and of their love. They read Byron and Shelley and Browning and de Musset. They drank deep of the poetry that Venice had inspired, until every stone in the city of dreams seemed enchanted, and every noble old mansion, given over perhaps now to commerce, glass-blowers, and dealers in bric-a-brac, seemed a fairy place. They drained the cup of life and love. Claude forgot that he had ever thought of the woolen gown and the hempen girdle. Vera forgot that she had ever seen him, haggard and hollow-eyed, crouching over the smouldering olive logs in the monastery on the Roman hill. Early on their wedding journey, leaning against the side of the boat, hand locked in hand, they had sworn to each other that all the past should be forgotten. Come what, come might, in unknown fate, they would never remember. And now they were going back to London in the gay spring season, and Lady Susan Amphlett had another innings. It was delicious to be moving about in a world where everybody wanted to know things that only she could tell them. And are they really going to live in the house in Portland Place? Really, really? Where could they get such rooms, such air and space? And that old Italian furniture is priceless. There is nothing better in the Doria Palace. It took the Provana family more than a century to collect it, even with their wealth. Well, when I saw the painters at work outside, I thought the house must have been sold. This world seems full of strange people. How Vera can reconcile herself to live in that house passes my comprehension. I could understand her keeping the furniture, but to live inside those four walls, I should fancy they were closing in upon me, like a medieval torture chamber. Vera is all poetry and imagination, but she is not morbid. Vera knows that we are in the midst of the unseen, and that our dead are always near us, said a thrilling voice, and Lady Fanny Ransom's dark eyes flashed across the table. The house can make no difference to her. If she loved her first husband, she has not lost him. Nice for her, but not so pleasant for the second, murmured a matter-of-fact K.C. She was utterly devoted to poor Provana, protested Susie, but it was the reverent looking-up kind of love that an innocent girl feels for a man old enough to be her father. She has told me the story of their courtship. So sweet, like Paul and Virginia." "A middle-aged Paul? I thought Rutherford was the hero of the Paul and Virginia chapter of her history." "Oh, well, they were little lovers as children, and Vera and Claude are the most ideal couple that ever the world has seen. They are going to entertain in a sumptuous style. Their house will be the most popular in London." "In spite of its being the scene of an unsolved mystery and undiscovered crime. That's the worst of it," said sour middle-aged in a garnet necklace. "For my part, I could never sleep a wink in that awful house." "Ah, but you'll be able to eat and drink in it," remarked Mr. Hortensius, K.C., dryly. "We shall all dine there, if the dinners are good as they were in poor Provana's time." "Poor Provana! That was his epitaph in the world. On the marble tomb at St. Marco, to which the dead man had been carried, in remembrance of a desire expressed in those distant days when he and Vera wandered in the olive woods, there was nothing but his name and one word, 'Reunited.' Vera had been too ill and too much under the dominion of Lady Okehampton to make the dismal journey with her dead, but she now had gone from Rome to San Marco, and spent a melancholy hour in that secluded corner where the cypress cast its long shadow on Giuliana's tomb. She had stood by the tomb in a kind of stupor, hardly conscious of the present, lost in a long dream of the past, living again through those bright April days, with father and daughter, and hearing again the ineffable tenderness in Mario Provana's voice, as he talked to his dying child. What an abyss of time since those sad, sweet days! And now there was nothing left but a name. Mario Provana! Here, and in certain hospitals in London and Rome, where there were wards or beds established in memory of Mario Provana. Chapter 22 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter number 22. Mrs. Rutherford was the fashion in the first year of her second marriage, just as she had been in her London debut as Madame Provana. It seemed as if one of the fairies at her christening had given her that inexpressible charm which captivates the crowd, that elusive, indescribable attractiveness which for want of a better name people have agreed to call magnetism. Vera Rutherford was a magnetic woman. Mr. Simon went about telling people that she had psychic attributes which removed her worlds away from the normal woman, and Miranda, the imitable dressmaker, told her patroness that it was a delight to work for Mrs. Rutherford, not because she was rich enough to pay for the wildest flights in millinery, but because her pale, ethereal beauty lent itself to all that was daring and original in the dress designer's art. People preach to me about Mrs. Monsieur's lovely colouring, and what a joy it must be to invent frocks for her. But those pink and white beauties are difficult, said the dressmaker. They require much study, a nuance, just the faintest nuance, on the wrong side, and your pink and white woman looks vulgar. A wrong shade of blue and the peach complexion becomes purple. But with Mrs. Rutherford's alabaster skin, every scheme of colour is possible. Mrs. Rutherford was a social success, just as Madame Provana had been. Her entertainments were as frequent and as sumptuous as in the old days, when Mario Provana stalked like a stranger through crowded rooms, where hardly one face in 20 afforded him a moment's interest. The entertainments were as sumptuous, but they were more original. The tone was lighter, and gilded youth from the embassies found the house more amusing. Vera is 10 years younger since her second marriage, Lady Susie told people. Claude aids and abets her in everything frivolous. She used to be just a little too dreamy. Oh, you may call it side. But that it never was. But she is certainly more sociable now, more eagerly interested in the things that interest other people. Claude has made her forget that she is a poet's daughter. She is as keen as mustard about their house and racing stables at Newmarket. She goes to all the big cricket matches with him, things she never thought of in Provana's time. They are not like commonplace husband and wife, but like boy and girl lovers, pleased with everything. I don't wonder if Mr. Simon thinks she has degenerated. He says she is losing her other world look, and is fast becoming a mere mortal. And, as a mere mortal, I hope she won't allow Rutherford to spend all her money, says Susie's confidant, an iron-grey bachelor of 50, who spent the greater part of his life sitting in pretty women's pockets. A racing stud is a pretty deep pit for gold at the best, but a man who has married a triple millionaire's widow may safely allow himself one hobby. Rutherford goes in for too many things. His dirigible balloons and his aeroplane, his racing cars and his motor launches, his Ostend holiday, where people say he is hardly ever out of the gambling rooms. Your friend has better keep an eye on her passbook. Vera, cried Susie, with uplifted eyebrows. Vera, look at a passbook. As a banker's widow, she might be supposed to know that there are such financial thermometers. She must have learnt something of business from Provana. She never took the slightest interest in his business, and he was far too noble to degrade her by talking of money. A pity, said the bachelor. When a woman's husband is a great financier, he may want to talk about money, and his wife ought to be interested in things that are of vital concern for him. That's a counsel of perfection, said Susie, and very few women rise to it. All I have ever known about my husband is that he is interested in railways and insurance companies and things, and that when any of them are going wrong, I better not talk of my dressmaker's bills, or let him see my passbook. Then you know what a passbook is. I have to, sighed Susie, for my normal state is an overdrawn account. I think the letters N-E and N-S are quite the horridest in the alphabet. Yet you never ask a friend to help you out of a fix? Not much. When it comes to that I shall make a mistake in measuring my dose of chloral, and it will be poor Susan Amphlett, death by misadventure." Susan, who had never had an adventure or affairs of her own, was a kind of modern representative of the chorus in a Greek play, and was always explaining people, more especially her bosom friends, of whom Vera was the dearest. She was really fond of Vera, and there was no arretpence of envy and malice in her explanations. Her intense interest in other people may perhaps be attributed to the fact she hardly ever opened a book, not even the novel of the season, and that her knowledge of public events was derived solely from the talk at luncheon tables. Certainly it might be admitted, even by the malicious, that Claude and Vera were an ideal couple. They outraged all modern custom in spending the greater part of their lives in close companionship, he originating all their amusements, and she keenly interested in everything he originated. They were happy, and they were continually telling each other how happy. They always went back to the childish days at Disbrowe. "I feel as if all that ever happened after that was blotted out," Vera whispered, one sunlit afternoon, as they sat side by side among silken cushions on the motor launch, while all the glory of the upper Thames moved past them. All between those summer days and those seems vague and dim, even the long years with poor Granny. The wailing about want of money, the moaning over the things we had to do without, the people she hated because they were rich. All those years and the years that came after have gone down into the gulf of forgotten things. A dark curtain, like a pall, has fallen upon the past, and we are living in the present. We love each other, and we are together. That is enough, Claude, is it not? That is enough." "That is enough," he echoed, smiling at her from his lower level among the pillows. That heap of down pillows and his lounging attitude among them seemed to epitomize the man and his life. "All the same, I want Sinbad the Second to win the Leger." "Ah, you always laugh at me," she cried, with a vexed air. "You can never be serious." "No, I can't," he answered, with a darkening brow, and a voice that was as heavy as lead. They were living upon the rapture of a consummated love, which is something like a rich man living upon his capital. There comes a time when he begins to ask himself how long it will last. They had loved each other for years, first unconsciously, with a divine innocence, at least on the woman's part, then consciously, and with a vague sense of sin, and then, all obstacles being removed, triumphantly, assured of the long future, in which nothing could part them. She repeated this often, in impassioned moments. "Nothing can part us. Whatever fate may bring we shall be together. There can be no more parting." He was not given to serious thoughts. He never had been. His one irresistible charm had been his careless enjoyment of the present hour, and indifference to all that might come after. He had never considered the ultimate result of any action in his life. He left the army with no more thought than he left off a soiled glove. He threw up a painter's art, and all its chances of delight and fame, the moment he found discouragement and difficulty. He hated difficult things. He hated hard work. He hated giving up anything he liked. His haunting idea of evil was the dread of being bored. Once Vera found herself making an involuntary comparison between the dead man and the living. If Claude had a dying daughter whom he loved, could he have watched her sink into her grave, and kept the secret of his sorrow, and smiled at her while his heart was breaking? She knew he could not. He was a creature of light and variable moods, of sunshine and fine weather. She had loved him for his lightness. He had brought her relief from ennui whenever he crossed her threshold. He had brought her gladness and gay thoughts, as a man brings a bunch of June roses to his sweetheart. And now that the past was done with, and that she was his forever, they were to be always glad and gay. There was to be no gloom in the atmosphere, no long, dull pause in life to give time for dark thoughts. Everybody has something to be sorry for, Vera told Susan Amphlett. That's why people's existence is a perpetual rush. Niagara can have no time to think. But imagine, if nature were alive, what long aching thoughts there might be under the bosom of a great smooth lake. You know, my darling Vera, I generally think everything you do is perfect, Susan answered, more sensibly than her wont. But I sometimes fear that you and Claude are burning the candle at both ends. You are too much alive. You seem to be running a race with time. Neither your health nor your beauty can last at the pace you are going. I'll take my chance of that. There is one thing that I dread more than being ill and growing ugly. What is that? Living to be old. What? You've caught my fear? I dread the long, slow years, the long, slow days and sleepless nights. Old people sleep very little, in which there is nothing but thought, an endless web of miserable thoughts, going slowly round and round, never stopping, never changing. That's what I am afraid of, Susie. Strange for you to be afraid of anything, her friend said thoughtfully. I think you are the most courageous woman I have ever heard of. As brave as Joan of Arc or Charlotte Corday. Why? Because you are not afraid to live in this house. Why not? What does the house matter? It must make you think sometimes, faltered Susan. I won't think, but if I were to think of the past, the house would make no difference. My thoughts would be the same in Mexico or at the North Pole. I have heard of people who go to the end of earth to forget things, but I should never do that. I should know that memory would go with me. For 3 seasons in London, for 3 winters in Rome, the pace went on, and was accelerated rather than slackened with the passing of the years. Claude Rutherford won the blue ribbon of the turf with Sinbad II, and was equally fortunate with his boat at Cowes. If he did not cross the Channel or fly from London to Liverpool, he did at least make sundry costly excursions in the air, which kept his name in the daily papers, and made his wife miserable, till, aviation having resulted in boredom, he promised to content himself with the substantial earth. After those 3 years this boy and girl couple began to discover that they had done everything brilliant and exciting that there was to be done, and the fever called living began to pall. And now Susan Amphlett told people that Vera was killing herself, and that her husband, though as passionately in love with her as ever he had been, was selfish and thoughtless, and was spending her money and ruining her health with the extravagances and agitations of a racing stable that was on a scale he ought never to have allowed himself. After all, it is her money, said Susan, and it's bad form on his part to be so reckless. But as she has only a life interest in Provana's millions, and as her trustees are some of the sharpest business men in London, Rutherford can't do her much harm, said masculine common sense, while feminine malice was lifting its shoulders and eyebrows with doleful prognostics. Well, I suppose the money is all right, said Chorus, still inclined to be tragic. It's her health I'm afraid of. She's losing her high spirits, her joy in everything, and she is getting out of touch with her husband. She could hardly give him a smile when Blue Rose won the Oaks. She sat in a corner of her box, looking the other way, while that lovely animal was coming down the hill neck and neck with the favourite, at a moment when any other woman would have been simply frantic. She is not of the stuff that racing men's wives are made of, says Eustace Lyon, the poet. No doubt she was worlds away, in dreamland, and did not even know whose mare the bookies and the mob were cheering. She was not like that 2 years ago, says Chorus. She and Claude were in such perfect sympathy that it was impossible for either of them to have a joy that the other did not share. It was a case of two souls, with but a single thought. I can quite believe that, for I never gave C.R. credit for thinking, replied the poet. Satiety had come. It came in a day, the fatal day that comes to all the favoured and the fortunate, and which never comes to the poor and the unlucky. That evil least is spared to nature's stepchildren. They never have too much of anything except debt and difficulty. They never yawn in each other's faces, and ask themselves where they can go for the summer. They never turn over the leaves of a continental Bradshaw, and complain that they are tired of everywhere. It is the people who can go everywhere and have everything who find the wide earth a garden run to seed, and feel the dust of the desert in their mouths, as they talk of the pleasure places that the herd long for. This time has come for Vera, at the end of her 3rd season as Claude Rutherford's wife. He, the gay and the insouciant, was careless still, but it was a new kind of carelessness, the carelessness that comes from hating everything that an exhausted life can give. They had fallen into the fashion of their friends of late, and were more like the normal semi-detached couple than the boy and girl lovers, upon whose bliss Lady Susan had loved to expatiate. When the Goodwood week came round in this 3rd year, with the inexorable regularity that one finds in the events of the season, Vera declared that she had enough of Goodwood and would never go there again. Of course that won't prevent your being there, she said. Well, not exactly, when I have XVIII of Ireland in 2 races. Yes, of course, you must be there, I forgot. You seem always to forget my horses nowadays, yet you were once so keen about them. They were very interesting at first, poor sweet things, but the fonder I was of them, the more cruel it seemed to race them. You'd like them kept to look at, eh? I should like to sit with them in their boxes, and feed them with sugar, and make them lie down with their heads in my lap. A lady rarely! I sometimes long for a paradise of animals, some lovely pastoral valley, with a silver stream winding through the deep grass, where I might live among beautiful innocent creatures, sheep and deer, and Jersey cows, and great calm, cream-colored oxen from the Campagna, creatures that can lie in the sun and bask, knowing nothing of the past, feeling nothing but the warmth and beauty of the world, and where I myself should have lost the faculty of thought. That's a queer fancy. I have many queer fancies. They come to me in dreams. You'd much better come to Goodwood. All the world will be there, and you'd like to see Insuit win. Haven't you enough frocks? Is that the reason for not coming? I have too many frocks, some that I have never worn. Hansel them at Lady Waterby's. You'll be the prettiest woman there. It's dear of you to say that. Her eyes clouded as she spoke. But I can't go. I'm so tired of it all. Claude, so tired. Do you suppose I am never tired of things? Sick to death. But I know that to be happy one must keep moving. That's a law of human life. You better come, Vera. You'd be moped to extinction alone. Don't mind loneliness, and I shall have Susan part of the time, and there will be a meeting in the Albany. Disgustibius? Well, if you prefer Simon and his spooks to a racecourse in an old English park, there's nothing more to be said. He stooped to kiss the pale forehead before he sauntered out of the room, yawning as he went. He had always a tired air, but it had verily because a law of his being to keep moving. Nemesis is like the policeman on night duty, he used to say. She won't let us lie in the dust and sleep. We must trudge on. Trudging from one costly pleasure to another might not suggest hardship to the loafer on the embankment, but to a self-indulgent worldling who has drained the cup of life to the dregs, that necessity of going on drinking when there are only the dregs to drink may seem hard to Chapter 23 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 23. Vera told her husband that she did not mind solitude, yet it was a face of ashen whiteness that he left behind when he shut the door of her dressing-room after his hurried and cheerful good-bye on the first day of the Goodwood meeting. He was driving his 60-horsepower Daimler to Goodwood, steering for himself, while the chauffeur sat behind ready for road repairs, or to give a hand in carrying a corpse to the nearest hospital. The speed limit was naturally disregarded, as the thing that Claude wanted was excitement, the hazards of the road as they sped past hamlet and farm, followed by the long white dust cloud that flashed across the landscape like the fiery tail of a comet, while startled villagers gasped, and wondered if a car had passed. Peril was the zest that made the journey worth doing, to feel that his hand upon the wheel held life at his disposal, and that any awkward turn in the road might bring him sudden death. He was gone, and Vera was alone in the gloomy London house, so much more gloomy than the vast halls and galleries of the Roman villa, where colossal windows let in vast spaces of blue sky. Here the heavily draped sashes admitted only a slit of sunshine, tempered by London smoke. She was alone, but she told herself that solitude did not matter. It was not solitude that weighed upon her spirits as she roamed from room to room in the emptiness and silence. It was the sense of not being alone that weighed upon her. It was the consciousness of a silent presence, the invisible third who had come between her and her husband of late, who had come back into her life, in the noontide of her love, while passion reigned supreme, and the man she loved filled her world. The shadow had been lifted from her path. She had seen all old things dimly, dazzled by the glory of her life's sun. She had remembered nothing, except her childish bliss with the boy who was to be her fate. Her life began and ended in her husband, as it had begun and ended in Claude Rutherford when he was only her friend and companion, the light-hearted companion whose presence meant happiness. In the first 2 years of her second marriage she had been completely absorbed in that transcendent love, and in the ceaseless round of pleasure and excitements that her husband contrived for her, filling her days and nights with emotional moments, with little social triumphs and trivial ambitions. Satiety came in an hour, or it may be that it came so slowly and so gradually that there was an hour when Vera awoke to the consciousness that she was tired of everything, that the earth with all its changing loveliness, its surprises of mountain and lake, wood and river, was but a sterile promontory, and the blue vault above Como only a pestilent congregation of vapors. The suddenness of the revelation was startling, but not the uncommon malady that afflicted the Prince of Denmark had been eating her heart for a long time, before she was aware of its hold upon her. And with the coming of satiety, the distaste for amusement, the distrust of love, came the shadow. Memory that had been lulled asleep by the magic philtre of passion, awakened and was alive again. She roamed the great, silent house, haunting with a morbid preference those rooms that were particularly associated with the dead man, that range of spacious rooms on the ground floor, where nothing had been altered since Mario Provana lived in them, his library, and the severe, official-looking sitting-room adjoining, where he was often closeted with his partners and allies, his head clerks and managers, his business visitors from Vienna, Rome, Berlin, Madrid, New York. When the drawing-room had been transformed by a gayer style of decoration, more in harmony with Vera's frivolous entertainments, Claude had been urgent that these ground-floor rooms should be refurnished, and every trace of their severe, business-like aspect done away with, and even certain priceless old masters that Provana had been proud of dispatched with ruthless haste to Christie's sale room. But to his astonishment, Vera had told him that nothing was to be changed in the rooms her husband had occupied, that all things touched or valued by him were to be sacred. For this reason, while approving Claude's plan of color for the walls and draperies and carpets in the drawing rooms, she had insisted upon retaining the Italian cabinets of ebony and ivory, and the Florentine mosaic tables, the things that had been collected all over Italy a century ago, in the beginning of the Provana riches. And now, solitary and dejected, she moved restlessly from room to room, sometimes standing before one of the bookcases in the library, and looking along the titles of books that she had learnt to love in those far-off days before she had been launched by the Disbrowes, a frail cockle-shell, spinning round and round in the society whirlpool, while she and her husband were still unfashionable enough to sit together in the autumn twilight, or to spend tete-a-tete evenings in this solemn-looking room. His mind was with her there to-day, in the July sunshine, as it had been in those evenings of past, while he was a living man. He remembered speech was in her ears to-day, grave and earnest, telling her the things she loved to hear, widening her view of life, opening the gate to new knowledge, the knowledge of authors she had never heard of, the story of heroes and statesmen, philosophers and poets, whose names had been only names till he made them living people, people to be admired and loved. He had taught her to comprehend and love Dante, to appreciate the verse of Carducci, the prose of Manzoni. He had taught her to revere Cavour, to adore Saint Francis of Assisi, to weep for Savonarola and Giordano Bruno. He had made Italy a land of genius and valor, a land alive from the Alps to the Adriatic with heroic memories. He had made her know and love the history of his country, almost as he himself loved it. And now his spirit filled the room in which the man had lived. His shadow had come into the house that had been his, and had taken possession of the place and of the atmosphere. Whatever might still remain of the undisciplined love, the passion of unreasoning youth that she had given to her second husband, she could never again release herself from that first marriage tie. It was the bond of death. She went into the dining-room when luncheon was announced, carrying a volume of Browning, and made some pretence of eating, with the book open by the side of her plate, a proceeding upon which the butler expatiated somewhat severely that afternoon as he lingered over tea in the housekeeper's comfortable parlor. "I don't know what's come over the missus," he said, as he took an unwelcome stranger out of his second cup, and parenthetically, "This tea isn't what it was, Mrs. Manby. She don't eat enough for a tomtit, let alone a sparrow, and she's falling back into that dreamy way she was in when Provana was in America, and for a long time before that, as you may remember, that time when it was always not at home to Mr. Rutherford." "She was trying to break with him," said Mrs. Manby. "I give her credit for that." "So you may. But that kind of trying was never known to answer, when once they've begun to carry on," remarked Mr. Sedgewick. "I've watched too many cases not to know the inevitability of them," he added, having picked up the modern jargon more or less incorrectly. The long day wore on to the melancholy twilight, and Vera was dreading the appearance of her maid to remind her that it was time to dress for her solitary dinner. She had talked lightly of having Lady Susan at her disposal, but she knew that her friend was at the very hour contributing to the vivacity of one of the smartest of the Goodwood house parties, and would be so engaged till the end of the week. She had thought, in her weariness of the mill round, that solitude would be better than the society that had long become distasteful, but she found that, in the melancholy hour between dog and wolf, the shadows in a London house were full of fear, vague and shapeless fear, an oppression that had neither form nor name, and that was infinitely worse than any materialization. She was standing by the window in her morning room, looking down into the grey emptiness of the wide carriage way, when no carriages were passing, and on pavements where unfashionable pedestrians were moving quickly through a drizzling rain, when a servant announced Father Hammond. "Can you forgive me for calling at such an unorthodox time? I happened to be passing your door, as I have called several times at the right hour and not found you. I thought I would try the wrong hour." "No hour can be wrong that brings you," said she in a low voice, as she gave him her hand, and the words sounded more sincere than such speeches usually are. "I am glad to hear you say as much, as I believe you. In the whirlpool of frivolity a few serious moments may have the charm of contrast." "I have done with the whirlpool." "Tired of it? After only 3 years? There are some of my flock who have been going round in the same witches' dance for a quarter of a century, and are still in the crowd on the Brocken. I can but think you have made the pace too fast since your second marriage, or perhaps it is your husband who has made the pace." "You must not think that. We both like the same things. We are companions now as we were when I was a child at Disbrowe Park, and when we were so happy together." Her eyes filled with tears. Oh, how far away that time of innocent gladness seemed, as she looked back. What an abyss yawned between then and now. "I have distressed you," the priest said gently, taking her hand. "No, no, but it is always painful to look back." Father Hammond drew her towards the sofa by the open window and seated himself at her side. "Let us have a really friendly talk now. I have been so lucky as to find you alone," he said. "I am glad, very glad, that you are tired of the whirlpool, for to be tired of but a bad kind of life is the beginning of a better kind of life. You know what I think of modern society, especially in the feminine aspect, and how I have grieved over the women who were made for better things than the witches' dance. We have talked of these things in your first husband's lifetime, but then I thought you were taking your frivolous pleasures with a careless indifference that showed your heart was not engaged in them, and that you had a mind for higher things. Even your dabbling with Mr. Simon's quasi-supernatural philosophy was a sign of superiority. His disciples are not the basest or most empty-headed among worldlings, though they keep touch with the world. In those days, you know, I had hopes of you, but since you have been Claude Rutherford's wife, I have seen you given up to an insatiate love of pleasure, a headlong pursuit of every new thing. The more extravagant and the more dangerous, the more hotly pursued by you and your husband, so that it has become a byword. If the thing is to cost a fortune, and to risk a life, the Rutherfords will be in it. Claude is impetuous, easily caught by a novelty, she said deprecatingly, with lowered eyelids. He was not always so impetuous, rather a loiterer, indifferent to all strenuous pleasures, delighting in all that is best in literature, and worshipping all that is best in art, though too idle to achieve excellence even in the art he loved. But since his marriage, and forgive me if I say since his command of your wealth, he has changed and degenerated. You are not complimentary to his wife, Vera said, with a faint laugh. I am too much in earnest to be polite, but it is not your influence that has done harm. It is your money. That fatal gold which has changed the whole aspect of society within the last 30 years, a change that will continue from bad to worse as long as diamond mines and gold mines are productive, and the inheritors of great names can smile at the vulgarity of millionaires who do them well, and will give the open hand of friendship a host who tomorrow may be branded as a thief. What does it matter if the thief has brought Lord Somebody's estate, and shooting that is among the best in England? Well, it's all done with now, as far as I'm concerned, Vera said wearily. I used to go everywhere Claude liked to go. People laughed at us for being inseparable, but I am sick to death of it all. And now he must go to the fine houses alone. No doubt he will be all the more welcome. Perhaps, but I did not come to talk of trivialities or to echo hackneyed diatribes against a state of things so corrupt and evil that its vices have become the staple of every preacher's discourses, cleric or layman. I want to talk about you and your husband, not about the world you live in. Since you have done with the whirlpool, there is nothing to keep you from better influences. Will you let mine be the hand to lead you along the passive way of light and love, the way that leads to pardon and peace? Vera turned from him, trying to hide her agitation, but the feelings he had awakened were too strong, and she let her head fall upon the arm of the sofa, and gave herself up to a passion of tears. "Pardon?" she gasped. amidst her sobs. "You know I need pardon." We all need pity and pardon. No man's life is spotless, and the life you and Claude have been living is a life of sin, aimless, sensual, godless. I have had a wide experience of men. I have known the best and the worst, and I have seen the strange transmutations that may take place in a man under certain influences, how the sinner may become a saint, and the saint fall into an abyss of sin. But I have never seen changes so sudden and so inexplicable as those I have seen in your husband, whom I have known, and I think I may say I have loved, from the time when he began to have a will and a mind. I hope you do not blame me for his having left the monastery and come back to the world. How can I blame you when his mother was the active agent? She is a good woman, though a weak one, where her affections are engaged. She was perfectly frank with me. She told me how you had refused to use your influence to keep her son in the world, and she loved you because she thought it was his love for you that made him abandon his purpose. She rejoiced in his marriage, but I doubt if she has been any more edified than I have been in watching the life you and her son have been leading since then. No, I do not blame you for Claude's sudden breakdown, but I deeply deplore that he should have turned back, since I know that his resolution to have done with the world was a right one, astounding as it seemed to me when I first heard of it. I urged him against a step for which I thought him utterly unprepared. I did not believe in his vocation, but after consideration made me take a different view of his case. I knew that such a man would never have contemplated such a renunciation without so strong a reason that it was my duty to encourage him in the sacrifice of the world rather than to hold him back. I will say something more than this, Mrs. Rutherford. I will tell you that if it was to make his peace with God that your husband entered the Roman monastery, he lost all hope of peace when he left it, and he will never know rest for his heart and his conscience until he returns to the path that leads to the cloister. Claude is happy enough, Vera answered lightly. He has so many occupations and interests. He is not as tired of things as I am, but no doubt I shall have to go on giving parties now and then, on Claude's account. He is not tired of the maelstrom, and it would not please him for me to drop out altogether, and to be talked about as eccentric, or not quite right. She spoke with a weariness that moved the priest to pity, and then he spoke to her, as he had sometimes spoken in the past, words that were profoundly earnest, even eloquent, for what highly educated man, or even what uneducated man, can miss being eloquent when his faith is deeply rooted and sincere, and his feelings are strongly moved? He offered her the shelter of the church, the only armor of defense against the weariness and wickedness of life. He would have led her in the passive way of light and love. He offered her the only certain cure for that Weltschmerz of which her husband had complained when he wanted to end his life in a cloister. He had pleaded with her before to-day, had tried to win her, years ago, when the pleasures of life had still something of their first freshness. He had tried vainly then, and his efforts were as vain as now. She answered him coldly, almost mechanically. Yes, it was true that she was tired of everything, as Claude had been years before their marriage, as he would be again perhaps by and by. But the Church could not help her. If she were to become a Roman Catholic, it would only be in order to escape from the world, to do as Claude had wished to do, and to make an end of life that had lost all savour. But until she was prepared to take the veil, she would remain as she was, a believer, but not in formulas, a believer in the afterlife and in the influencing minds, the putrid souls that had crossed the river. I see you prefer Mr. Simon's religion of the day before yesterday to take that of the saints and martyrs of 2000 years ago, Cyprian Hammond said, in his coldest tones, as he rose to leave her. You are as dark a mystery as your husband is. God help you both, for I fear I cannot. The grey darkness of a wet summer night was in the room as Vera rose to ring the bell and switch on the lamps. The clear white light showed her face drawn and pale, but very calm. She held out both her hands to the priest. "Forgive me," she said. "The day may come when I shall ask you to open the convent door for me, but I am not ready yet." Chapter 24 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 24. The Goodwood of that year was a brilliant meeting. The winners were the horses that all the smart people wanted to win. The weather, with the exception of that first rainy twilight, was perfect, and all the smart frocks and hats spread themselves and unfolded their beauty to the sun, like flowers in a garden by the Lake of Como. Among the owners of winning horses, Mr. Rutherford was conspicuous. "You rich people are always lucky," said his friends. "You never buy duffers, and you can afford to pay for talent. I don't suppose you make much by your luck, but you have the glory of it." The house in which Claude Rutherford was staying was one of the smartest houses between Goodwood and Brighton, a house where there were always to be found clever men and handsome women, musical people and painting people, and even acting people, people who could sing and people who could talk, women who shone by the splendor of physical beauty, and women whose audacious wit made the delight of princes. It was a house in which cards were a secondary consideration, but where stakes were high and hours were late. Lady Waterbury, the hostess, expressed poignant disappointment at Vera's non-arrival. "My poor little wife is completely run down," Claude told her. "She was a rag this morning, and it would have been cruel to persuade her to come with me, though I hated leaving her in London at this dismal fag end of the season. I thought her pal Susan Amphlett would have spent most of the week with her, but I hear Lady Susie is at the XXII's. Do you suppose Susie would miss a good wood?" "No, not for friendship," exclaimed Sir Joseph, the jovial host, one of the last of the private bankers of London, coming of a family so long established in wealth that he could look down upon new money. "Well, there is one of our beauties ruled out. I don't know what we should do if we hadn't secured Mrs. Bellenden." "It was just as well to ask her this year," said his wife, with pinched lips, "though it was Sir Joseph's idea, not mine. I doubt if the best people will care about meeting her next season." "What has Mrs. Bellenden done to risk her future status?" Claude asked. And then, with his cynical smile, "Certainly she has committed the unforgivable sin of being the handsomest woman in London, which is quite enough to set all the other women against her." "It isn't her beauty that is the crime, but the use she makes of it. She has made more than one wife I know unhappy." "And yet you ask her to your house?" "Sir Joseph invites her. I only write the letter. So far she is just possible, but if I have any knowledge of character she will be quite impossible before long." "Let us make the most of her while her good days last," Claude said, laughing. "I should like to make a sketch of her before the brand of infamy is on her forehead. I have met her often, but my wife and she have not become allies, and if she is a snare for husbands and a peril for wives, it is rather lucky that Vera is not with me, for after a week in this delightful house they must have become pals." "I don't think proximity would make two such women friends," Lady Waterbury replied severely. "Again, if I am any judge of character, I should say that Vera and Mrs. Bellenden must be utterly unsympathetic." "My wife and I have a friendly compact," said Sir Joseph. "She may invite as many dowdy nieces and boring aunts as she likes, provided she asks no troublesome questions about the pretty women I want her to ask, and gives my nominees the best rooms." "Poor Aunt Sophia had a mere dog-hole last Christmas," sighed Lady Waterbury. "Well, didn't she bring her dog?" "Poor darling, she never goes anywhere without Ponto, and of course she is a shade tiresome, and it is rather sweet of Joe to put up with her. Mrs. Bellenden may pass this time." "Did I hear somebody talking of me?" cried a crystal clear voice, and a woman as lovely as a midsummer dawn came with a swift step across the velvet turf towards the stone bench where Claude Rutherford and his host and hostess were seated. They had strolled into the Italian garden after an abundant tea that had welcomed the first batch of guests. a meal at which Mrs. Bellenden had not appeared, preferring to take tea in her dressing-room, while she watched her maid unpacked, and planned the week's campaign, the exact occasion for every frock and hat being thought out as carefully as the general in command of an army might consider the position of his forces. It was to be a visit of 5 days and evenings, and none of those expensive garments which the maid was shaking out and smoothing down with lightly caressing fingers was to be worn twice. All those forces had to be reviewed. Not a silk stocking, not a satin slipper must be reported missing. Silken petticoats that rustled aggressively, petticoats of muslin and lace that were as soft and noiseless as the snow whose whiteness they imitated, fans, jewels, everything must be put away in perfect condition, ready for a lady who sometimes left herself the shortest possible time for an elaborate toilet, and yet always contrived to appear with faultless finish. And this evening, as she came sailing across the garden, having changed her travelling clothes for a mauve muslin frock of such adorable simplicity that a curate's wife might have tried to copy it with the aid of a seamstress at 18 pence a day, she was a vision of beauty that any hostess might have been proud to number among her guests. She took her seat between Sir Joseph and his wife with careless grace, and held out her hand to Claude Rutherford without looking at him. "Lady Waterbury told me that you and Mrs. Rutherford were to be here," she said. "Is she resting after her journey?" "I am sorry to say she was not able to come with me." "Not ill, I hope?" "Not well enough for another Goodwood." "The race weeks come round so quickly as one gets old," sighed Mrs. Bellenden. "There seems hardly breathing time between the 2000 and the Leger. And while one is thinking about where to go for the winter, another year has begun and people are motoring to Newmarket for the Craven. The story of our lives from year to year is rather like a merry-go-round in a fair, but Mrs. Bellenden is too young to feel the rush." "Too young! I feel old, ages old as Rider Haggard's Ayesha, when the spell was broken and the enchantress changed to a hag. But I am sadly disappointed at not meeting your wife," she went on, turning the wonderful eyes that people talked about with full power upon Claude. "I wanted to meet her in a nice friendly house. We have only met in crowds, and I believe she rather hates me." "How can you imagine anything so impossible?" "At any rate, she has given me no sign of liking, while I admire her intensely. Francis Symeon has talked to me about her. I have had so much of the world, the flesh, and the devil, that I want to know something of a lady whom he calls one of his beautiful souls." Upon this Mr. Rutherford had to say something polite, a something which implied that his wife would be charmed to see more of the lovely Mrs. Bellenden. People talked of Mrs. Bellenden's beauty to her face. It was one of the things which her own sex registered against her as a mark of bad style. She might be ever so handsome, other women admitted, but she was the worst possible style. A circus rider, promoted from the sawdust to a Mayfair drawing-room, could hardly have been worse. It was not long since this woman had burst upon the world of London, a revelation of physical loveliness. Then felt they, like some watcher of the skies, when a new planet swims into his ken. There are planets and planets, as there are skies and skies. Assuredly neither Uranus nor Neptune created a greater ferment in the world of the wise than was made by Mrs. Belden's first season in the world of the foolish. The phrase professional beauty had been exploded, as vulgar and stale, but the type remained under new names. Mrs. Belden was simply the new beauty, invited everywhere, the star of every fashionable week-end party, every smart dance or dinner, afternoon or evening, to hear divine music or to play ridiculous games, to be instructed about radium, or to lose money and temper at bridge. There could be no party really successful without Mrs. Belden. Men looked round the flower garden of picture hats with a disappointed air if her eyes did not flash lovely lighting from under one of them. Impetuous youths made a bee-line for her, and threaded the crowd with relentless elbows, calmly ignoring their loves of last season and the season before last. "Men are absolute idiots about that woman," the last seasons told each other. "No one has a look in where she is." Mrs. Belden was a young widow, a widow of 2 years' widowhood, the first of which it was whispered she had spent in a private lunatic asylum. "That's where she got her complexion," said Malice. "It was just as good as a year's rest in a nursing home." "And a strait waistcoat. That's where she got her figure," said Envy. She was now 26, a widow, living in a small house in a narrow street like the neck of a bottle, between Park Lane and South Audley Street, with an income of 2,000 a year, but popularly reputed to be spending at least 5,000. Her reputation in her first season had been unassailed, but she was rather taken upon trust, on the strength of the houses where she was met, than by reason of any exact knowledge that people had of her character and environment. Good-natured friends declared that she was thoroughbred, a creature with such exquisite hands and feet, and such a patrician turn of the swan-like throat, could hardly have come out of the gutter, and her husband had belonged to one of the oldest families in Wessex. So in that first season, except among her rivals in the beauty show, the general tone about her was approval. Then, in her second year as the lovely widow, things began to leak out, unpleasant things, as to the men she knew, and the money she spent, the hours she kept in the snug little house in Brown Street, the places at which she was seen in London and Paris, chiefly in Paris, where people pretended that she had a pied-à-terre, in the new quarter beyond St. Genevieve. People talked, but nothing was positively stated, except that she did curious things, and was beginning to be regarded somewhat shyly by prudish hostesses. She still went to a great many houses, smart houses and rich houses, but not quite the best houses, not the houses that can give a cachet and stop the mouth of slander. She gave little luncheons, little dinners, little suppers, in the little street out of Park Lane, and her lamp-lit drawing-room used to shine across the street in the small hours, as a token that there were talk and laughter and cards and music in the gay little room for tout le monde, or at least for her particular monde. She had a fine contralto voice, and sang French and Spanish ballads delightfully, could breathe such fire and passion into a song that the merest doggerel seemed inspired. But before this second season was over, there were a few people in London who had dreadful things to say about Mrs. Bellenden, and who said them with infinite cruelty, people for whose belongings, son or daughter, foolish youth or confiding young wife, this lovely widow had been a scourge. Looking at the radiant being people did not always remember, and some people did not know, the tragedy of her youth. She had been a good woman once, quite good, a model wife. She had married, before her 18th birthday, a husband she adored, a creature of intense vitality, made of fire and light, sense and not mind. Love with her had been a flame, unwise, unreasoning, exacting, love without thought, wildly adoring, wildly jealous. A word, a look given to another woman set her raging, and it was after one of the fierce quarrels that her jealous temper made only too frequent that her husband, handsome, gay, in flower of his youth, left her without the good-bye kiss for his last ride. He was brought back to her in the winter twilight, without a word of warning, killed at the last ditch in a point-to-point race, a race that was always remembered as the finest of many seasons, perhaps all the more vividly remembered because of that tragedy just before the finish, when Jim Bellenden broke his neck. For some time after that dreadful night, Kate Bellenden was under restraint, and then, after nearly a year, in which none but near relations had seen her or had even known where she was, she came back to the world, not quite sane, and desperately wicked. That small brain of hers had not been large enough to hold a great grief. Satan had taken possession of a mind that had never been rightly balanced. "I have done with love," she told her âme damnée. She had always her shadow and confidant, upon whom she lavished gifts and indulgences. "I can never love anybody after him. But I like to be loved, and I like to make it hard for my lovers." And then, in still wickeder moods, she would say, "I like to steal a woman's husband, or to cut in between an engaged girl and the man she is to marry. I like to make another woman as desolate as I was after Jim was killed. But I can't make her quite as miserable. I am not death, but," with a little exulting laugh, "I am almost as bad." There were people, a mother, a sister, or a wife, here and there in the crowd we call society, who thought Mrs. Bellenden worse than death, people who knew the fortunes she had wasted, the houses she had ruined, the hearts she had broken, the careers she had blighted, and the souls that had been lost for her. Chapter 25 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Linda Marie Nielsen, Vancouver, BC. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 25. Finding Claude Rutherford the most agreeable person in a house full of people, Mrs. Bellenden took possession of him on the first evening, not with any obvious devices or allurements, but coolly and calmly, just as she possessed herself of the most becoming armchair in the drawing-room, with such an air of distinct appropriation that other women avoided it. "You seem to be the only amusing person here," she said, as he came to her side after dinner. "Isn't it strange that in so small a party there should be such a prodigious amount of dullness? Have you sampled all the people? There is Mr. Fitzallen over there talking to Lady Waterby, a musical genius, who sets Shakespeare's sonnets and Heane's ballads deliciously, and sings them delightfully. You can't call them dull." "Not while he is singing, but I have heard all his songs." "Ask him to sing presently, and you will find he has brought a new batch. Then there is Eustace Lyon, the poet." Mrs. Bellenden smiled. "Do you know what they say of him?" she asked. "Who can remember half the things people say of a genius who lays himself out to be talked about? People are impertinent enough to say that he invented me. That is to make him equal to Jove, nay, superior, for it was only incarnate wisdom, not surpassing beauty, that came from the brain of the Thunderer. I believe he did rave about me the year before last, when I set up house in London, went about talking idiotically, called me a soothing gem, and 100 other ridiculous names. But you don't mind? You bear no malice?" "No, he and I are always chums. I rather like being advertised." "Gratis?" "Of course. I treat him rather worse than my butler, but I admire his genius, and I let him sit on the carpet and read his poems to me before they go to the printer." The poet joined them presently, stalking across the room, a tall, slim figure with a pale, lank face and long hair. The composer joined the group 5 minutes afterwards, and Mrs. Bellenden, having appropriated the only interesting man in the party, sank farther back in her deep chair, slowly fanning herself with her large white ostrich fan, and, as it were, withdrawing her beauty from circulation. Other women might affect a little fan, but Kate Bellenden knew the value of a large one. When there is a perfect arm with a hoop of Brazilian diamonds to be displayed. "I am only one of 3," Claude said later in the week, when one of the men chaffed him about Mrs. Bellenden's favours. "She is a tête de linotte, and at her best in a quartette. One would soon come to the end of one's resources as an amusing person in a tête-à-tête." He told himself that this peerless beauty might soon become a bore, and he thought how much peerless loveliness there must have been in the royal preacher's palace at the very time he was writing Ecclesiastes. But all the same he found that Mrs. Bellenden's conversation, empty-headed as it might be, gave a gusto to his days and nights during that Goodwood week. Their trivial talk was pleasant from its very foolishness. It was conversation without disturbing thought. There were no flashlights of memory to bring sudden sadness. A good deal of their talk was sheer nonsense, of no more value than the dialogue in a musical comedy. But it was a relief to talk nonsense, to laugh at bad puns, and to ridicule the serious side of life. Claude gave himself up to the mood of the moment, and was at his best, the irresponsible trifler, the mocker at solemn things, who had once been the desire of every hostess, the light, airy jester, to keep the table in a roar, the insidious flirt and flatterer, to amuse women after dinner. People told each other that Rutherford was quite in his old form. He had become horribly blasé and distrait of late, as if all the sparkle had gone out of him under the weight of his wife's gold. "I don't believe a millionaire can be happy," said the poet. "Rutherford has been deteriorating ever since his marriage. He rushes about doing things, racing, ballooning, flying, acting, hunting, shooting, perpetual motion without gaiety. He was twice the man when he was loafing about the world on 1,500 a year." "He is one of those men whom marriage always spoils," replied the painter. "A chameleon soul that ought never to have worn feathers. To chain such a creature to a wife is as bad as caging a skylark. If he can't soar, he can't sing." "I take it he will soon be out of the cage. He has done 2 years of the married lover's business, and we shall see him presently as the emancipated husband."
Chapter 26, Part 1 of Beyond These Voices. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Jennifer Painter. Beyond These Voices by Mary Elizabeth Braddon. Chapter 26, Part 1. Mr. and Mrs. Rutherford were to winter in Rome, but there was the autumn still to be disposed of. Neither of them wanted Marienbad. They knew the place inside out and hated it, and after wasting half an hour at the breakfast table turning over a continental Bradshaw, they had only arrived more certainly at the conviction that they were tired of everywhere. The whole system of continental travelling was weariness and monotony. The race to Dover through the freshness of morning, the race across sunlit waves to Calais, the hurried luncheon in the station, and the 3 hours' run to Paris, the huge Gare du Nord, with its turmoil of blue blouses and loaded barrows, the long drive to the hotel, and the early start in the Rapide for the south, or the Engadine Express with the night journey through pine woods, and the rather weary awakening at Lucerne, and then on to Locarno and the Great Lake. It had been delicious while it was new, and while it was new for these two to be together, wedded and inseparable for evermore. But all the tracks that had been new were old now, and though they were lovers still, something had come between them that darkened love. Tyrol, Engadine, Courmayeur. No, said Vera, throwing Bradshaw aside. No, no, no. The hotels are all alike, and they make the scenery seem the same. If one could be adventurous, if one could stop at strange inns, where one need never hear an English voice, it would be better. But it is always the same hotel, the same rooms, and the same waiters, and the same food. A little better or a little worse. Generally worse, assented Claude. I've had a letter from Aunt Mildred this morning. She wants us to spend August at Disbrowe. Would you like it? He asked. Like it? She echoed, with her eyes clouding and a catch in her voice, and then she started up from her seat and came to her husband and put her hand upon his shoulder. I think we've been getting rather modern of late, Claude, she said in a low voice, rather semi-detached. Disbrowe would bring us nearer together again. We should remember the old days. Disbrowe, by all means, then, he answered gaily. We must never drift apart, Claude, she went on earnestly, with something of tragedy in her voice, which trembled a little as she crept closer to him. Remember, we have nothing but our love, nothing else between us and despair. Don't be tragic, Vera, he said quickly. Disbrowe, by all means. Let us play at being boy and girl again. Let us do daring things on Oakhampton's twopenny-halfpenny yacht, and ride horses that other people are afraid to handle. Let us put fire into the embers of the past. I suppose your aunt will have a few amusing people. It won't be the vicar and his wife and sister-in-law every night, and the curate at luncheon every other day. She will have all sorts and conditions. But that doesn't matter. I want to be with you in the place where we were so happy. You want to fall in love with me again? Well, it was time, he said half gaily and half sadly, but with always the air of a man who means to take life easily. August was August that year, and Disbrowe was at its best. The great red cliffs, the azure and emerald sea, had the colour and the glory that had made North Devon fairyland for the child Vera in her one blissful summer. Other children, as they grew up, had a succession of delicious summers to look back upon, and could make comparisons, and wonder which was happiest. But Vera had only one season of surpassing joy to remember. She remembered it now, and contrived to draw a thick curtain over all other memories. Aunt Mildred was full of compliments. "This air evidently suits you, child," she said, when her niece had been with her a week. "You look 10 years younger than when I saw you last in London." These two, who had begun to be tired of each other, were lovers again, and even memory was kind. Even memory, the slow torture of thoughtful minds. They recalled the joys of 15 years ago, and the joys of today were almost the same. Instead of the 13 2-bar, there were 6 hunters, thoroughbreds of fine quality, the disappointments of Claude's racing stud. Instead of the dinghy, there was Okehampton's 40-ton cutter, a rakish craft that had begun life at Cowes, another disappointment. There was the sea, and there was the moorland, and there were the patches of wood on the skirts of the park that had seemed boundless forests to Vera in her 12th year. Her 12th year! She remembered Claude's affected contempt for her youth. "Why, you are only 12, and not a round dozen, only 11.5. No wonder your cousins in the schoolroom look down upon you. If there were still a nursery, you would be there, sitting on a high chair at tea, your cheeks smeared with jam, and a bib tied under your chin." She remembered all his foolish speeches now, and what serious insults they had seemed to her, or to the child that she had once been, that innocent child whose identity with herself was so hard to believe. They were happy again. They were lovers again. Here they could say to each other, "Do you remember?" Here memory was a gentle nymph, and not an avenging fury. For Vera, who had hunted with her husband every year since their marriage, a season at Grantham, a season in the Shires, and 2 winters in the Campagna, it might seem a small thing to ride with Claude and a handful of squireens and farmers rattling up the cubs in the woods. Yet she found it pleasant to rise before the dawn and creep through the silent house and out into the crisp morning air, and to spring onto a horse that seemed to skim the ground in an ecstasy of motion. Flying could hardly be better than to sit on this light, leaping creature and see the dewy wood rush by, and the startled rabbits flash across the path, or to be lifted into the air as the thoroughbred stood on end at the whir and rush of a pheasant. A discarded racer was scarcely the best mount for pottering about after the cubs, but the pursuit of pleasure, that was always a synonym for excitement, had made Vera a fine horsewoman, and she loved the surprises that a light-hearted 4-year-old can give his rider. And when the last cub had been slaughtered, to gratify Mr. Somebody's hounds, Claude and Vera had to ride to please their horses, and there was a spice of danger in the tearing gallop across great stretches of pasture, where the green sward sloped upward or downward to the crumbling edge of the red cliffs, and where they saw the wide blue floor of the sea and the dim outline of the Welsh coast. One morning, when they were riding shoulder to shoulder at a wilder pace than usual, and when Vera's horse was doing his best to get absolute possession of his bridle, she turned with a light laugh to her husband. "Isn't this delicious?" she asked breathlessly, thrilled by the freshness of the air and the rapture of the pace. "Would you mind if we were not able to stop them on this side of the sea?" "Would I mind?" he echoed, looking at her with his careless smile, the smile in which there was often a touch of mockery. "Not I, my love. It wouldn't be half a bad end, to finish one's last ride in a headlong plunge over the cliff, to know none of the gruesome details of dissolution, nothing but a sense of being hurled through bright air, 40 fathoms deep into bright water. All the same, I don't mean these brutes to have their own way," he concluded in his most matter-of-fact tone, with his hand upon Ganymede's bridle. They turned their horses and trotted quietly home, Vera pale and somewhat shaken by the excitement of the long gallop. They were near the end of their country holiday, and they were to part at the end of the week, Claude to spend a fortnight at Newmarket, Vera to start alone for Italy, stopping here and there for a few days, on her way to her Roman villa, where Claude was to join her, bringing his hunters with him, not these light thoroughbreds, but horses of coarser quality and more experience, fitter for the rough work of the Campagna. It had been Vera's own fancy to revisit familiar places in Italy. Claude had been urgent with her to abandon the idea, but she would not listen to him. "I want to see San Marco, where I lived so long with Granny, when we were poor and shabby. Such a humdrum life. I sometimes wonder how I could bear it." "Poor child, it was hard lines for you, but why conjure up the memory of things that were sad? Looking back is always a mistake. Looking back at the old worn-out things. Going back to long-trodden paths. Nobody can afford to do that. Plus ultra is my motto. In Rome there will be plenty for us to do. We must make our third winter more astounding than either of the other two. I know lots of people who are to be there, all sorts of big pots, pretty women, scribblers, painters, soldiers. You will have to invent new features for your evenings, new combinations of all kinds, and you must cultivate the new lights. When the season is over, people must go about saying that Mrs. Rutherford has made Rome." Vera looked at her husband curiously. How shallow he was, after all. How trivial. There were moments when her heart felt frozen. Dreadful moments of disenchantment, in which the man she had loved seemed to change and become a stranger. Moments when she asked herself with a sudden wonder why she had ever loved him. These were but flashes of disillusion. A touch of tenderness, a thought of all they had been to each other, and her bitter need of his love, made her again his slave. From the hour when he surrendered his chance of redemption and came to her in her Roman garden, came to claim her with passionate words of love, he had been something more than her lover and her husband. He had been her master, ruling her life even in its trivialities, with a mind so shallow that it could find delight in details, leading and directing her in an existence where there was to be no room for thought. He had planned their days at Disbrowe so that there should be no margin for ennui. When they were not riding, they were on the yacht, racing round the coast to Boscastle or Padstow, or they were playing tennis or croquet with the house party, creating an atmosphere of excitement. They parted at Disbrowe, Claude leaving for Newmarket, and they were not to meet till November, when he was to find Vera established in the Roman villa. All gaiety and excitement seemed to have left her with him, and Aunt Mildred remarked the change. "You ought to have gone to Newmarket with your husband," she said, "though I have always thought it a horrid place for women. A place where they think of nothing but horses, and talk nothing but racing slang, and are as full of their bets as professional bookmakers. I hate horsey women, but you and Claude are such a romantic couple that it seems a pity you should ever be separated." "Romance cannot last for ever, my dear aunt. We have been married nearly 3 years. It is time we became like other people. I have just your feeling about Newmarket. I was keen about the stud for the first year or two, petting the horses and watching their gallops in the early mornings. And then it began to seem childish to care so much about them, and whether they won or lost, it was the same thing over and over again. The trainer and his boys said just the same things about every success and every defeat. The crack jockeys were all the same, and I hardly knew one from another. I still love the horses for their own sake, and I am miserable if any of them are sold into bondage. But I am sick to death of the whole business." There was a fortnight to spare before Vera was to start for Italy, and Lady Okehampton wanted her to stay at Disbrowe till a day or two before she left England. "Portland Place will be awfully triste," she said. "I cannot see why you should go and bury yourself alive there for a fortnight." Vera pleaded preparations, clothes to order for the winter. "Surely not in London, when you can stop in Paris and get all you want." There were other things to be done, arrangements to be made, Vera told her aunt. A certain portion of the staff was to start for Rome by direct and rapid journeying, while she, with only her maid and a footman, was to travel by easy stages along the Riviera. Lady Okehampton was rather melancholy in the last hour she and her niece spent together in her morning room. "I'm afraid the pace at which you and Claude are taking life must wear you out before long," she said. "You are never quiet, always rushing from one thing to another, even here, where I wanted you to come for absolute rest, just to dawdle about the gardens and doze in a hammock all the afternoon, with a quiet evening's bridge. But you have given yourself no more rest here than in London. Okehampton told me the way you tore about on those ungovernable horses, miles and miles away over the moor, while other people were jogging after the hounds, or waiting about in the lanes. He said it was not cubbing, but skylarking. And the skipper complained that Mr. Rutherford insisted on sailing the yacht in the teeth of a dangerous gale. He is the generousest gentleman I have ever been out with, old Peter said, but he is the recklessest, and I wouldn't give twopence for his chance of making old bones." "Poor old Peter," sighed Vera. "We often had a squabble with him, what he called a stand further. He's a conscientious old dear and a fine sailor, but he would never have found the shortest way to India." "You wanted rest, Vera, but instead of resting you have done all the most tiring things you could invent for yourself." "Claude is the inventor, not I, and it is good for me to be tired, to lie down with weary limbs and fall into a dreamless sleep, or into a sleep where the dreams are sweet and bring back lost things." "I should not say all this if I were not anxious about your health," Aunt Mildred continued gravely. "You look well and brilliant at night, but your morning face sometimes frightens me, and you are woefully thin, a mere shadow. It is all very well for people to call you ethereal, but I don't want to see you wasting away." "There is nothing the matter. I was always thin. I have a little cough that sometimes worries me at night, but that has been much better since I came here." "You ought to take care of your health, Vera. You have a great responsibility." "How do you mean?" "Have you ever thought of those who have to come after you? Do you ever consider that your splendid fortune dies with you, and that your power to help those members of our family who need help, alas, too many of them, depends upon your enjoying a long life?" "My dear aunt, I cannot promise to spin out a tedious existence in order to find money for poor relations." "That remark is not quite nice from you, Vera. You yourself began life as a poor relation." "I have not forgotten, and I have given my needy cousins a good deal of money since I have been rich, and of course I shall go on doing so." "As your aunt and the most attached of all your own people, I must ask a delicate question, Vera. Have you made your will?" Lady Okehampton asked this question with such a thrilling awfulness that it sounded like a sentence of death. "No, aunt. Why should I make a will? I have nothing to leave. You know I have only a life interest in the Provana estate." "Nothing to leave? But your accumulations, your surplus income." "I don't think I can have any surplus. Claude and I have spent money freely, at home and abroad, and I have given large sums for the foundation of a hospital in Rome in memory of Mario and his daughter. Claude manages everything for me. I have never asked him whether there was any money left at the end of the year." "And of that colossal income, which you have enjoyed for 5 years, you have nothing left? It is horrible to think of. What mad waste, what incredible extravagance there must have been. You ought not to have left everything in Claude's hands. Such a careless, happy-go-lucky fellow ought never to have had the sole management of your immense income. It would make Signor Provana turn in his grave to know that his wealth has been wasted." "He would not care. We never cared for money." "Nothing left at the year's end? Nothing of that stupendous wealth? It is monstrous." "Don't agitate yourself, dear Aunt Mildred. There may have been a surplus every year. I never asked Claude whether there was or not. But I shall always be rich enough to help my poor relations." There was no time for further remonstrance. Aunt Mildred parted from her niece with more sighs than kisses, though those were many. She perused the sweet pale face with earnest scrutiny, for she thought she saw the mark of doom on the forehead, where the lines were deeper than they should have been on the sunny side of 30. She remembered the short-lived mother